Discovery, go at throttle up.
Newglins. 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 Say it with me, chat. Newglins. Yes, yes, very good. Newglins. I'll admit I didn't come up with that name. That I saw somebody on the X name call it that. Newglins. But also, very, very good, very, very, very good credit to the person that came up with that. Very, very talented. Newglins. I'm calling it that from now on. It's a great name. Newglins. Just like saying it. It's like saying shake and bake. Shake and bake! House Science. Casa del Ciencias. House Science Committee. What is this? Our first hearing of 2024 will be on January 17th at 10 a.m. and is entitled Returning to the Moon. Keeping Artemis on Keeping Artemis on Track. It will feature witnesses from NASA, US GAO, Logic with a Q at the end, and Logic with a Q at the end. Logic with a Q. It's Logiq. Logic. How long will the Peregrine mission keep transmitting stuff back when it does end up floating around for eternity once the propellant depletes? As long as the batteries have charge. Once the battery charge goes below a certain threshold, the thermal systems can't keep the electronics working. Power consumption on spacecraft is a big deal. Spacecraft use a lot of power. And at the end of the day, dude, you got solar panels. Solar panels are great. Like, they're up in space, solar panels work excellent because there's no atmosphere in the way, right? So you get like unfiltered sunlight, right? However, they still are solar panels. They don't generate power very fast, but they do generate a lot of it. Peregrine, according to their latest update, has about 35 hours left of fuel, and they're basically continuing on its trajectory, as much as they possibly can, and it will try to fly by the moon, but I think it's going to run out of power before that happens. Yeah, they're on a transfer trajectory, but they had planned on doing once around, and then, see? They did this, right? And it'll loop once around and then boost its orbit again, or it was supposed to, boost it again, and then cross the moon. So Centaur shot it. They say it shot it to translunar injection, but it wasn't necessarily translunar injection. It would have been translunar injection if moon was in the right phase. They'll fly the orbiter around, and then they were supposed to get it to the moon. They could shut it off or sleep mode it until the flyby comes around. If they did erudite, it would still keep leaking propellant, and that leaky propellant would cause a rotation rate and move the solar panels out of phase. And you'd potentially never get it back after that. So, I will say Astrobotic's ability to soldier on really speaks volumes. Good for these guys. And their transparency about the matter is pretty damn cool. Will it be stuck around Earth, lunar, deep space after? The moon will most likely either crash into it or shoot it off into the sun. It's one or the other. I think the only other thing that could really happen is it burns up in Earth's atmosphere. How did the leak happen? Have they found the root cause? They did talk about that. Hold on. They did talk about fault tracing. Yeah, here we go. Astrobotic's current hypothesis about the Peregrine spacecraft's propulsion anomaly is that a valve between the helium pressurant and the oxidizer failed to reseal after actuation during initialization. This led to a rush of high-pressure helium that spiked the pressure in the oxidizer tank beyond its operating limit, and subsequently ruptured the tank. While this is a working theory, a full analysis report will be produced by a formal review board made up of industry experts after the mission is complete. Nitrogen tetroxide is a real big pain in the butt. Yeah, it's really big. It makes sticky valves happen. That happens. And I don't know the full chemistry behind it, dude, but... And I'm not even sure if they're using nitrogen tetroxide. They said something weird on the cast. They said they were using monomethylhydrazine and then something else that I didn't catch. But if they are using some type of derivative of like nitrogen tetroxide, or if they're using N2O4, which is like nitrogen tetroxide's like brother, or no, that's the same thing. Maybe they said N2O4 instead of nitrogen tetroxide. I don't know. Either way, when you're using hypergolics, the hypergolic oxidizer is some type of nitrogen tetroxide derivative, usually, right? And anytime this happens, it's really a big pain in the butt because, well, long story short, oxidizer is corrosive. It's corrosive. It's super corrosive. Nitrogen tetroxide's even worse. It's like nitrous oxide on steroids. It's not very good. Not great. And it really can cause valves to stick. Dude, I can think of several instances in the aerospace industry with different spacecraft where this happened. Remember when that Dragon capsule blew up on the test stand? Nitrogen tetroxide. Oh yeah. NTO backflowed in the pressurization system on Dragon, the fuel pressurization system. They had NTO backflow, and you know what a hydraulic hammer is, dudes? Picture that, but with extremely corrosive, explosive oxidizer. Yeah. Oops. No, not almost 6. The DM-1 Dragon capsule J-Speed blew up on the test stand because NTO backfilled into the helium tank. Or backflowed into the helium pressurant line. Same exact thing. You know, like, Astrobotic's kind of lucky that the whole thing just didn't pop like that Dragon capsule did. So what happened with that Dragon capsule, right, is NTO went into the helium line, and when they repressurized the helium line, because it leaked past a pressure regulator. So there's a backflow valve. So basically on this side of the valve you have nitrogen tetroxide, and on this side you only have helium. The helium needs to flow into the NTO tank to pressurize it. That's how most RCS works on spacecraft, right? And they had some NTO leak past the pressure regulator. So when they repressed the system, the nitrogen tetroxide pressurized against the titanium valve. The interesting thing about that is that titanium is really good solid rocket fuel at high pressure. And guess NTO is an oxidizer, a corrosive oxidizer, might I add. Same thing. This happens, man. This happens. Yeah, the check valve, the helium check valve, it leaked. And this seems like the same thing. I mean, dude, they're lucky the thing didn't blow up, just pop. Like the fact that it only blew a hole in the tank, and it sounds like they got a pinhole leak. The fact that it only did that is pretty good testament to that rocket's or to that lander's design. That's pretty good. I can think of several instances where the space shuttle had problems with NTO valves. SLS had problems with NTO valves. This happens all the time. It's not because we can't make a better valve. It's just nitrogen tetroxide is a pain in the butt. We probably could make a better valve, but who knows. Page 15 for the prop system. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Oh, I did learn some stuff about Orion yesterday after I went on that epic freaking rant. It's okay. Yeah, this is what they said, Core. So the oxidizer is a solution of nitric oxide and dinitrogen tetroxide and nitrogen dioxide. Whoa. It's MON 25. That's what they said. I don't know anything about this, to be honest with you. They're using dinitrogen tetroxide, so they're using a... They're using a mixture of different hypergolic oxidizers. Orion also uses a version of Mon. If I'm recalling correctly, Starliner had some problems with their hypergolic valves too. Yeah, NTO is N204. Yeah. Sorry, chemistry and stuff. I'm no Walter White, you know what I mean? The engines they used were built by Frontier. I'm wondering what the use case is for Mon. Not that I'm second guessing them. I'm just wondering why you would go with that solution. Just genuine reason. My guess is, like, okay, so let's think about it for a second. Why would you go with a mixture of different nitrogen tetroxide, different hypergolic oxidizers? Why would you do that? It probably, my guess is that it has something to do with efficiency. It probably has something to do with hypergolic atomization right before combustion, but that's a guess. I don't know. Cheaper? I doubt it. Maybe. Might be off the shelf. This article says it's better for deep space. Yeah, there's always a reason. Developed for commercial and space applications, IC-100 has the potential to be a critical element for future lunar robotic missions. Okay. Utilizing Mon 25 mmH propellants, IC-100 is an affordable and dependable engine option for commercial providers to power spacecraft. Mon 25 is a high-performance, storable oxidizer with a low freezing point that is particularly well-suited to deep space environments. There you go. Another element of the low-cost design approach is the engine's additively manufactured titanium injector, which completed the entire test series without anomaly. Interesting. Yeah, guys, I did figure out some stuff with Orion. Some of the problems that I was describing yesterday, I didn't get right. I didn't hear it right. I went back, I read a little bit, and then I went back and listened to the press conference last night while my roof was leaking from the storm. Yeah, we had big storm come through. My yard is a swamp. But that's another story. So the battery systems, the power consumption needs during an abort scenario are actually fine. I misunderstood that, and I did get that wrong. This is what I wanted, though. This is what I wanted. I wanted to be wrong. I was really hoping that I misunderstood yesterday. Because I was pissed. I was really not happy. I don't know if you could tell. I'm on the top of a hill, Dread. Like, it's all, my road goes downhill. My yard is just soggy. It's a soggy, disgusting mess. So, the power consumption needs for Orion's abort scenarios, I said yesterday that they said that batteries don't give enough power. I misunderstood that. It's not that the batteries don't give enough power. They absolutely do. What the problem is that in an extreme failure mode case, so basically an abort at max Q, you know, in certain wind scenarios, right? It's not that the batteries can't provide enough power for Orion to escape from SLS. The problem is the batteries can't take the shock of being accelerated at like 9 Gs. That's the problem. Yeah. The batteries break. Physically break at that type of acceleration. They can't be ejected from the stack. That's the problem they were having. It's an extreme failure case, guys, similar to Centaur. The problems that ULA had with Centaur. So believe it or not, the battery issue with the abort scenarios is not that big of a deal. That's really not a problem. It's an edge case. That's right. That's what it's called, XJ. Yeah. Dude, that storm was wicked. Oh, yeah. John, like, oh, yeah. It was nuts, dude. Rain was coming in the doors because the wind was forcing the water underneath the door. Unbelievable. It was a nasty storm last night. I'm like sitting here like hoping a tree doesn't fall on the damn garage and hoping all my cars don't get all messed up. I was really, yeah, it was nuts. Doom, you got 11 inches of snow yesterday? Dude, that was all rain here. It was like a freaking monsoon. Anyway, hi, Tara. So, I misunderstood that. That's my bad. I didn't hear it right the first time. I still think that, I still think that this is the delays to Artemis, the year-long delay, plus being the launch would have been a year out from now. I still think that's a problem. I mean, I don't know, man. What do I know? I don't know more than these people, like, for real. But it's not a good look. So, the other problems are the motor control valves on the life support systems. That was the big thing. That's the biggest one. I read more about, or I didn't read more about the heat shield. I went back and listened again. The heat shield is also an edge case, from what they can tell. They have to do more analysis on it. That's fine. I understand you don't want to mess up the heat shield. It's the life support systems that are really a big problem. That's what the biggest delay is. And that sucks. Is this Gunther? Yeah, Gunther Steiner got canned today. I guess Gene was fed up with him looking like a gigantic wanker. I still think they shouldn't have got rid of Mick. I think that was a mistake, and I think that's the reason why they were so damn mediocre. If you look up mediocre in the dictionary, you see Nico Hulkenberg's name. No, I can't do better. I suck. But also... expecting another 12 to 14 this weekend. I'll trade my car for cross-country skis. Yikes. Anyway, going back to spacecraft. Yeah, so there were some things that I didn't understand that I didn't get right yesterday, and I apologize for that. But it's still, the life support systems are still a glaring issue. I talked to some people I talked to some engineers. I can't say who or where, but I talked to some people that I know, and everybody has their own testing regimes, guys. So think about it like this. If you're trying to buy a car and you live out in the sticks, you're not going to buy like an electric car, right? I mean, you might. Maybe a Cybertruck, I don't know. Like the point is like if you live out in the sticks, you're going to need something that needs to go off-road. So when you go and look to buy a vehicle, there are automatically things that are just not on the table, right? But does that mean that every vehicle test drive is going to be the same? No, you have acceptance criteria for what you need as a vehicle, right? And your use case for needing an off-road vehicle because you live out in the woods might be different than somebody that lives in a city. But you're both test driving cars, right? The point is that the testing criteria is really up to the people that are, it's really up to the stakeholder expectations. So what does that mean? What does that mean in plain English? Lockheed comes up with their own testing regime. There's no standardization for testing here because every single spacecraft is so ridiculously different, right? Like Dragon is not Orion. Those are two different things. Starliner is not Dragon. Dream Chaser is not either one. It's not any of those. The space shuttle is completely different. I mean, the space shuttle, you might be able to make the argument that the space shuttle and like Starliner are similar because the Starliner is a shuttle-derived capsule, believe it or not. It has a lot of shuttle components on it, and that's fine. That's cool. Right? Like, but also the testing criteria is always different. Starliner and Dragon do the same thing. They had different testing criteria, right? So Lockheed has their own testing criteria. Some of it I don't really think is a good idea. And the engineers that I did talk to also really don't understand why you wouldn't baseline the capsule for Artemis 3 and why your use case or your acceptance criteria for Artemis 2 would be different than Artemis 3 just because the mission trajectory is different. So like time on orbit is different. Everything. Like if these are supposed to be test flights, why wouldn't you baseline Artemis 3, the first, full test flight? That's something that I think that's the question. If I had to ask somebody at Lockheed, that's the question I would ask. Why would your acceptance criteria between one test mission and another be the same? Because the heat shield is once again is an edge case. So is the battery shock loads for Orion abort. Those are edge cases. They just mentioned those because those are other things that they need to fix. It's the life support systems. So that would be my question. Why wouldn't you, like, I think one of the single most asked questions I got during Artemis 1 is why didn't they put life support systems on Orion for the Artemis 1 mission? That makes no sense. Well, I suppose I could understand. Hey, Tessa, Tier 392. Barcelona! I suppose I understand, if people are on board, why complicate the mission? But also, this is a test flight. This is supposed to be a qualification mission for a capsule that's supposed to carry people. Once again, everybody's testing criteria is different. But even Starliner and Dragon, on their uncrewed test flights, both had life support systems installed. And I guarantee you, if either one of them had said, oh, we don't need to put the life support systems in right now. No, we don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. We'll put it in at a later date. We'll put it in on the first crewed flight. I'm pretty sure people at the NASA running the commercial crew program would have said, no, don't do that. So I understand that every company and every engineering construct, I guess, has its own criteria for testing, right? But also at the same time, it's very clear that the construct for the testing regime that they came up with for Orion was nowhere near good enough. Well, not nowhere near good enough. It was pretty dang good. It's just not as comprehensive as I guess I would like. Because honestly, you shouldn't be having these problems this far into testing operations. You should not be having these issues. Right? That's my big one. Kunkelman Chevrolet, we know where you live. Maybe they weren't ready, then don't test. Yeah, Tara, exactly. Yeah, for real. Or test more, right? I guess that would be my big question. Yeah, that would be the big one. Why? Guys, you shouldn't be running into life support problems with a capsule when the next flight has people on board. That's the big delay. That's why Artemis is getting delayed by a year. Because the life support systems did not pass acceptance testing for Artemis 3. So now they need to go figure out why. Now you're troubleshooting one of the most complicated spacecrafts ever devised. Now you got to take stuff apart. You're screwing up the production pipeline flow of the entire capsule because your testing wasn't sufficient enough. This is not the kind of problems you want to run into at this point in your development cycle. This is not what you want. This is not a good idea. Well, it is a good idea to fix it, especially when souls are involved, right? But yeah, that's not good, man. It's not good. Anyway, I said my piece. Let's load up Kerbal and let's play some Wings. I wanted to do Wings Wednesday today. Guys, I really enjoyed messing with the Kerbvair 990, that jet plane that we were screwing around with yesterday. I kind of want to mess with that to get the building juices flowing for the Vulcan build. We're going to do Vulcan again a little bit later today. I would really like to go and mess with that and see if we can't, I've never tried to do slats on an airplane and see if it works correctly in KSP. My mind's telling me no because lack of CFD, but there's also a possibility that it could work. So I want to take the Kerbvair 990, a plane that we built for mission mode a long time ago, and I want to start doing some testing with that thing. I thought this was at Microsoft Flight Sim Wings Wednesday. I didn't get Flight Simulator fully updated because I didn't get out to the garage in time, John, because my roof started leaking. Yeah, I spent the day not fixing it, cleaning up that mess. How was your Tuesday? Yeah, Clayton, it was all right, I guess. So, because once again, the universe is preventing me from playing Flight Simulator, right? And doing other things that I need to get done. We'll mess with it. We'll play Flight Simulator in Kerbal. I'm much more ready to do that. Slats make you come in more flat. It's why a CRJ 200 comes in like a lawn dart, but a CRJ 900 doesn't. Yeah. Do we know when another KSP2 update is happening? No, I don't know, Corsi. We'll hear it when we hear it. I mean, Intercept has been pretty dang good about keeping us in the loop, so not too worried about that. Oh, dear. Wonder if PFDG is adding a feature to lose door plugs on their 737. Oh my goodness, Thomas, did they screw up? Dude. I got nothing to say. I actually saw, you know what, man? I saw somebody say this on X, believe it or not, when I was looking through stuff about the Artemis press conference yesterday. I looked through and I actually saw somebody. I was just scrolling and I found somebody say this. I honestly forget who it was, but a good way to describe it would be that Boeing is run by finance bros, and that actually is a. That's a, yeah, okay, yep. It's sad, man. It's sad to see it like that. It really sucks. As a holder of Boeing stock, you have no idea. Yeah, I had... Brimo and I had Boeing stock once upon a time at Mena. We invested in Boeing in March of 2020 when their stock was like at 300 and it went down to 100. And then when we bought the house, we cashed out for the down payment. Cheers. Bandit, you talked with your old man. What did he say? He said the FAA is very unhappy. Hey, Mishkar, thanks for that Prime sub. Nice. Yeah, that helped us with the down payment on this house. Yeah. Boeing's never been the same since McDonnell Douglas. True that, Tessa. Yeah. Yeah, no, I saw what you said. All right. Yeah, it sucks, man. It really sucks. Delay, yeah, I got you. Isn't that the case for most companies these days? Yeah. Yeah. Here, I'm going to take my crosswind simulator off here for now. I want to mess with this plane. That jet looks great. Cool. Yeah, I'm glad you guys like it. I designed this jet a long time ago for mission mode. What this thing was designed to do is fly Kerbals between the desert and KSC. The idea behind this plane is so once upon a time, I built an entire launch complex at the desert airfield, and I launched missions from there. Moving the first stage, the second stage, and the capsule with cargo planes. I built the launch pad there because we can see we have desert, right? I built the launch pad there, and I actually launched missions. I assembled rockets and launched missions from the desert, and I needed to move Kerbals out there. I miss those days. We could go back to doing that, public. Like I said, guys, I'm kind of jonesing for more integration style play, but I want to do that with the Vulcan build, dudes. But I gotta get my hands dirty here in the editor again. I need to build back up. I gotta train, man. And I know that sounds really stupid, but you don't just jump right back into Kerbal after not playing it for 6 months and build something like this. You know, we can't I'm not sure I have the chops to just jump back into this right now. I gotta train a little bit. So I figure we'll start with just messing with small jets, and we'll build out Vulcan as we go, and we'll go from there. I would really like to get this thing going. Project Ares MLV. So Ares MLV is... This is the sequel to Condor. This is the sequel to Condor 9. Vulcan with or without SRBs? Well, we'd make it configurable. I could make it so you could attach as many SRBs as you want. Go back to it, move PC into living room, don the shades, and crank the rock music. Oh, boy. Tara, that simultaneously seems like it was not that long ago, but also seems like it was a long time ago at the same time. Yeah, this is... For the longest time, chat wanted me to build... You know, not a replica of something. MLV is my own design. It's not really supposed to be like anything. It's taken some reference from Condor, or from Falcon 9. Obviously, the landing legs are Falcon 9 derived. But this is more like what a Falcon 9 would look like if it was specifically designed for Kerbal's atmosphere. That's why I went with the 375 core, and double control surfaces, and 7 skipper engines instead of 9 Merlin engines, because there's no Merlin analog in this game. If there was a Merlin style engine in this game, you'd need an engine that's about the size of an LVT-45. You'd need an engine about that size that would produce about as much thrust as the skipper. Yeah, that would be a Merlin equivalent. Something this size that maybe produces like 400 to 600 kilonewtons. That would be something that's analogous to a Merlin engine. The crazy thing is that if you wanted to make a Raptor, if you wanted something like a Raptor, you would need something that's about... Yeah, I'd say about the size of the skiff engine. Yeah, something about the size of the skiff engine, but producing probably... like 1,300 kilonewtons of thrust. So you'd need something that's the size of this that produces as much thrust as that. Yeah, that would be about right. KSP 2, huh? Wake up. We got a multi-hour shuttle slideshow launched to Crippen Station. Don't put that crappy Kappa in there. You guys know you love it. You know you love it. Don't even sit here and pretend like you don't appreciate this. Don't act like you're not impressed. Don't give me that crap. Oh, you just gonna spend 20 hours at the SPA. You freaking love it. You know how I know you're still here? Boom. Roasted. Yeah, I called you out, son. I'm not taking no crap from nobody. I'm telling you, dude, that yesterday's dissatisfaction with Artemis knocked a screw loose. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good. I don't... Surprisingly enough, I don't think I conveyed my dissatisfaction with NASA enough yesterday. And I was laying it on pretty thick yesterday. You always had a screw loose. Okay, maybe a screw loose. Maybe the screw fell out, all right? I'm so freaking over it, dude. I'm so freaking over it. I lost my patience. I'm like, you guys, you've been designing the capsule for 20 freaking years. 20 freaking years. 20. Orion came on the books in 2004, guys. Yeah. You've been designing it for 20 freaking years. Granted, they got halfway through designing it, and then some bonehead said, no. Redesign the whole thing because I wanted to go to an asteroid, instead of being used to learn how to live and work in deep space. But it's been 20 freaking years, guys. It's been 20 years. I saw a lot of people on Twitter saying the same stuff. They want more flight testing. You know what, Phil? The more I think about it, the more I think that the testing regime for SLS and Orion aren't necessarily bad. My thing really... So, the thing that's causing... The biggest problem why this is causing the delay is because the life support acceptance testing. The acceptance criteria for life support systems for Artemis 3 and Artemis 2 are different. And that's obviously different from Artemis 1. Artemis 1 had no life support system on it. My question is, why aren't we baselining a capsule? And once again, I talked to a couple of other people that are engineers, right? And you know, even Rocket Guy, who knows way more about this than I do, agreed with this yesterday. Like, why wouldn't you baseline this? What was the thought process there? You're gonna save some time by not baselining your capsule? Well, yeah, great. You saved some time, right? You saved some time and you got the test flight off. That was great. But also, yeah, now it doesn't work. Like, great, you made a really expensive, partially reusable satellite. Rocket Guy, I talked to Novus yesterday too, and Novus was like, he said, like, I don't know why they didn't put life support systems on the first one. You know, that was the question I got asked the most during Artemis 1. Why aren't there any life support systems on this? You know, and a lot of people said, you're going to put life support systems on the first flight with people on board? Yeah, Rocket Guy, yeah, right? The crazy thing is that, like, some people are like, well, was that because they rushed it because they pushed the 2024? Because they tried to push for a 2024 lunar landing? No, that's always been the plan, right? It's always been the plan. It's always been the plan to do the first mission without life support, which, bruh. This is the way, do the Artemis ramp while KSP-1 is running in the foreground, randomly loading various graph files. This is what I'm good at, man. I mean, NASA also put people on the first launch of a space shuttle. They did. Dingleberg, they did. Because, once again, they could afford to do something like that because they were trading on the knowledge. They were coming off the Apollo program. The institutional knowledge was there. When's the last time we engineered a new spacecraft? I believe the point you're referencing was the last time. Aside from Dragon and Starliner, this new generation of vehicles, right? And once again, it goes back to what I was saying. You're trading on institutional knowledge you don't have. Is this a new 737 MAX? Actually, Hasselhoff, you want to see something interesting? The 990 here, the Curb Ver 990, actually... I'm not going to say it has the same problems as the MAX, but this is what happens when you give an underslung engine design. This is what happens when you give it too much. You give it too much motor. Watch. I actually want to go through and mess with this thing and make the front a little more aerodynamic based off of what I saw yesterday. And that's going to be our Wings Wednesday. Watch this. Ready? See that problem right there? It's got too much. Your engines create too much moment. They create way too much moment, and they cause what's called a positive pitch moment. The sensors that were designed to limit something like this from happening on the MAX are what caused the problems. It's because at certain points an airframe design that's 50 years old, dude, just make a new airplane. So I actually wanted to go and mess with this thing. I think I may have given this thing too much power. I don't think it needs 4 engines, just to be honest with you. Yeah, Hellfish, at what point do you just bite the bullet and just make a new freaking airplane? Or better yet, why don't they take the 757 and start messing with that design? Like, you want a design to stretch, the 757 has plenty left to give. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. Why would you do this? And, you know, I said it a little bit earlier. It's just freaking companies run by finance bros. So, this plane already flies pretty damn well. I want to tweak it a little bit so it flies a little bit better. Stall. Oh, this is fine. Narrator. It wasn't. Because that's 737 marketing. Well, Tesla, like I said, that's the problem. The Max has they wanted to get better range out of the thing, so they gave it more powerful engines by extending the airframe and whatnot, right? And they figured out the plane has too much positive pitch moment during takeoff. When you're trying to take off with a full load, the engines actually will overpower the center of gravity. They'll overpower the center of lift, so that causes the thing to go up. So Boeing's solution to that problem was put a sensor in it that detects too high of a positive pitch moment rate. Bruh, that's your solution to that problem. A single fault redundant sensor, might I add. Bruh, come on now. Yeah, Bandit, it's gross. It's gross. Well, Rocket Guy, I want to go through and try to make this thing a real beaut to fly. So, last time I worked on this and certified it for mission mode was in 2019. This airframe is 4 years old. My theory is that Boeing is waiting on new tech for a 797 to make a spiritual successor to the 757. A scaled down 787 wasn't enough. The documentation for the MCAS was criminally lacking. Add-on software optional. Yeah, Pink Pony, it's pretty bad. Pretty bad UX, if you ask me. What is the most advanced airliner now? I'd say probably an A350 or a 787. I still say 787 and the 777 are good planes. They're really good designs. You know why? Because they were designed... Those were both on the books pre-McDonnell Douglas acquisition. Just saying. Give me 1 second. All right. 777X is nice. It's a nice plane. When coming in for a landing, are you supposed to aim for the close edge of the runway or more to the middle? Does it matter? Is there a right way to do it? You want to be on the center line. Stump, here, let me, I'll show you. Let's just go up on Google Earth for a second and I'll show you the runway. Point is I want to go through with this plane and I want to change some things. I want to add trim tabs to it. Trim tabs, the reason why I want to do a trim tab is so we're not using the control surfaces for trim, so we can maintain control. Does that make sense? You generally, trim tabs on planes, so the thing that you use to trim out the plane and get it to fly straight is generally it's articulated independently of the main control surfaces. So, Stump, when you go to land a plane, obviously you don't want to do what I just did. But here, I'll use my home airport. I'll use Logan as an example here. So, it's Wings Wednesday, so we'll explain this stuff. So, check it out. All this stuff on the runway is there for a reason. Now, Stump, I don't know how much you know about this, but I'll give you a quick breakdown. So, the white line across the runway right here, the white line with the hash marks right here, that marks the beginning of the runway. Right here, not runway. The arrows here are not runway. That's a taxiway. What this is called in aviation is called a displaced threshold. Meaning, it looks like the runway starts right here, but it does not start right here. The reason why they have a displaced threshold on runway 4 is because they built another runway right here. Because they built this guy. They built 32 a long time ago. Right? Well, actually, it was more recent than these runways, but I digest. So, that marks the center of the runway. The 4 arrows right there indicate threshold start. This is what this is called. The end of the runway is called the threshold. Okay? Now, most of this stuff is pretty self-explanatory. This right here is the edge of the runway. That's an edge of the runway. You do not want the plane going out here. The reason why, even though there's pavement here, the reason why you don't want to go out there is because that's unprepared surface. This is not designed to have a plane land on it. Maybe it was at one point, but not anymore. This is the pavement that gets taken care of. You don't want to land out here. I mean, obviously, there's grass and stuff, but even landing on this, dirt, rocks, whatever. You don't. That's not runway. The runway is right here. Now, the next thing here are these hash marks. The amount of hash marks right here, the amount of hash marks at the beginning, at the runway threshold, indicate runway length. In feet. So if we go from here to here, it's 150 feet, give or take. So that would be 12 hash marks. 12 hash marks is 150 feet. I think the next one up is 16. 16 hash marks. 16 hash marks is a 200-foot wide runway. And then I think there's 20 hash marks. 20 hash marks is 250. And then simultaneously here, if there was like 10 hash marks, it would be 100-foot wide and then a 50-foot wide runway. They work in increments of 50. That's round numbers, right? So that indicates how wide your runway is. Now, you have these hash marks here. You have the 3 bars, right? But before that, you have the center line. That's the center of the runway. Your plane needs to be lined up with the center line. You don't want to run the risk, like I said, of landing over here or landing over here. You don't want to do any of that. So, the center line, indicated on the center line here, is your runway heading on the compass. So, if we had a compass right here and we were looking at that compass in degrees, you'd set the compass heading to 4, which is just a little bit off due north, right? See, it's 4 degrees off of due north. That's why this runway is called 4. All right? Now, below that, so the number indicates the degrees on a magnetic compass. Or, yeah, well, no, it wouldn't be 40. Add a 0, it's 40. Yeah. Sorry, excuse me, because, yeah, 30. The runway degrees work at 360, and the runway numbers only go to 2 digits. So, this is 4, right? It would be technically 04. But, so, yeah, this is 40 on the compass. So, almost 45, right? But then again, keep in mind, magnetic. If you look at this compared to the north indicator, it's very close, and that's where I was getting confused for a second. Because geographic north is not where the magnetic pole is. So 90 degrees latitude, 0 degrees longitude at the North Pole, right? That's not where magnetic north is, right? They use the magnetic poles for runway heading. So, right, so this would be 40 on the compass because the magnetic pole is not directly north. Sorry, I made a mistake there. And magnetic north moves. So yeah, sometimes runway numbers change. So below that, below the runway heading, you have a letter. There can only be 3 letters here, or no letter. It can only be L, C, and R, okay? You won't see an you won't see runway 4A. That's never going to be a thing. Ever. Not with FAA rules, at least. Right? So, the R, why LC and R? What does that mean? Left, center, and right. So, you can only have 3 runways spaced apart that are what's called a parallel. What is a parallel runway? It's a runway that's next to it that's going in the same direction. So at Logan, you have 4 left and 4 right. Make sense? If there was another runway right here that was also using compass heading 4, it'd be 4C. So 4L, 4C, 4R. Keep in mind, some airports, here, check this out. If we go down to a much bigger airport than Logan, this is Dallas-Fort Worth in Texas. This is a gigantic freaking airport. If we go and look at this runway right here, you have 36 left, 36 right. Right, so that's magnetic north, right? Those runways technically on the compass go north-south. And then over here, check this out. You have 3 parallel runways on this side. You have 35L, 35C, and 35R. Now, despite having basically 5 parallel runways, 3 of them have a different compass heading. You know why? The airport is so ridiculously big that it's going to change your compass heading. Because globe Earth, right? So those runways look like they're parallel. They're actually tilted inwards a little bit. Pretty crazy, right? Chicago or O'Hare has something like this. I was about to say O'Hare. Oops. O'Hare has stuff like this. Hartley-Jackson in Atlanta does something like that. Basically, any big airports. Some of the airports' footprints are so ridiculously big that despite having 5 parallel runways, different compass heading. Right? Easy there, Boston. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry, my fault. So, now, what's the next thing? Stump, you asked, like, well, where are you supposed to put those wheels down? Well, that's what these hash marks are about here, okay? These hash marks are indicators of distance to the end of the runway. So 3 right here, that 3 hash mark, right, is 500 feet from the runway threshold, okay? The solid bricks, 100 feet away from this runway threshold here, from the end of the runway. Now, keep in mind, when you're landing, the ideal place where you want to put your tires down is 100 feet off the threshold of the runway, or 1,000 feet, excuse me. 1,000 feet off the threshold. You want to try to put the tires down on the flat hashes right here, the squares. That's where you want to go. Right? This is where you want to touch down, ideally on the center line. You put the tires down right here. That's where you want to touch. The Kerbal runway markers aren't exact, but they're good enough to get the point across. That's where you want to touch down on the runway. Yeah, I know almost nothing about this stuff. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. And then, as you're coasting down the runway, hashes go, this is 1,500 feet from the runway end that way, right? 2,000, 2,500. And then there's nothing, right? And then you're coasting down the runway. And then on the opposite side, 2,500 feet from the end of runway 4, 2,000 from the end of runway 4, 1,500, 1,500 feet till the end of runway 4. That's what all these marks do. They're not there just because they look cool, even though they do look cool. They're there to give you visual cues. It's UX for pilots, basically. They're all there for a reason, to tell you how wide the runway is, tell you the compass heading, tell you your distance to the end of the runway. Now, the interesting thing here is that these brick marks right here, the hash marks on the runway, this tells these solid hashes are where you would land. That's where you want to touch down if you're landing on runway 4. But believe it or not, this stretch of pavement here, Stump, is 2 runways. That's 2 runways. Because if you take this runway and you flip it around, heading 220 on the compass, 22 left. And then on the other side here, 22 right with a displaced threshold. See? See what I'm talking about? When you're basically coasting out on 22, these indicators serves dual purpose right here. This shows you distance to the end of runway 22. Every one of these runways here, unless indicated, is every one of these strips of pavement, unless indicated, is 2 runways. Like, you wouldn't say 422. That doesn't make any sense. Okay? If you're approaching from this direction, that's 4 left and 4 right. If you're approaching from this direction, that's 22 left, 22 right. 2 different runways. Now, why? Why do runways have multiple directions? Wouldn't you want to just land a plane the same way every time? Well, yeah, sure. Wind. Wind. You always want to land with a headwind. You want to land going into the wind, and you want to take off going into the wind. Why? Why is that a thing? Well, stability, first of all. If you have a fan blowing, if you go in with a tailwind and you try to land, if you don't get it right, it can blow the plane around. You're not very stable when you land with a tailwind. That, and it takes a longer distance. That's why they land into a headwind. That's why you land into the wind. Because how well the wings do wing things, right, is how fast the air is actually moving over it, right? If you take off into a headwind, you're going to need less runway to take off because the wind is already flowing air over the wings, plus the engines going down. You actually will have a shorter takeoff distance. Make sense? Always land into a headwind. That's why airports have a windsock. that still matters. The air traffic control tower over here will basically get a meteorological report from the National Weather Service and figure out which runways to open for the day. And that's the other reason why airports have runways that cross. Right? So Logan has runways that cross because Massachusetts Bay, Mass Bay right here, is windy. Very windy. It's a bay. It's windy. Of course it is. Right? So they ended up putting multiple runways in here over the years, like basically from the 40s up until now. They ended up putting a bunch of different runways in because the wind's blowing in different directions all the frickin' time. How much of the runway is really used during the landing? It depends. That depends. What kind of plane is landing? 747 has a lot more mass. You have a lot more inertia when you touch down. Much bigger plane. You're gonna need a bigger runway, right? That depends. That's the particular reason why some of these taxiways are angled the way that they are, right? Because some planes, like if you're in a tiny little plane, you're not going to need the whole 9,000 foot runway right here to land. So you get off the runway. It's entirely due to weight. How many people are on board? How much baggage do all those people have? The airlines don't nickel and dime you on baggage for no reason. They have to get the weight of the plane right. If you put too much baggage in the front, the plane's going to nosedive into the ground. You put too much baggage in the back, the plane's going to do a wheelie when you try to taxi it. So weight has a lot to do with this. A 747 that's fully loaded with 400 people, you need a lot bigger run. 400 people, that's a lot of extra mass, right? But it's almost like this stuff is complicated. Here's where this gets really weird, all right? If you don't know much about planes. If you know a lot about planes, you're going to be like, well, yeah, obviously, man. So Boston is at sea level. You know how I know? The airport's next to the ocean. So it's pretty much at sea level. Maybe like 15 feet plus, right? If we go out to an airport that's higher up, like let's take Denver, for instance, right? Where are you? Let's look at Denver's airport, which, well, first of all, it looks really... that's a very interesting setup for your runways. So second of all, check this out. All of Denver International Airport's runways are extremely long. Why? Well, check this out. Look over in the right corner here. Down at the bottom of Google Earth, right? We're 5,290 feet above sea level. This is a mile above sea level. Up there, there's less air pressure. Remember how I told you, a wing wings better when more air is moving over the wing. Up there, because they're above sea level, the atmospheric pressure is slightly different, right? So a 737 landing at Logan might need, I don't know, 5,000 feet to land. Up here, it's going to need like 8,000 feet. You know why? Because it needs to go faster. It needs to touch down at a faster speed because there's less air. They need to go faster to get the same amount of air moving over the wings to, make the plane not nosedive into the ground. So all of Denver's runways are extremely long for that exact reason. "33 left at Denver is 16,000 feet long because planes need more space because they need to touch down at a faster speed to get the same amount of air to move over the wings because the pressure is lower." That's a 16,000 foot runway. That's gigantic. That's so a 747 could land up here. Because trying to land a mile up there is very different than trying to land at sea level. Your atmospheric pressure falls off, right? That'd be great for drag racing on. Drag racing? You need a quarter mile for that, Tessa. That runway is like 3 miles long. It's as long as an SLF. How long is the shuttle landing facility? I knew that was the next question, Shaw. The shuttle landing facility is a 15,000 foot runway. But even the space shuttle, same exact indicators. See, this runway is 150 feet. You got 12 hash marks. There's your threshold right there. Threshold, 12 hash marks, 150 feet wide. It's 15,000 feet long. It's almost double the length of 4 left at Logan. The reason why? The shuttle's brakes aren't very good. That's why they put a parachute on it. It needs a long distance to roll out because the shuttle, in order to fly correctly, needs to go fast. Problem is, when you're trying to land, you don't want to go fast. The only way to get a brick with wings to fly correctly is to go fast so you generate enough lift. And unlike Denver, this is at sea level. Exactly. You think Dream Chaser will land there? Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Stump. Did that answer your question sufficiently? Planes are cool, man. There's a whole system. It's just like driving on a highway, right? There's double solid line, double dotted line, white line, stop signs, traffic light. There's all this stuff, but with planes, right? The real crazy part about this, dude, is that, so, pilots, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm remembering this off the top of my head. So, Stump, from like 1,000 feet to 18,000 feet, there, you can kind of just fly around. But from 18,000 feet to 60,000 feet, there are actual highways. There are airplane highways. There is a 3D kind of highway that the plane flies through and another plane follows it. Obviously there's nothing built there, right? Because it's just a plane flying through the air. But there are corridors that are highways from 18 to 60,000 feet. Yeah, there are actual highways. The cool thing is if we go on like ADS-B exchange, right? ADS-B is like a flight tracker that I like using. I like using it to just watch planes fly around. You can do that if you're a nerd, right? Check Quito. I know about Ecuador's airport. Yeah, Quito is way up there. Absolutely, but I can tell the answer just led to more questions. Kind of complicated. Might have been an understatement. Yep. So check this out. You can see the highways. You can see them. See? Now, that right there isn't a highway technically. That's an approach pattern for Logan. But check it out. If we go look at Logan, I can tell you already which direction the wind is blowing just by the planes landing. Yeah, there are approach patterns. The approach patterns for runways basically work like highway on-ramps, but with airplanes. Are we dropping frames? What the heck's wrong with the internet today? My internet isn't working very... Wow, we have tons of drop frames. Whoa, what the hell's going on? I'm hemorrhaging frames pretty bad. You guys can see me, right? Just trust me when I say watch this. I think it's Twitch. Looks smooth. Okay, cool. It says your bitrate is 600. It's fluctuating between 6,000 and 600, Tara. Oh, there we go. We had a little bit of a hip up. Probably all the planes on ADSB. Never been a problem for me to before. Oh yeah, the internet's taking a huge dump. Zerk, you can see me right on. So right there is an approach pattern. That's the planes basically getting off of the high altitude airways and lining up on the on-ramp for the runway. Now, we can see that the active runway here is... The active runway here is 22 left. So which way is the wind blowing? Wind's blowing that way. And I can already tell you that somebody that lives around here, yes, that is the way the wind is blowing. And it is very windy. You can notice here, if you look, there's not a lot of planes flying around. Not a lot of planes flying around here. There's very little to no, like, Cessnas or smaller airplanes. It's mostly bigger. Mostly bigger planes. Because the smaller planes, you don't want to fly, in crappy weather like this. I mean, some guys are doing it, but yeah. You can also show in here the ADIS. Yeah. Alright. It didn't like ADSB with Google Earth open. Yeah, what are you going to do? I work in network operations and we are up 500 tickets since Sunday from the storms. That's probably what's going on, dude. I've dropped 42,000 frames this stream, about 15% of my overall uptime. That's not good. I thought smaller planes are routed to local airports. A small plane can land at Logan if you enter the pattern, sure. ADSB Exchange will also show ATC sector boundaries on one of the layers. It's pretty neat. Yep. Anyway. Check out Burns Flat, alt shuttle runway. I would, Meatwad, but yeah, Google Earth and ADSB are taking a poo-poo right now. This was doing this yesterday too, which actually no, it did it on Monday night with Vulcan. And if you want to pay $11 a gallon for avgas at Logan, oh jeez. Don't I know it? I haven't flown in real life in ages due to the weather. Yeah, Schuler. Yep. Interesting thread from Andy Lapsa. Is this the one where he's talking about BE4 development? Yeah. I've been digesting my thoughts on Vulcan BE4, and here are a few. Liquid natural gas is now the de facto fuel for new booster rockets. That's good for rocketry and good for the environment, especially when combined with staged combustion. But it was a hugely controversial decision when we made it in 2011, 2012. Turns out that physics work. Staged combustion is now no big deal. This was also a hugely controversial decision in 2012, especially ORSC. I'm not sure what ORSC is. Seriously, watch this short documentary to get a feel for the industry sentiment at the time. Oh, that's the engines that came in from the cold. Nice. 4 out of 4. Rocketry is hard over a long period of time. The failures are spectacular and painful, but the wins overpower the senses. For sure. There's nothing like it. It takes amazing people and amazing teams to navigate the highs and lows. So congratulations to everyone involved. I'm glad to have been a part of it. Andy Lapsa worked on the BE4 for a long time before he started Stoke. Pretty cool. Oxygen-rich stage combustion. Ah, that's why he linked engines that came from the cold. That makes more sense now. All right, give me 1 second. It's actually getting a little toasty in here because it's been super cold. So I'm just gonna vent some heat out. So we would have saved $10,000 if we flew into Bedford instead of Logan. Yes, but the office is right across the street. Okay, then go to Logan. I mean, Acton, that's ridiculous, but also at the same time, I kind of understand not wanting to drive around here. Just saying, man. I get it. That makes perfect sense. All right, so I really wanted to redo the nose of this plane. I was never really happy with it, and I really don't like how you get out of this plane either. I think that looks a little ridiculous. Yeah, that's a way to get in and out. But I'm not like, I don't know. I'm not like sold on it completely. How did I make that? Okay. So I wanted to make a nose where you could actually use one of the cockpits in the game and actually fly. It's supposed to look like a flight deck, but I like this part up here, but I really don't like... I don't like my decision to use a fuel tank there. Is that the root part? That's the root part. Oh dear. Oh dear. I hate New England winters. My truck is sick and waiting for the hook to take it to the shop. Oh no. Mine's in pieces. See this part that's striped, that's red right there? I took all the grill and everything off so we could fix that. So I could get all the spray paint off that. Yeah. So I took a lot of the front grill off. What are you gonna do? It looks good in white. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's coming along, dude. Using Freb as a table. Freb doesn't care. It's a truck. Can you grill on the grill? Ah, it's plastic, Vin. It won't. That wouldn't end well. All right. So I have a large docking port being used for attitude, and it's not even. Is that? Oh. Okay. What's this strange lag? Internet is being a little spotty right now, Cora, probably because of the storm, if I had to guess. Alright, so how are we going to get this done? Why not just use the Mark III parts with a Mark III to circular adapter at the back before the tail cone? Because this is a narrow body, it was my attempt at making a narrow body plane in KSP, dude. That's a Mark III. The body of this airplane could fit inside of the Mark III. See what I'm talking about? I think so, Core. I don't see any weird lag with Kerbal, not any more than what there usually is. So yeah, this thing's actually a narrow body. It's a narrow body plane that we put together. New invention, the no fuel cooking grill from Ford. Just light it up and cook. No charcoal required. So I don't mind how the back of this is put together. I think this is actually really nice. I just got to figure out a way to do the front a little bit better. So let's take that fairing and open it up, and let's figure out how did I make this? Oh, I see. Okay. What's the fairing attached to? Why did I do this way? What was I trying to do? The fairing fuselage is separated from the I-beam in the wing box. Huh. And some of these struts are not in symmetry. Why wouldn't they be in... What the frickin' funkin' waggles is going on here? Yeah. Yeah, Tessa, this is, an interesting way to do this. I mean, yeah, it's older building methods, for sure. I'm just not entirely APU fuel tank feed. Got it. I'm just not entirely sure what... EJ. No. Can I start dunking on past EJ now? What's going on with yours, Sawyer? Yours is no good too? Mine's got an oil leak, dude. I am praying that it's not a rear main seal. But it might be a rear main seal. And if it's a rear main seal, that's gonna make me a sad panda. I've been literally putting it off, going under there and checking. Because I'm so afraid that it's a rear main seal. I don't really want to do that job, dude. But if I have to, I will. If you don't, your wife will. Damn, son. Ugh. Sawyer, what is this, a 7.3? Or is it a 6.9? No, you would have a 7.3. It wouldn't be a 6.9. Acton, if it is the rear main, we'll do it on stream. I'll make that a thing. Doing rear mains on Ford OBS trucks really sucks. It's not fun. I have to unbolt the engine from the mounts. You got to lift the engine up in the engine bay, and then take the pan off, and try to get the pan out from in between the cross member and the from in between the cross member and the sump. It's really, really annoying. I mean, actually, doing rear mains on it, yeah, you're right. But yeah, actually, you know, it's not too bad. It's not the worst. The key is to try and do it with the transmission still bolted. Either that, or you got to pull the engine, and I don't want to do that. I mean, we could. I wouldn't mind doing it. That wouldn't be that big of a deal. I have the crane and everything, but what's the noise that this thing is making, Sawyer? Yeah, that's broken. Yeah. Do it anyway, preventative maintenance, it seals probably factory. Could just be the pan gasket, Tessa. But yeah, I mean, might as well if we're there, right? I think it's the fuel pump, Bandit. I don't think it's the engine. I'm no car guy, but I don't think it's supposed to sound like that. That's correct, Dino. Yes, it is in fact not supposed to sound like a pencil sharpener. It's not supposed to sound like that. Yep. Gene got sick of him, Hellfish. Your vehicle's not supposed to ugga dugga. Yep. That's true. Alright, so For Wings Wednesday, let's get in on this thing. That's not cool. That's not cool. Putting weight in the tail like that to get the thing to fly correctly, not cool. Not cool. Not cool. New craft design. Tessa, I'm taking the wings off of this thing. The wings are a great design. I really like my airfoil that we're using. How this all comes together. I think it's great. We are going to keep using that. I'm just trying to see how that... Yeah, I'll just pluck the wings off of this thing. But, yeah, let's make a new fuselage for this thing. And the big thing is the nose. The nose is just poo-poo. Like, it's not bad for what it is, but we can do better than that. So, Dean, I'm going to mess with this first because it's Wings Wednesday. I want to mess with airplanes. I've been trying... Once upon a time, I did that all the time. Every Wednesday, we'd play with airplanes in KSP for fun. And we'll do half of that today. I don't think this is going to take the entire day to mess with this thing. And then we'll go back to Vulcan. Vulcan, I did get some good work on it done. It's really, really smooth for what it is. I'm really happy with it. I can show you real quick. I got the core and the inner stage all figured out with all the proportions and everything. I'm running into a little bit of a pickle with the engine section. I'm not entirely sure how we're going to get that done correctly, but I think I got a good idea. But once again, getting the elliptical engine boat tail for Vulcan could be a little bit of an issue. I'm not entirely sure how to do that, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. What was the reference for this plane? Nuclear, I freehanded a good deal of it, but the inspiration for it is the Convair 990. That's the inspiration. Because I like the Convair 990, because it's the 990 is the third fastest commercial airliner ever. Yeah, here, I'll show you. Actually, a brilliant piece of engineering from Convair. Yep. The only two passenger liners that are faster than that thing are the Concorde and the Tupolev 144. Believe it or not. Sorry, stream delay. It's a 7.3 power stroke, not an IDI. It has a lift pump that is leaking air and the same pump pressurized to 40 to 60 psi. It runs on the cam in the V of the engine. Yep. Is it... So you have a lift pump. Do you have an injection pump too, or... I forget, dude. I don't know that much about diesels. Yeah, J-Speed, that might be the way to do it. I think I got an idea, actually. We can use some flags and some conic fairings to get it right. I think I can do it. But yeah, it is going to be a little bit of a strange shape. What's the second fastest? So the Concorde is the fast... I think actually the Tupolev 144 goes faster than the Concorde. But... it's also a piece of junk. The Concorde, the only two that are faster than the 990 is the Concorde and the Tupolev 144. I would argue the Concorde is an infinitely better plane than any one of the planes that I've mentioned, but whatever. What are you going to do? Yeah, the Convair 990 could break the sound barrier. It could fly in the transonic regime. Yep. It couldn't go full supersonic, so it couldn't go past Mach 1.2, but it could go into the transonic regime. Yeah, it could break the sound barrier. Barely. Well, half of the plane could break the sound barrier. And it's funny, because it was designed to fly, like, halfway breaking the sound barrier, you get some weird aerodynamic phenomenon, like these big bulbs that are on the back of the wings. Yeah, that's for transonic stability, believe it or not. 7.3 Power Stroke has what is known as a HEU pump that injects fuel into the ejectors that runs off of the oil pump. Yeah, it uses high pressure oil to bump the pressure of the fuel to whatever it is on those engines. Oh, okay. Okay. P-51 can break the sound barrier in a dive. Yeah, this thing could cruise in the transonic regime. Yeah. Yeah, it can cruise. It can cruise basically at Mach 1, which you really don't want to sit around Mach 1 like that. It's not good for most planes, but the engineers at Convair designed this plane to be able to do that based off of what they learned from the 880, the previous one. So, Convair wasn't as big as Boeing or Douglas, right? And when at the dawn of the jet age in the early 60s, right, Boeing obviously came out with the 707, which broke the frickin' mold on how airplanes should be designed. Douglas responded with the DC-8, and Convair came out with the Convair 880, right? Convair was not as big as Douglas or Boeing. So they had to figure out a way to make people buy their planes. So what was their solution? We can't make as many planes as Boeing, obviously, but we can make a plane faster than theirs. That's what they tried to do. The Convair 880 goes faster than the DC-8 and the 707. In fact, this thing ended up going so fast, it started breaking the sound barrier. And when the 880 started breaking the sound barrier, it started, amongst other things, it started doing really weird things to the plane, but it started really putting a lot of fatigue on the wings. The reason why, long story short, there's a bunch of different reasons. This is where, when you're approaching the sound barrier, so like 0.8 Mach to 1.2, that is an area called transonic. The sound barrier isn't just some static speed. It's not like, oh, I'm going below the speed of sound, boop, speed of sound, right? There's kind of a nominal area called transonic where you're kind of breaking the sound barrier and you're kind of not. Why? How can you be halfway breaking the sound barrier? Well, the sound barrier is entirely dependent on airspeed over the wings, right? Breaking the sound barrier is not dependent on how fast you are going relative to the ground, right? A spacecraft is going way faster than any planes. That doesn't break the sound barrier because there's zero airspeed because it's in a vacuum, right? Does that mean rockets can't break the sound barrier? Well, no, with Falcon 9 we know it can. When it's flying down here it can, right? But it's entirely how air is flowing over the vehicle. So if you think about what a wing does, right? A wing, on the top, you have high-speed air moving at low pressure. And then on the bottom, you have low-speed air moving at high pressure. That difference in pressure causes an upward force. Wings, that force is called lift, right? But you still have differential airspeed, right? So when a plane is approaching the sound barrier, right, the top of the wing is going to break the sound barrier before the bottom is. Because it's entirely dependent on your airspeed. It's also dependent on humidity and pressure. That has a lot to do with it as well. But when the 880 started approaching the sound barrier, weird things started to happen to the top of the wings with fatigue and whatnot because it was breaking the sound barrier and the bottom of it wasn't. So the Convair engineers needed to figure out what this transonic flow phenomenon was. And that's when they redesigned it and made the 990. If you look at the 990, you have these bulbs on the back of the wings. That's there to try and fix that problem. Yo, Jersey, what's up, man? Also depends on air density too, Schlemmo. Yeah. Actually, as you get higher, the sound barrier goes down because there's less air. There's less pressure. The speed of sound goes the speed goes down. The velocity goes down when you get higher up because air can travel faster. Because lower pressure, right? Does that make sense? This is real basic aerodynamics, dudes. Real basics. Well, transonic is not basic aerodynamics, but I'm telling you, stuff does weird things when you break the sound barrier. Chuck Yeager figured that out in 48 with the X1. Weird stuff starts to happen. Very weird stuff. So, yeah, to fix that kind of fatiguing of the wings in transonic, they put these big hollow bulbs on the back of the wings. I mean, amongst other things, it's not just the wings that get stressed out. Same phenomenon here with the airframe, right? The air up at the front of the windows is going to get super compressed, right? But the air right here, because the windows are shooting the air up and over, you're going to get low pressure here and high pressure there. It does all kinds of weird stuff. Brits figured it out first, then the Americans stole the solution. What? What are you talking about? I don't see any de Havilland comments doing this. Yeah, you stole the solution. Now, be quiet. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The UK stole everything from everybody for like 200 years. You don't get to talk about stuff like that. Be quiet. You stole everything from, literally everything from everyone. Be quiet. I'd argue that the weird stuff happens approaching the sound barrier isn't nearly as weird as the weird stuff that happens approaching the light barrier. I mean, I don't know how that's an argument. That's just facts, but... yeah, only 200 years. 400 years. You guys suck. Talking about stupid thing. This plane is awesome, and it started flying before the Concorde, you jerks. Guys, it's just a joke. Jesus. It's just a joke. You guys don't need to take it so damn literally. Oh my goodness. Anyway, yeah. So actually, believe it or not, NASA used the 990 for aerodynamic flight research. Oh yeah, and there's all that cool stuff, but one of the reasons why the 990 is my favorite is because it has 4 J79s on it. Yeah. There's 4 F4 Phantom engines on this thing. Because I want to go fast. Technically, they're called CJ807s. They have no afterburner. But they're J79s. They're F4 Phantom engines. That's how they got the plane to go so fast. So modern day, how close can a 787 or A350 get to the speed of sound? 787 can skirt transonic. It can do it, Jax. So can the A350. Yeah, they can do it. With a tailwind at high altitude, they can do it. This thing could just punch and... This thing basically brute forced its way into Mach 1. Yeah, the 787 probably could do it, but once again, yeah, you probably don't want to do that. Damn it, man. Damn. Thing must have been so deafening. Yeah, it was loud. And also terrible fuel economy. Like I said, dude, look at the engine exhaust in this picture. You think this thing chooches? That was the only way they could get it to go near the sound barrier. They brute forced it with 4 J79s. I love it. I love it. Just give it more thrust. Give it more thrust. We wanted to go to the sound barrier, just make it go faster. Give it bigger engines. Spider-Man, who is he? He's a vigilante. James, tier 2, 81-month resub. Just one more engine, bro. Bro, just one more engine, for real. For real, just one more engine. It'll be good, bro. The plane will break the sound barrier, bro. I swear. Just one more engine. Please, bro. Please, just one more engine and it'll work, bro. In thrust we trust. You're damn right. Just trust us, bro. It'll go fast. Trust us. So that's why I built this plane. I built this plane because that's one of my favorite airliners. But it's very clear that the way I built this is... Except for the wings. The wings and the stabilizers are money. Speaking of Phantoms, did I see your Discord message? I did. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, the Phantom with all the accoutrements on it. Your G650 will do 0.9 at the expense of 30% more fuel than 0.85. Talk about the Thunder Screech? Oh, God. That thing. The XF-84. So, the short story is, at the end of World War II, they figured out that piston engines can't turn the propeller enough, right? You basically can't get the prop to go past the speed of sound. A propeller, just like an airplane, when it's in transonic, starts doing some weird stuff. And it starts really putting a lot of stress on the blades, amongst other things. So, this thing, they decided to brute force it. They took a jet engine, right? Hooked it up to a propeller, and basically tried to figure out what happened when you did have propellers going supersonic. Turns out, amongst other things, with a jet engine, you can push a propeller engine past. You can push the blades on a prop past supersonic. Problem is that every time it rotates around, it makes a sonic boom. Loud would be putting it lightly. Yeah. Yeah, that's why we don't have propeller planes that break the sound barrier. That's not really... Yeah, that's... No. Like what? 150 decibel loud? Rocket engine loud. Hellfish. Yeah. Here, let's see if we can... Here, let's see. I've never actually listened to this. I know it's loud. Any sound guys here? That, if there's sound engineers here, that quite literally sounds like it's peaking high, mids, and lows all at once. Yeah, it's blowing out all channels on that microphone. Yeah, that's what constant sonic boom sounds like. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, you can hear the lows, Hando. It's blowing out bass and treble all at the same time. That's pretty impressive, if I do say so myself. Isn't the buzzing coming from the N1 blades of modern turbofans a takeoff power sonic boom coming from the blade tips? I mean, yeah, Wing, if you have the right pitch on the blades with the right power, yeah, sure. Probably shouldn't do that for very long though. The propellers don't like that. They really don't like that. It's not good for them. I hate it. I hate that. I hate that a lot. Whoa. I do not like that noise at all. And I usually like loud noises. That one I don't like. I gotta turn it down. I do not like that noise at all. That's awful. That is awful. That's awful. I hate it. I hate it a lot. I really don't like that noise at all. That's like one of the first times where I've listened to some ridiculous aerospace invention and actually had like a guttural, like just, reaction to it. Yeah, it had an afterburner. An afterburning turbo prop. Give me a frickin' break, dude. CL1201 Cupid? Yeah, 1201 was cool. Mustard has a video about the 1201, and ever since he released that video, I see more and more people talking about it. 1201 was beast, dude. I really wish we'd made that. Not because it has any use, but damn, would that thing have been cool. Would that thing have been cool? Have you ever talked about planes with the rotating oblique wings? Yeah. I've talked about those, JSpeed, yeah. The Boeing UDF Hellfish. Same idea. Unducted fan. Yeah, it's too loud. Great idea. Superbly efficient. Too freaking loud. Yeah, the UDF that they mounted on the back of a 727. Alright. I want the wings and stuff off of this, but the fuselage needs to be redesigned, so... It's gonna kill me to do this. The Curb Bear 1000. Almost 5... It's literally 5 years ago. This plane design is 5 years old. I can't believe that. Yeah, the Lynx is loud too, Tessa, for sure. Okay, just let's take the wings off, take the control surfaces off, and we gotta mess with this. I really don't like how I put this together, especially the nose. If possible, let's start here with trying to figure out... See if we can figure out a better way to put this together. I hate just having the lander can just kind of poking out the side. That's not cool. Are there better ways to do this? Any other ways, better ways to ingress and egress? Nah. Well, that has the door, but no. That might actually be the best way to do it. All right. Okay, let me get my ruler marker piece here, and let's take that off. What is that attached to? The fuselage is not structurally integral in this design. Why would... I should not have asked. I don't... Yep, don't have an answer for you, fellas. I'm not... Why would I design that like that? That's weird. All right, give me the fairing. I'll take the fairing. Get the batteries in a probe core. Why? Okay. Hey, Luke. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, all systems. So, guys, I'm not like looking at this and go, wow, that's such a bad design. I look at it and I say, why would I design this way? I don't look at my past self and be like, wow, you're an idiot. You have no idea what you're doing. But there are some things here where I might suspect that's what's going on. I think just inexperience with the Kerbal editor at the time, believe it or not, I probably had like 5,000 hours in the editor when I made this. I can make much better designs here. Like, what was I trying to get done here? Like, It's very clear that I designed the fuselage and then just shoehorned some ore tanks in the back to get it to be stable, which... Like, it's clear I added those after the fact. Those definitely weren't there from the start. So, yeah, not cool. Not cool. Not great, Bob. And it looks like I have an integral structural spine made out of girder segments. I get what I was trying to do here. I was trying to give me something to attach the wings to because you can't attach the wings directly to the fairing. That makes sense. That's probably why I took the fairing out. The fairing is not integral. It's not structural. It's independent of it. And then I used an engine plate right there for attaching the fuselages. And then I put nose cones at the back, thinking my guess here would be to get the connections that I needed to add the fuselages. And the engine plate actually simplifies that. It's one piece to attach 2 rows of passenger seats to. Okay, that makes sense, I think. And I think the flight deck, I just said frick it. That's fine. That's good enough. I think I'm pretty sure I built this thing pretty quick. Okay. Alright. Alright. Yeah, and back here, I tied the structure into an aft engine plate. And the aft engine plate is there to probably bridge the gap between this fairing and that fairing. So the fuselages are tied into that plate as a structural bulkhead. And then I put nose cones on here, not for aero, but I put nose cones on here so I could run a strut to this. And then I put these I-beams back here as a place to attach the wings, right? And then I put the APU back there. This was a 1 or 2 stream build. Yeah, I built this thing quick. We're gonna work on Vulcan a little later in the night, Schnooze. Yeah. Yeah, I'll work on it a little bit later. Okay, so I'm going to put this here, and I'm going to start attaching sub-assemblies to this thing. Because the fuselage part we can keep. I don't see why that needs to be replaced. This piece is fine in the back. That's okay. It's mainly the structure of this thing that needs to be messed with. Guess I could have just read the title. Snooze, sometimes it's easier to ask me. That's why I don't mind telling people what's going on. You know, instead of being like, it's in the title, read the title. Sometimes I do that when I'm focusing on something. But yeah, for the most part, just ask, dude. I don't care. Okay. I think I made this at the time before they put the option to terminate a fairing, and I think that's why those are there. I'm pretty sure that's why that happened. You can basically end a fairing and make a fairing basically an open-ended cup nowadays. You can do that. And that's, yeah. These fairings are fine. This is okay. It's the nose cone that I want to figure out. And I'm just up here. I'm going to move this up like this so we can actually keep the parts. That we want to reuse. So the wing can go there. The tail, just put the H stabs over there, and then the rudder, put that there. And then this tail piece will attach the aft fuselage over there. Get rid of those struts. We don't need those. And we closed it on a Juno engine. That's fine. That's my APU. My planes have APUs. So if I leave them out at the desert, if I had left them out at the desert for a little while, it's not a big deal. Okay, cool. All right, neato burrito. So let's get in here and let's try to mess with this. There any struts in here that I need to take out just in case there's some extra ones? Yeah. No. All right. Cool. Excellent. All right. So we can take a lot of parts out of this design. There's not a lot of parts that are needed. Oh, I grabbed the tail by accident. Didn't click on that. Hey, Blitzy had a 8-month resub in there. James had a tier 281 in there too. Cool, cool. Thanks for the resubs, dude. Sorry, it took me a second to notice them. Alright, so I will use a girder segment again. And what we'll do is we'll move the girder segment down, and I'm going to use this, I'm going to use it as a wing box. Planes nowadays, like most passenger jets, dudes, have a design. Like if you looked at a cross section of the fuselage, it basically looks somewhat like this. Like, right? Like the floor for the plane is basically here, right? And then you have windows on the sides, and your seats are somewhat like this, right? Your seats are like that with a center aisle. Part of the reason why the floor is here and not like down there is because that's where the cargo hold usually is. Planes like a 737, for instance, or an A320, they have a cargo hold in the front and a cargo hold in the back. They use that to balance this thing around the plane's center of gravity. So the center of mass of the plane doesn't change whether it's full or empty. It just kind of moves up and down a little bit. But in the center of the aircraft, right where the wing's attached, there's no cargo hold. There's usually something there that's called what's called a wing box. A wing box is basically a very strong aluminum kind of lattice thing that holds the wings to the fuselage. It's the strongest part of the plane by a long shot. Reason why? That needs to be strong so the wings don't detach when you try to take off. The wing box is usually there, and there's usually a fuel tank inside of the wing box. I mean, there could be something else. There could be batteries. There could be whatever. But what I'm going to do with this design is we'll put a girder segment in there. And that girder segment will act as our wing box. We'll grandparent strut it, and I mean, I just used that as an example, so we don't need that in there. I called this the Curbvair 1000. It'll be the sequel to our 990 build. We'll take the flag off for now. I'll re-add those later. Okay, so let's just make sure that this is pretty much where it needs to be, using the old plane structure as a reference. Yeah, that's pretty much exact. Cool. All right, so take this. And now, down here, for structure, from what I can tell, because the wings need to be attached near the bottom, and if you don't attach them to the bottom, there's going to be an open area right here, right? So, like, if I took this and we attached it here, right, that would be okay. But we don't want to attach it there, right? Because that's where the floor is. You want the wings attached to where the wing box should be, right? So we'll put the wings, you want the wings down here, right? And if you put them down there, that's going to leave an open area, right? Planes' fuselages usually have an aerodynamic cover around the wing box. So, like, if you look at the 990, see how there's kind of a blister right there around the wings? See this? See that thing? That's the wing box that holds this whole thing together. Also, the main landing gear, the two main landing gear are attached to the wing box as well. It's the strongest part of the aircraft. So for our wing box, we'll use a girder segment. And then What do we want? Should we want our wings attached to it? Yeah, let's do that. That's good. I'm just gonna reuse the wings, right? Put them in mirror symmetry. Oh, they had some struts. There's an old strut hiding around in there. We don't want those. I'll redo them. But it's very clear that I had my wings angled as well, so let's set these to absolute and move them into the right position. Like I said, it's very clear that these wings were angled like that, and probably angled like that as well. Yep. There we go. They were 5 degrees tilted. It's 5 degrees tilted up and 5 degrees what's called dihedral. So the wings, dihedral are like this. It's like this. Anhedral is like that when the wings are down. Like tilted down. Dihedrals tilt up. So these are tilted up at 5 degrees and they're actually tilted back. I'll get more on to why. He said more on. I'll get more into why later. But we want those wings to be down here. Right? It's great to see the KSP engineering streams again. I'm glad you like it, dude. Let's move this up so I can get a little bit of a better view at the bottom. So yeah, this is really basic stuff for me. I was using very simple components to get this thing to look right. I don't know, we could probably get away with reusing them. They're overlapping in my design. So it's like that, and then the wings are... Huh. That's a weird way to do that. The wing blister is not even sticking out of the aircraft. Yeah, see, we can do something like this, right? And get the same result. So most airliners would be dihedral. Nowadays, Doom, yeah. There are some airliners out there that have anhedral wings. Yeah, sure. Like, the Russian Tupolev 154 has anhedral wings. Why? I have no idea why they would want to do that. I can't, I honestly don't know. Oh yeah, there's a 787 wing box. Yeah, there are use cases for it, dude, but honestly, I'm not smart enough to know what use cases are there. There's the wing box for a trip, for a 7.8. Yeah, nice. Thanks, Uncle. Yeah. Yeah, if you look at the diagrams of this plane, yeah, the wings are tilted down slightly. I once again, I don't know why you do that. It's probably because of the aerofoil that they're using, basically the shape of that thing, but yeah, see, they tilt down a little bit. That's really weird. Yeah, anhedral designs do exist. They're around, but yeah, look at that. Isn't that weird looking? Oh, it's definitely the aerofoil. Yeah, it's definitely the wing. The wing shape makes that slightly anhedral. It's very weird. The landing gear is also weird. Yeah, the Russian planes are a little strange. They're a little bit strange. Yeah, a little weird. ULA posted the Cert 1 rocket cam footage. Excuse me for a second, chat. I'm just going to need a moment.
We have ignition. And full thrust. Okay. 2 good SRBs. And the vehicle has cleared the tower. Both engines operating normally. 2 good SRBs, hitting peak pressure on the SRBs. Everything looking good.
Is it so it doesn't funnel broken air into the engine? Yeah.
SRB peak pressure continues.
Yeah, very nice.
Both SRBs, everything looking good. Expected PU activity on the booster mains. And we have separation of both SRBs, everything looking good. DE4s continue to operate normally. Coming up on 2 minutes into the mission. We are now 17 miles in altitude, 13 miles downrange.
This is what I wanted to see right here.
Phase, approximately 10 seconds to BECO. Throttle down in preparation for BECO. We've completed boost phase chill down. And we have cutoff.
There's engine cutoff.
Coming up on Vulcan Centaur separation.
Yeet!
We have Vulcan Centaur separation. Everything looking good. Coming up on the Centaur phase.
Pre-start.
And experiencing a bit of data loss here. We've recovered
Bearing
the data.
separation.
It's like Centaur engines are up and running normally, good steady state pressure, and we've just jettisoned the payload fairing.
Saw a little bit of the PLF
lights
out there. Bro, cool. How do they control how the SRBs detach with no separator motors? Aerodynamics, Starkiller. The SRBs have a pointed nose cone, so air is going to try to force itself between the SRB and the stage. So they'll just all you need is just a little bit of impulse from the separator bolts, and they'll naturally just fall away. But they do wait until the right aerodynamic, until the right ambient pressure to drop them. Because if you tried to do that in the lower parts of the atmosphere, you'd need a separator motor.
Thermal conditioning firings on the reaction control system.
What was that red ball of fire? The heat from the engine on the first stage. Red ball of fire.
Right as expected.
Yeah. Dual engine Centaur, baby. That's really cool. On separation.
Loop control MECO, we have cutoff. Both engines show normal shutdown signatures. We have ignition, full thrust. 2 good engines. Coming up on cutoff. We have cutoff. Everything is looking good.
Bruh.
Ignition, full thrust. Both engines are up and running.
Bruh.
Cutoff. Right on time. Everything was nominal.
Bruh. So at SRB separation, let me take a look.
Boost down good. The PU activity and the booster mains.
Let me see.
And we have.
What you saw there, Doom, was the spent SRB exhaust interacting with Vulcan's plume. So the SRBs really never shut off. The SRB doesn't turn off. Basically what it does do is at a certain point, the combustion chamber pressure falls off enough because there's not a lot of solid fuel left. The SRB no longer has the ability to maintain chamber pressure. So at that point, it ceases to be a rocket booster and starts being a really nice flamethrower. And then basically just shoots some flames out the back, right? What you're seeing there is the spent SRB exhaust interacting. You're talking about like right there. You're seeing the spent SRB exhaust and the nozzle of the SRB interacting with the BE4's plume here. That's what that is. It's burning some of the bottom of the nozzle, but the SRB is spent anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But you'll see as that GM63XL turns around, you'll see the engine's still on. See what I mean? It's still on. It's just not enough to make combustion chamber pressure and make a high enough combustion chamber pressure to generate any thrust. Yep. He was talking about stage 2 ignition. Oh, I don't know. You just said that separation, but first stage step. All right, let me take a look.
We've completed blue space chill down, and we have cutoff.
So you can see the G load go away. The acceleration stopped by looking at this component. That's when the B force shut off. Let me take a look.
Up on Vulcan center separation. We have Vulcan center separation. Everything looking good. Coming up onto centaur phase.
I didn't see any red flash here. I don't know what do you mean? Those are composite hellfish. We saw a video on how they were made the other day. They basically make a metal they have a metal mandrel. They bolt a metal mandrel together. They wrap the carbon fiber around it, and then they take the mandrel out. Yeah.
Everything looking good. Coming up onto centaur phase.
So right here, what you're seeing here is the outgassing from the RL10. This is called an RL10 pre-start. To get the RL10s to work, they open up a valve that allows hydrogen to trickle into the exhaust, or trickle into the cooling channels on the nozzle of the RL10. That heats up the hydrogen into gas, and because it heats up into hydrogen gas, it expands, right? And all those cooling channels are piped into a turbine, and that turbine will start spinning because the hydrogen's flowing over it, right? And that starts spinning the hydrogen turbine impeller, or the hydrogen fuel impeller. Cool thing about an RL10 is that between the turbine, the hydrogen turbine wheel, and the turbine impeller, there's a transmission. There's a gearbox, and the liquid oxygen pump is actually geared to the hydrogen pump. Yeah, RL10s have a little transmission on them. Yeah, not like a transmission in a car, but yeah, the LOX impeller is geared to the hydrogen impeller. So the pre-start phase here, they're flooding the cooling channels on the RL10 with hydrogen to get the turbines to start going. And once the turbine RPM has reached the RPM that it needs to basically the fuel feed levels, right? The fuel flow levels that the RL10 needs to start, they hit a torch. There's basically a spark plug in there, and boop, there it goes. Now, sorry if I misspoke. I'm talking about in the second stage ignition. The red ball is the engine exhaust hitting the first stage and not plume interaction, right? Right here is some of the exhaust burning some of the components inside of Vulcan's inner stage. Yeah, that's what that is.
And experiencing a bit of data loss here. We've recovered the data. It's like Centaur engines are up and running normally, good steady state pressure, and we've just...
You saw the fairing for a split second over here. Watch. See it right there? It's hard to see because it's dark. But yeah, that's what that is. That's what this flash is right here. It's just some of the rocket exhaust basically burning up some of this stuff inside of the inner stage.
Everything looking good. Coming up onto Centaur phase. Data loss here. We've recovered the data. It's like Centaur engines are up and running normally, good steady state pressure, and we've just jettisoned the payload fairing. 2 good brake wires.
Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, you could see him there for a second.
Good steady state operating levels on the Centaur mains. 2 good engines. Gone to open loop control on Centaur PU.
Yeah, look at that. Nozzle extensions.
And we are in the early phase.
Cool. All right, that's great footage from ULA. Really neat. Let's jump back into the plane build. That was the Vulcan Cert 1 mission on early Monday morning. It was a really awesome Awesome mission. Glowing nozzles are always great. Yeah, right? Yeah. You ain't kidding. It was indeed early. Yeah. Yeah, it was, man. I'm thinking here, guys. Alright, so a good place to put these, I think, would be like right there. That's when it kind of is on the outside there. Now, if we grandparent strut these wings, right? Yeah, it'll... Grandparent strutting these should strut them to the fairing. Yeah, see? It struts to the fairing, so we don't need to run... The struts that I had in here, we don't need those. Good. And if we grandparent strut these pieces right here, it'll strut back to the I-beam. See? Actually, those are strutting to the floor. And the I-beam... Yeah, there we go. Nice. Yeah, this is really good. Hey, Ghost Valley. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Question. Why do we put the truss inside the cargo bay? That's acting as my wing box. I can't attach stuff to the fairing, right? You can't attach anything to a fairing. My fuselage is made out of a fairing because on an aircraft like this, a small passenger liner, right? Fuselage is pretty hollow for people, cargo, right? But in the center here, there's usually a structural component called a wing box. I attached my wings to that. And now what we can do to get this thing really, really strong, and this is how I should have done this on the earlier design, you can't attach stuff to the fairings, but you can strut to them. So what I'm doing here with these struts, got them, is tying the wing box into the fairing, into the fuselage, which is, it's integral on a plane. This is all usually tied together. That was not the case when I built the original one. I built like a keel down the bottom of this thing out of a bunch of different pieces. And yeah, that's much too heavy. Like this is a really inefficient way to do it. But the truth of the matter is that with the building constructs at the time, with how you make stuff in Kerbal at the time, I didn't know any better. But see, we'll attach two here, right? And then what I do, because I'm a little bit anal retentive about this stuff, I always line up my struts. I always take the time to take each end of the strut and make them nice and straight like this. The reason why is sometimes when I'm like explaining things to chat, if people have questions, it's really easy for me to pick up right where I left off because I'll know what struts are finished, what's supposed to be there and what's not. So like if I have a strut that's like this, that's completely misaligned, I know that's not me. That's something that isn't finished. Brace against the inside of the fairings using same vehicle interaction. I don't think that's necessary. Yeah, I don't think that's necessary, dude. I don't need to do that. Yeah, Ghost, if you have questions, just ask me. I have 20,000 hours in Kerbal Space Program. Probably like a quarter of that was spent inside of the editor. Actually, probably half of it. I love building things in KSP. Yeah, we could build whatever. Like I'm redoing a jetliner, and believe it or not, this jetliner, when I originally made it, I made it actually to the day 5 years ago. This design, my Kerbal design here is 5 years old. That sucks. How far was that last shot from Earth in the video? If I had to guess, probably 30,000 miles away. If I had to guess. I'm pretty new to KSP. Actually, not really, but I just got into it more since I'm off work for 2 months. So thanks. Yeah, all good, man. Ghost, I really take my time with whatever I'm building. I take my time, and I always, like, even down to the struts. Everything, some of these designs call for ridiculous tolerances. Something, like, tolerances that KSP really has a lot of trouble understanding. So, basically, I try to do really, really nutty things in this game, because it's me. I like doing that. So, taking your time always yields you better... basically builds that are less likely to go wrong. Like this one. I took my time with this build. And I know that there's really not going to be any issues here. How about the Nuglin stage? Yeah, Star. It's pretty cool, huh? Nuglins. Like, I really... This thing took a lot of development. But it works. It works real good. I wish I could be more patient. It's pretty cool what you do for real. Oh, thanks, man. Right on. Yeah. I'm a little incessant about this. Chat gives me a lot of crap over it, but nah, I don't care. If that's what's... You know, if it requires something where you have to take your time to build it, that's what the design calls for, you know? I actually cranked out CTS 5 pretty dang fast for what it was. That's when I was at really like the height of my game. I'm pretty good with what we do now. I can't build as fast as I could a year ago at this time because we started playing KSP 2 and then we started playing other games, etc., etc. I used to be, like, disgustingly good at this. I could get this stuff done real fast. Like the panel tessellator. That, dude. That was nice. How far away is Nuglin's off from being fully integrated? My guess is that the one that they rolled out, Drummer, is they're going to be using that for structural testing with their transporter erector. Because obviously it's not finished. It's missing a ton of components. What it's not missing is all the structural components. So if you see a new Glen stage roll out from Blue Origin's factory, obviously going to Slick 36, and it's only structural components, the engine section with no engines, the fuel tanks, obviously with no fuel, and the inner stage with no accoutrements attached to it, no control surfaces or anything. If it's only the structural components, they're probably using it for structural testing. Just thought, right? It's probably being used for fitment and integration testing. There's a bunch of red lettering on the inner stage that says not for flight. Could have fooled me, right? Okay. That's weird. Alright, so obviously we have a gap down here now. You mean waterfall testing. Yeah, I do. Yep. Something like that. Alright, cool. So now that we have this all tied in, what I'm going to do is take the aft tail cone fairing, right? And we're going to attach that to the end of the wing box. Obviously, that's not in the right spot, right? But you just tweak it a little bit. We move this all the way back here. We can move this up like this, and now it looks like it has a party hat on the back. We don't want to do that. We want a slightly tilted party hat. Now, this is where I could use absolute snap, but it looks like the threshold for absolute snapping is not getting me exactly what I want. Okay, so an intermediate structural piece I should put an intermediate structural piece here to get this to line up. What we could do is just take the fairing and set it to absolute with no snap and just move it into position until it's right. Like that. That doesn't look too bad. But you get that little gap there. And there you have it. That's the reason why I put an engine plate there. So we could place this and not have it look like it's... I could place it like this so you could line up the top edge and it fills in the bottom. Now, I want to check something. What is my diameter of this fuselage? Let's check. Let's take a look. I think this might be a 2.5 meter fuselage if I'm looking at this right. It is. It's exactly a 2.5. So, well, let's get creative. How are we going to get creative? Watch this. I could put a structural plate there, but that adds mass. We don't necessarily want to do that. How about we get some 2.5 flags here? Let's get some 2.5 flags, right, and attach them to the fairing plate. And if I put these things in like 8x radial symmetry and set their orientation, right, we can move these things out and they should match. They should line up pretty dang well, actually. Obviously, we'd need another set. Let's maybe go with a bigger. Oh, hello. What's the biggest one? Large. I mean, the reason why you'd want to use a flag is because flags they're not susceptible to arrow in Kerbal unless you make them into a structural piece like that. You make them into a structurable. You make them into a structure piece, then they're susceptible to arrow. But for the most part, they're a physics-less part. And if we set this flag to the right color, like that gray, see? Now, I'm not going to have to worry about this. What we will need to do is take this and put it in 2x mirror, and then see if we can That was a cool idea, and it was a cool attempt, but honestly, the plate is probably going to be a better solution here. Because for any other reason other than, like, amongst any other reason, the outside of the engine plate is the same color as the fairing. It'll blend a lot better. Will it blend? Yes, it will. It will. Just sometimes I'm usually hesitant to use these things because sometimes you do get a little bit of wonkiness with them. Like with arrow. The arrow doesn't play nice with the engine plates sometimes. Yeah, the flags don't look too bad. They're not the worst, right? I wonder if we set this... Yeah, if we set it, the fairings to 4-sided fairings, there's no Z fighting going on here. So what I should be able to do, take this, disable staging, auto strut the thing, decrease the decoupler percentage, set that to grandparent. If I set that to grandparent part, this is going to run an auto strut past the part that it's directly attached to, and basically the part that my wing box is attached to. So that basically gives us a free strut going straight down the fuselage to the fairing over there. See? It's a free strut for you, Jim. Now, if we attach this piece here like this, and we take that, and if we moved it back like this, we could get a pretty cool looking tail. That tail kind of ends up looking, I don't know. There is a plane that does have a tail cone that does kind of do this. But I like the tail being up like this. I always thought this looked nicer. And you're less likely to get a tail strike here with your Kerbal plane doing this. And then we can just slightly move this into position and bridge the gap on the bottom. And then just move it up just a smidge. Like that. There you go. And now if we could take the APU, right, and tilt the APU so it's lined up. There. See? Is this based on something? The inspiration for this plane originally was that thing, Convair 990. Just because I thought it was cool looking. I think it's a cool looking plane. And the 3rd fastest airliner of all time. Yep. The only two planes that are faster, only two passenger liners that are faster than this thing are the Concorde and the Tupolev 144. This thing can cruise at like Mach 1.1. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? It's still, to this day, it's the 3rd fastest commercial airliner ever used. Yeah. Not very efficient, but it also has 4 F4 Phantom engines on it, because how much thrust do you want? All of it. Yeah, Zymus, it's based off of that thing. Anyway, Fumi, what did I study, though? The dedication on every game I see you play. Fumi, I'm a 3D artist by trade. Everything that I know about engineering, some civil engineering, aerospace engineering, I just taught myself. I read books. I listen to things. I listen to people. I have people skills. I'm good at dealing with people. Don't you understand this? The hell is wrong with you people? No. Yeah. That's what I like doing. That's nuts for the design. 1962 is when that plane started flying. Something like that. So if, I mean, sometimes the engine plate forces an auto strut on this piece. So the tail cone is now auto strutted but to grandparent by default. It's locked auto strut. Because, once again, that's one of the things with using engine plates. It's very strange. But, so, there's an auto strut that's being run from my tail cone to the wing box. So, that eliminates the need for the struts on the original design that I had that did this. Because it automatically did it for you. I had a pair of struts that are holding this all together. You don't need to do that. That's not needed. My favorite part of this plane is that you took the time to make the APU. Oh, yeah. And actually, you reminded me, that needs to be set to an independent throttle. Because it was not set to an independent throttle before, and that was... Okay. What I want to do with this plane, Doom, is I want to put more advanced control systems in it. So, like, somewhere in this thing, we'll have a controller, a CAL controller, for APU throttle, right? Not just sit back here and have to mess with this. I'll just have a CAL up, like, I don't know, somewhere. Like, if we go into the fuselage, I'll put a bunch of CAL controllers here, and our control board for this thing will be up here, right? That's the kind of stuff I want to do with this thing. We'll have one for flaps. So a CAL controller, we could set the flaps at like 10. We could set them at 25, 30. you know, so I'm not just sitting here when I'm trying to land like what you saw yesterday, right-clicking on this thing, deploy, 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 undeploy, blah, 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 blah. I want to put trim tabs on this plane. I want to experiment with slats to see if we can get slats working. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff I wanted to shore up based off of what I saw yesterday. Could this thing also cruise at Mach 1? I think I designed it to do the same thing, Zymus, if I had to guess. This is way too much engine for an airplane this big. It's way too much engine. To the point where when you go to take off, this thing just likes to go up in the air like this. It likes to nose basically up to the sky. What did you see yesterday? Well, I was flying the plane around, Drummer. I flew the plane around a lot yesterday. What I did was I mounted engines on the tail facing out like this, and I could activate one or the other, and that simulated a crosswind. And I just wanted to try and check to see if Kerbal could simulate a crosswind correctly. So once again, I put a jet engine on the tail of the plane to get the plane to kind of slew. That got the plane to kind of fly like this, and I would see if I could see. I was trying to see if we could crab it. You can. It's difficult. It's more difficult than you might think. I did some plane things kind of in the middle of the stream yesterday. Yeah, just some small stuff. Like, we didn't get too fancy with it. I went back to working on Vulcan. Yep. So now, I'm going to need another structural carrier for my wing back here. I can do something like what I did with this, so, but, and, yeah, 375 for the structure back here. What I can do, set this fairing so I can see inside of it. Oh, the APU. The APU is attached on the fairing. Oh, so I'm going to hit save before it. What happens if I get rid of it? Okay, cool. Now the fairing node is open. That's what I want. So take this structural piece, align that with the long axis of the plane, right? And then go back to this fairing here. And put this in a position where it's not clipping, where we can't see it. And that's where its home is going to be. And now if I auto strut that, that part is going to be attached to the engine plate. And then what we can do to make sure this thing doesn't weeble wobble around in here relative to the fairing is I can go in here like this, and we can take struts and, well, for the most part, triangulate this thing. We can triangulate this piece inside of this so it doesn't move around. Now, once again, strut work's got to be mint. That's going to get it to look like it's floating. I don't necessarily want to do that. All right, let's get two struts off the sides like this and attach them to the sides here, right? Take the time to place this right, and then take the time to place this one correctly as well. Like I said, this is how I do business, man. This is how I roll. There. Now I know I made that. you would not be able to naturally place a strut like this in Kerbal. It'll freak out, right? It'll do something like this. This is good. It's good UX for me. So, like, if I went back and look at this plane, I know that that strut isn't just ran there for no arbitrary reason. I ran it there for a reason because it lines up. Pete Carroll is out as head coach for the Seahawks. Oh, no! Anyway. So now we'll take the APU and we'll attach it to the back of the aft structure here. And now, yeah, see, if we just, I'm going to take myself off absolute right here, and we should just be able to put it in a position where it looks like it's capped there. Excellent. Now, we really want to have some fun with this. What we can do is we take a pair of struts. I can't do it. I was going to say take a pair of struts and attach them from here to here, but no, that's fine. It seems like I can't attach struts to the Juno engines. Sorry if you auto-strut to grandparent parts, understanding... So only if you auto-strut to grandparent parts, understand floating in mid-space. Thumper, I'm not sure what you mean. It almost looks like a 757. Yeah, kind of. Well... See, here's the thing, Thumper. With this, the girder is attached to the fairing. That's attached to this gray piece. But in Kerbal doesn't understand that this... It's attached to the fairing. It's not attached to the fairing shape. So to keep this thing from, like, weeble-wobbling around in here, you strut it. Strut it into position. Put something there to hold it in place. That's what real airliners... Nice. That's what real airliners do. You triangulate things with struts that you don't want to move. I'll probably put another set of them back here. But the other thing that I was thinking, dudes, is... Okay, Peter Griffin. Dude, I swear I'm not doing that on purpose. It's just happening because my brain is paced right now. So something that I think would be a good idea is because this is attached to the I-beam now and it's not attached to the fairing shape, sometimes in Kerbal this thing will just start moving around. We generally don't want that, right? I'm just checking something. Yeah, it looks better if we tilt it with the fairing. Blends the shape a little bit better. Right, that looks really, really nice. Hey, Lois. Diarrhea. Ha, Peter. Oh, Peter. Can you engine plate then Juno so you can strut engine plate to the truss segment? So you're saying... I could attach something else to the engine. I could attach the Juno to the engine plate and move it back there. Yeah. And then that would tie this whole thing together. That's not exactly what I'm trying to do here. I don't want this stuff skitching around. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a small cubic octag strut like this. I'm going to move this here like that. Now I'm going to attach the Juno. Our APU. The reason why I'm doing this is so we can locate the aft part of this and locate the APU so it's not moving around. Attaching it to the engine plate could do that as well, I suppose. What I'm really aiming to do here is make it so the APU doesn't move around. If we grandparent strut the APU now, it's going to run an auto strut from this to my primary structural carrier. And then what I can do here with this probably don't need that many struts for this thing. but triangulation is pretty cool. We can run a set of 3 struts like this and triangulate it to locate the APU. The reason why I'm building, like why I want all these struts back here and why I want this structure is because the APU produces thrust. I don't want it moving around, obviously. We don't want that. So let's just move these a little bit forward. And maybe move the entire octag just a smidge forward. Obviously, it's going to move the APU with it, but I just don't want the struts clipping out. But this locates the APU and makes it so it won't move. It won't skitch around. That's something that I saw happening with our crosswind thrusters yesterday. I would fire it and the thing would start scrunching up against the part that it was attached to. And now we have our APU located. Epic plane footage, headphone users warning. Oh, the F-16. Yeah, that's pretty cool, Creeper. Yeah, it flying over the boat. That's cool. So now, yeah, see? There we go. Now this thing shouldn't move around. And now, Doom, like, I know we did this. There's no way that this is a work in progress. See how uniform everything is? I know that we've finished working on that. We don't need to touch it no more. The only other thing I could really think that we could do would be to block the APU's thrust. So put something on the back of this. And the reason why, like put a nose cone on the back, the reason why I'd want to do that is because APUs generally don't generate thrust. They're a turbo shaft. They just generate electrical power. Now, the Juno engine generates electrical power in game already. But I don't want it to really push the plane around, per se. So another thing we could do is just, if we switch on center of thrust, right? And then we just take the other engines and put their thrust limiters to 0, right? It'll show us where thrust is being applied to this. What I could do is take a tail cone and put it in front of it. But that doesn't really look right now, does it? It wouldn't look right having a tail cone there. Or just thrust limit it. Yeah. Varrics is like, I did that. Nice. Yeah, a thrust limiter probably would be the right move, Core. We set the throttle to independent. We peg the thrust at 100 and use a cal controller to change the thrust, change the thrust limiter. That should do it. So we can set our APU power. We just got to figure out where this thing will be producing enough power to start charging the batteries at what thrust. So we'll just leave it until we go mess with it. But yeah. How about the teeny breaking ground cones? See, yeah, that could do it. But now what we'd have to do is we'd have to make it not look like Dookie. And B, can we get it to block that thrust transform? It has to be out here to block the thrust transform. It can't be like clipped into it. If it's clipped into it, Kerbal thinks the thrust is coming from inside of it and it won't apply thrust to it. It won't apply it'll just make thrust. That does look cool though. What are you using for electrical on this plane? Well, the APU and then batteries, just like a real one. A thing to note, APUs actually do produce thrust when on, just not enough thrust to matter. Well, yeah, I know. Okay. Could you program a curve so it ramps up to the proper thrust x minutes or seconds after APUs start? Yeah, sure, why not? Nah, we'll just leave it. I'll just leave it and we'll figure it out. Yeah, I know. I know the APUs generate thrust, but it's some, but it's an inconsequential amount because it's designed to spin a shaft to generate power. It's basically your alternator for the airplane. I don't think you should be worried about nullifying its thrust too much. Yeah, I got you. Alright, so now I have something back here, because once again, we can't attach to the fairings. I have something back here to attach the tail to. Let's move it back a little ways here, like that. Let's see if we can maybe... it's kind of clipping a little bit. Let's see if we can move it forward and upwards just a little bit. The only thing is that, like, when I go to deploy this thing, when I go to move it, I don't want it, like, clipping inside of the... clipping the fuselage. It doesn't seem to be. It seems to be okay. It's right on the edge, though, but yeah, it's alright. Now, take this. We grandparent strut that. Where does that end up going? The grandparent strut will go to the fairing piece right here. Cool. See, the thing is, fellas, is that now there's a lot of stuff attached to my tail cone fairing, including structural components. My gut's telling me to start strutting and triangulating this piece inside of the main fuselage fairing. So I'm pretty sure that's what I think we should do that. Just give me a triangulated set of struts here and just... Do you ever turn on same vessel interaction? For certain applications, Fatal, yeah, absolutely, dude. Actually, that's how my stages on my rockets are held together. Same vessel interaction. So, my docking ports, I use docking ports to hold stages together because I like reusing things, right? If I'm going to go land the stage, I don't want to just hit the recovery button. I want a docking port so I can attach another stage to it, right? So, what I do is, the docking port basically serves as the nut and bolt to hold the stage together. But same vessel interaction between the upper stage and the first stage is structurally what's carrying the load. Basically, the same vessel interaction is acting as a flange, and the docking port is acting as the nut and bolt to hold it together. Kerbal understands that really, really well, actually. Yeah. There. Cool. Now, once again, because it's us, right, let's do that, and then let's take these and move them up and into position. Neat, thanks, yeah, sure. I don't think we'd necessarily need same vessel interaction in any of this here. Yeah, see, that's no good. Because this piece is tilted, right? The tail cone's tilted. That's why we're getting some non-symmetrical strut action here. So let's work on getting these struts to look right, and then that one might be floating a little bit in 3D space, but that's okay. So now that's tying this all back together. I tied the entire tail cone subassembly back to my main fuselage. The reason why I put those struts there is so this thing doesn't bend. If there's any give in the fuselage when I go to activate my control surface will be bending the fuselage, right? And that, for every little bit of control surface movement, like if I'm trying to pitch up, if it starts bending the fuselage, your surfaces are being used to do that and not actually pitch the plane up, for instance. Yeah, same vessel interaction is in game because of me, Fatal Owl. I told the devs that it couldn't be done, and the devs put it in the game out of spite. Yep. They said, "You doubting us?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't think you should. I don't think the game logic allows for this." And they're like, "All right, fine." Patch came out a week later with same vessel interaction, and they said, "You were saying?" And they made me admit that I was wrong on stream. But I got same vessel interaction out of it, so I don't care. Shameless. Don't care. Yep, nope, doesn't bother me. Yeah, Panta's right. Spite is a powerful motivator. Yeah, it worked for me. I got what I wanted. I just wanted same vessel interaction in the game. Yeah, Repo was like, hell no. How do you get the camera to move so freely in Kerbal when building? If you hold down, Kafter, if you hold down middle mouse button and then move the mouse around, you can do this. This is the camera controls that I want in KSP 2. Maybe I should go tell Nate that it can't be done. No. Yeah. If I had this type of camera control in KSP 2, oh man, we'd be sitting pretty. No way that works twice. Well, Repo is on the dev team. Just saying, Repo's still on the dev team. That would be funny, man. I think Nate would be like, shut up. He'd probably be like, all right, shut up. Stop talking. And I'd probably be like, all right, man. Yeah, Kafter, that's one of my big things. I really think they need to do a pass in the editor controls. Yeah, I really think they do. And I think they know that as well, but you know. I think you're not capable of trying to bait them in with spite again. Yeah, fool me once, right? I don't think it'll work, likes. I've seen it, Erudite, yeah. Pretty cool. Okay, cool. I like how that came out. Spite is a powerful motivator. Just look at how often chat tells you you're wrong. Yeah, I know. It's great. Nice. This is looking pretty good, man. Why do you play first game? Because I like it. Why don't you play first game? Okay. You don't play either of them. Oh. All right. Good to know. So what I would like to do here is try to make an angle of incidence adjustment. Modern airplanes, actually this Convair has it as well. If you take a look here, look at the 990. If you look at the stabilizer back here, Obviously, you have your regular control surface here with deflection and stuff. But you see those? See that thing right there? That's a track. Your actual horizontal stabilizers and elevators, you can change the angle of those. That's what these track pieces are for right here. That's called an angle of incidence adjustment, AOI for short. If you change your angle of incidence, it can change the pitch up or pitch down moment on the airplane. You can use it to basically balance stuff out. Most airplanes have these nowadays. So like if we look at like an A320, take a peep at the back of that thing. See? Same thing. You can basically twist these wings a little bit. It's a giant screw jack in the tail, yeah, right? It's not just the leading edge. The whole stabilizer can articulate. Yeah, a lot of planes have variable AOI. Actually, literally, like every single one of them has variable AOI nowadays. Here, you want to see one? You want to see an extreme example? The C5. The C5 has variable angle of incidence over the rear to help balance the cargo. If you look, you look at the C5, you see it. Look at how bulbous the back of this vertical stabilizer is. It's because there's a mechanism in there that takes the entire horizontal stabilizer subassembly and can move it up and down in flight to help make the thing fly better. Hey, Rain, 39 months. Yep. Actually, the service structure for the aft subassembly maintenance on a C5 is one of the coolest things. It is ridiculous looking. Let's see if I can find a picture of it. It's kind of hard to find a pic of one because you don't see them very much. Yeah, it helps balance the load. And that, keep in mind that that's an independent system of trim. Yeah, I spelled maintenance wrong. Ah! Yeah, see, they're just using a crane in this one. Oh man, where is it? It's this crazy looking thing that looks like a mate-demate device for the space shuttle. Because you have to get people up there and you have to be able to take the thing apart. That's the tallest part of the plane. Oh man, where is it? Oh man. Yeah. Is there a crew hatch up there? Actually, Jim, there's not a hatch for, like, crews to get in or anything, dude. This is a picture from the top of it. But there's a whole structure inside of there. There's a whole access hatch for maintenance in the back there. Like, you can get up and walk around inside of the V-stab. Yeah, there's really not a lot of pictures around here for this thing, is there? Yeah, see? There's a maintenance hatch up there. There is a ladder that goes up there, if I'm recalling correctly. C-17 is trash. The A400M rules. The A400's a piece of shit. It's a piece of shit. Keep dreaming, pal. We're not even looking at a C-17. This is a C5. Do you even know what you're looking at? Yeah, the hatch is up there somewhere. But this whole thing actually can tilt up and down. It pivots on the back over here. I'm working on this project. Don't say that. I'm like, what the hell, man? Yeah, A400s aren't bad. It's okay. I don't mind it. But I like my C-17s. Thanks, J-Speed. Now, the A400's a pretty good plane, dude. It's okay. Not the worst. Not the worst thing I've seen. Is this what you're referring to? Yeah, there it is. That's it, mine, yeah. It's got a crane on it and everything, dude. It's got a gantry crane. That thing is so weird looking. Yeah. Not this. Well, there's that, Aqualix, but I'm talking about the service structure. See that thing? That's for getting... Look, you got to get parts up there. Like, look, it looks like the mate-demate device because it's so freaking high up in the air. The whole thing is on screw jacks like a mobile service tower. In fact, a mobile service structure, I think, is what that thing is called. But yeah, you can, like, get up in the tail. You can climb up in there. Yeah, isn't that cool? Thanks, Mayan. That's to get back up here and maintain the incidence thing on that thing. It's really cool. But every plane has those, dude. Well, not every plane. Some of them do, some of them don't. Like, actually, a C-130, I think, has fixed angle of incidence. I'm not sure, though. Are you sure this isn't a movie prop from a Star Destroyer bridge? Yeah, I just had that picture up. Yeah, I just showed it a second ago. But yeah, I mean, because think about it, dude. That's like 10 stories up in the air. Did you hear about the Alaska flight? Yeah, Plaka, yeah, that's not good. What caused the door? It was a door plug, first of all. So a door plug is basically a blank. It's a structure where a door could be placed, but it's just got a plug in it. Just basically a bit of fuselage that looks like a door that bolts in and obviously doesn't open. That last part is the real important part. A door plug is not supposed to open, and this one opened in flight at 16,000 feet. Oops. Theoretically, do you think someone could have actually gotten sucked out? Yeah, sure. Yeah, if the plane was higher up, yeah, of course. That's why this is a really big problem, because yeah, that absolutely could have happened. Yeah, if someone was just standing there, if you were buckled in, unlikely. You would need to be at pretty high altitude to get a decompression like that. Yeah, the bolts... Guys, if a bolt isn't torqued to spec, and it's like on an airplane, what's going to happen, if it's not like really tightened down to where it needs to be tightened down, the vibrations on the plane will just back the screw out over time. Yeah, if it's not tightened to spec, and it's very clear that the door plugs were not tightened to spec here. Like, were they missing? I mean, they may have fallen out. They may have fallen out and might be just dangling around in the plane somewhere, you know, like, yeah, either way, not good. That screams QA problems. I'm in Portland where it happened. The local news is reporting that the plane was not allowed to fly to Hawaii because of problems. Yeah, Rick, the plane was taken off ETOPS procedure. Basically, ETOPS, and for some reason, dude, I always blank on the acronym. It's basically a set of criteria, a set of rules and standards for flying planes over the ocean. twin engine out procedure or something. I forget what it's called. The plane had already been taken off at tops because if the door flies off in the middle of the ocean, you have nowhere to go. So they knew that the plug could come out, which not good. Not good. Yeah, ETOPS is basically the standard like rule set for flying commercial airliners nowadays. Yeah. It's the reason why every single airliner has 2 engines. Or like multi-engines. Like every single thing that goes out over the ocean has 2 engines, because if you have one engine and it goes, you're screwed. You are screwed. Enjoy swimming. Don't they check the screws every now and again, like during plane checkups? Well, Huplaka, certain components are looked over, but a door plug is not supposed to. That shouldn't pop out, dude. That would be like when you drive your car around checking to make sure your headlights don't fall off. Or like a fender doesn't fly off. Like, you're not going to check that every time. Why? Because it's not supposed to, like, that's not something that needs to be maintained. Like with a car, you check the brakes, you check the tires, right? Check for leaks in the engine, make sure the transmission works. You're not going to go to see, like, oh, you know, I might need to tighten down the bolts on my mirrors because are you expecting those to fall off? If you're expecting those to fall off, you probably shouldn't be driving that thing around, right? Like, or your rear left wheel. That was a catastrophic failure. That couldn't be helped. Yeah, we'll make sure the front doesn't fall off. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Are my drive shaft bolts tight? Extended Range Twin Engine Operations Performance Standards. Panta, the acronym gets explained to me every single time I talk about this, and I still forget it. For some reason, it just doesn't it doesn't sink in like everything else does. I don't know why. It's very strange. That's correct, Tuplaka. That certainly, we'll have to wait to what the investigation says, but that certainly seems like what's going on. Give me 1 second. Yeah, exactly. Set it and forget it transit. Yep. Sounds like a bunch of hoopla to me. Alright. So, how would we make something with variable angle of incidence? So, my thing about putting this on a robotic part is we obviously know the robotic parts can be a little finicky, right? We could hybrid tech this thing if we really wanted to. I'm not sure how I could shoehorn some hybrid tech in there. Fatal, everybody's been looking over their maxes because of this, dude. Yeah. I mean, we're lucky nobody got hurt, man. Pretty damn lucky. They're just over here, cost these things. I can still hear Yeah, they're not noise canceling, dude. Just over here. I like over here. I think they're more comfortable. Alright, so how would we go about balancing this thing? Let me think. PC arrived today. You can finally give KSP 2 a go. Nice, man. See, this thing is, I mean, Meatwad, you said that this thing is using a screw jack. We can't make a screw jack in KSP. Well, I probably could with a lot of finicky stuff, but I definitely can't make one that fits in there, dude. So, let's see. Me too. I'm in the market. I saw you posted headset, Razer Black Shark V2. That's what this is, Costi. Yep. And this is a good headset. Yeah, really nice. I've been using Razer Black Sharks since 2014. Yeah. I had 2 Black Shark V1s. Each one of those, and this is like constant use, like 10 hours a day, 50 hours a week use. Each Black Shark V1 lasted, I don't know, probably like 2 to 3 years. And even then, it's just the headset insert that went on those. You could get replacements, and then they stopped making replacements. So the cables on my Black Shark V1 finally started to get frayed. So I took the thing apart and I fixed it with a soldering iron, right? But it works, but I'm just like, what am I doing? So I just went and bought a set of V2s. And the V2, I don't know, I bought the V2 probably like 2019, 2020, something like that. And it never let me down. Hasn't let me down since. That's for the Black Shark V1s. The V2s they still make. I actually have 2 V2s here, and I stopped using my other V2 that I have because I thought the headset broke, but because it wasn't playing anything through the right channel, but that turned out to be the wires, the wires for it. I unfortunately didn't troubleshoot and just kind of assumed the headset was broken because it was old, like 2 or 3 years old at that time. So I bought another one. But I have 2 V2s that work correctly. I just keep that one as a backup. It's always good to have spare equipment as a streamer. Spare keyboards, mouses, headsets, cams, stuff like that. Nick don't like being tied down to the computer. If you get a beacon, you can use wireless. Oh, yeah? Oh, stretching. Beer belly. Gotta get rid of that. Oh, yeah, Nick? You tell me more. Please. Please tell me more. Yeah, Nick, when I say the wires were messed up, my 3.5 jack on my computer is broken. Yeah, that's what the problem was. That's why I couldn't find it. I thought it was the headset. Then I went and bought another one and the channel was out on that. And I'm like, it's very unlikely. So I switched to using wireless. 10 laps around your property right now, go. Dude, it's muddy as hell. I'm not doing that. I don't want to mess my shop up. My shop's already dirty enough as it is. Is that Nooglin's? Do we have some Nooglin's pictures? Nooglin's! Oh, yes! Look at the Nooglins! That he is. Yeah, yeah. I usually watch Blanco Delirio pretty much on the regular. Whenever something bad, whenever something like this happens, I usually go and watch. I usually go and listen to him. I defer to his judgment. This is a nice mock-up. Tain't no mock-up. Yeah, there you go, transit right on. Yeah, Orville Dam stuff is, yeah, exactly, Hellfish. That's how I knew about his channel. And what happened with the Orville Dam is bull snot. You gotta be kidding me. Oh yeah, I know her. That's Arian. She's cool. Yeah, very cool. I hosted a panel for Twitch Space and Science Week in 2017 with her on front paged on Twitch. She's cool. Really wish I could have streamed the conversation we had after, because in that panel that I hosted, she was there, and there were a couple of other Blue Origin engineers there, and I interviewed them. But all the interview questions were all questions that Twitch wanted me to ask, and not questions that I wanted to ask. And they were all like, "Do you like looking at the stars?" and stuff like that. And I was just like, bruh. And then after that, we were all hanging out at Twitch's cafeteria, and I started talking to them about like New Shepard and stuff, and they were like, "How do you know this?" I'm like, "Because I love rockets." Yeah, rip aviators. Yeah, they wouldn't let me wear the sunglasses because it was reflecting the camera and the lights, and I'm like, "But that's like my thing." And they're like, "No, take them off." And they're like, "Take your hat off too." And I'm like, okay. Well, thanks for ruining my brand, guys. Really appreciate it. You ever looked at stars? Woof. On fruit snacks? What's up there, man? I don't know! Red team go! Red team go! Movie magic glasses. Yep. Is New Glenn a Falcon 9 competitor? New Glenn's is... I don't know, Schnooze. Maybe a Falcon Heavy competitor? New Glenn's is its own thing. That rocket is gigantic. Here. Like, take a look. These pictures probably don't convey scale very well. Let me find the rocket comparison picture. It's around here somewhere. Yeah, this is a little bit of an older comparison, but here, take a look. I don't necessarily think it's comparable to Falcon 9. Starship is actually... This is an older version of Starship. Starship's actually taller than that. Starship's up here somewhere, because they extended it. Is that a photo from Matt? Yeah. Yeah, Matt took those pictures. Yeah, I've seen these today, too. Yeah. I mean, they rolled out... What this thing is, guys, is basically an STA. It's a structural testing article that's probably being used for fitment tests, if I had to guess. But yeah, dude, that's just the first stage. I mean, it's kind of hard to convey scale here with the VAB in the background, because the VAB is gigantic. But if you look at the utility truck right there, that should give you a good, like, size representation here. It's an amalgamation of structural testing article in flight hardware. That's not exactly right. It could be flight hardware. Yeah, there's a Super Duty down there. What's New Glenn's diameter? 7-meter diameter. So that's like 22, 23 feet. It's big. That's a big rocket, man. Like I said, she's a biggin. And this is an older render. Their upper stage is going to be way bigger than this. New Glenn is going to end up being about as tall as a Saturn V. Yeah, see that New Glenn 3 stage? Blue Origin originally wanted to do a 3rd stage design, but they ended up stretching their 2nd stage. Yeah, so the 2-stage variant of New Glenn is basically this one right here, this guy. It's gigantic. I mean, look at it next to a Saturn V. It's not as big as a Saturn V, but it's almost as big as a Saturn V. This thing could launch all those trucks to GTO with performance to spare. Yeah, pretty much. It's wider than Vulcan by 50%. Yes. Vulcan, yeah, 5.4 to 7. Yeah, you're right. It's gigantic. I mean, Falcon 9 is 3.7. I don't know what this thing is for, to be honest with you. The VAB makes a Saturn V look like a car in a garage. For real, dude. Also, I got bored. 3 rockets on the same pad. I like it. Yep. That's which one is that? That's got to be Titan 4. It's a Titan 3 or Titan 4. I think it might be 4. Atlas 5, Vulcan, all on the same pad. Cool. Titan 4. Yeah. Titan's all right. We don't hate on Titan. Titan's pretty good. Titan 4 with a Centaur. Ooh. Not a bad vehicle. So, New Glenn's it's kind of like we're not really I'm not going to say that I'm not sure where it should be in the market. It's definitely going to compete with Falcon 9 in some way, shape, or form for launching stuff. But for New Glenn's, like, it's really built for whatever the heck Blue Origin wants to launch in the future. Guys, Blue is not just trying to make a Falcon 9 killer, dude. Blue is really focused on building the infrastructure that you need to live and work in space. That sounds really generic, right? That's like, dude, everyone says that crap. It's not crap in Blue Origin's case, though. What they're trying to do, you know how SpaceX is hell-bent on going to Mars and living on Mars, right? Blue Origin is hell-bent on building cities, gigantic city space stations. That's really what they're trying to do. That's that company's stated goal. So if you're going to build something like a big city up in space, you're going to need a gigantic carrier vehicle to send infrastructure up there. That's why they went with such a big design for their first orbital rocket. They want to build something like Nar Shaddaa from Star Wars. My Star Wars nerd is going to come out here for a second. Nar Shaddaa in Star Wars is a gigantic floating city in space. It's a city that's on orbit. Yeah. There's not really a good picture of the entire dang thing, but you get the idea. Yeah, there we go. Like, that's something floating around at the city. But the whole city is floating around in space. It's just a space station that they kept adding parts and parts and parts to, and it eventually just became a gigantic space station. Yeah, that's what Blue wants to do. They want to do stuff like that. They want to build, like, they've said that core exactly. They said they want to build what's called O'Neill cylinders in the future, but that's like in 50 to 100 years future. What they want to do in the near term is really work on building gigantic space stations. Gigantic space stations that are basically have their own closed ecosystem. Yeah. Like a self-sufficient space station. That's the kind of stuff that they want to do. And they want to leverage like asteroid mining, lunar outposts to get resources to manufacture this stuff in space. That's the kind of stuff that they want to do. Now, don't get me wrong. SpaceX wants to do stuff like that as well, but SpaceX is much more focused on building the city on the planet. Blue wants to do all that except build the city in space, which is cool. That's really neat. Like, a lot of people don't like Blue. I think it's awesome. I think it's awesome what they do, to be honest. I mean, dude, you see the size of that damn stage? That thing is freaking huge. Also 7 ton, baby. 7 tons. Nice. Yeah, exactly, Linprod. Just like that. And this is basically start of the roadmap. I've heard whispers that they want to move into making bigger rockets in the future. But New Glen's is in the BE4 production, and New Glen's is the big one, the big thing right now. Nice. New Armstrong soon. Yeah, there's a 7-ton pulling a Falcon 9 with its upper stage. And there's a 7-ton pulling the pulling New Glen's first stage, man. That thing is freaking huge. Like, it's not as big as Super Heavy, but it's almost as big as Super Heavy. It's, like, the fact that they just pooped this thing out is like, okay. And chat, let me tell you, come here. There's more. Just saying. Some pictures did come out today. I forget who took them, but somebody took a close-up picture of the inner stage on this thing, and the inner stage has a serial number. 001. This is getting out of hand. Now there are more of them. We should not have made this. No, we should have made this bargain. I'm going to keep calling it New Glen's until I deem it unnecessary to call it New Glen's anymore. New Glen's. Like Gremlins, but with nukes. New Glen's. Question, is the Florida pad for New Glenn going to work for New Armstrong? Hard to say. Don't know. I don't even know what New Armstrong's supposed to do. Tessa. I would guess, or not Tessa, Havix, excuse me. What's that supposed to? I'm stupid. Never mind. Yeah, Havix. I don't know why it said Tessa. I don't know. It's just thinking about something else. I don't know. It's hard to say because I don't know what. I don't know. How did I say this? I don't know what their goal is for New Armstrong. Heck, I barely know what the goal is for New Glenn. New Glenn's going to work on Project Kuiper and then work on SLD, moving the second lander for the Artemis missions. So Sustainable Lunar Development and Project Kuiper and NASA and one NASA escapade mission is what they're going to work on. So, like, I barely know what New Glenn's supposed to do. I have no idea what they want to do with New Armstrong. I don't know what that thing is supposed to do, so it's really hard to say. I would guess there's probably some technological maturation there. Like, so yeah, probably parts of it. Slick 36 is big. They really, really made that into a big launch complex. We're talking, like, 36 is a super heavy launch vehicle launch facility. Like 39A or 39B. It's freaking huge. Yeah, there is Orbital Reef as well. Yep. And we do know that New Glenn is human rated. So if we look right here, this is a really, really old picture. Probably 10 years old at this point. Slick 36 before was a twin pad launch complex used for Atlas Centaur. Right? Atlas Centaur, Atlas 2AS, and Atlas 3. And all the variants kind of in between those. They stopped using it when Atlas 5 started flying, so they stopped using it, give or take, about 20 years ago. I don't know the exact date off the top of my head. So you have 36A, 36B, and then next to it you have Complex 11, which was a original, like, Atlas Agena launch pad. You want to see what this looks like now? Ah, that must be photoshopped. I see pixels. That's what it looks like now. Blue just took 3 launch complexes and combined them into one. It's gigantic. Yeah, it's freaking huge. And the hangar right here, this thing, is where they, took that test article to today. It's like I said, it's probably a structural pathfinder. Those parts could be used for flight in the future, despite them saying not for flight on them. They look like they could be retooled for it. But what they're most likely doing with that thing is figuring out how to pick it up, like testing the cranes in that hangar right there. Make sure they can hoist the booster. Make sure they can put it on the launcher, etc., etc. And I will say, dudes, the launcher, the transporter erector and launcher for New Glenn, because New Glenn's a horizontally integrated rocket, it will be the biggest horizontally integrated rocket since the N1. The TUA, the Russians called it grasshopper. This thing. Let me see if I can get a good picture of it. Give me one moment. Here we go. This thing. The Soviet N1 rocket was built horizontally, and then they took it, they put it on this big transporter erector, and then they turned it upright onto the pad, right? So, once again, this is called a TUA in Russian. I know the slang term for it. The engineers that worked on it called it grasshopper. But if you look at the people down there, and you look at the train tracks, you can get an idea of how big this thing actually is. New Glenn's transporter is going to be similar in size. It's going to be freaking gigantic. It looked like an SDA made from the first parts off the line. Yeah, core, but like if you look at Vulcan, the Vulcan test articles were refitted for flight. Right? Like, I'm pretty sure they're going to end up using those components later, not just for testing and then put them outside and put them in a field somewhere. So, yeah, the N1 transporter, this thing. Yeah, Blues is going to be on par with that, and that thing is freaking gigantic. Because, yeah, once again, if you look at it, the train tracks on the sides should be able to tell you how gigantic this thing is. The thing's like the size of a football field. It's freaking huge. And it turned the entire rocket upright. Look at that thing. That's freaking wild, man. You know how strong the hydraulics need to be to do something like that? That's a big piece of equipment to rotate like that. The grasshoppers both still exists. Yeah, there's two of them, Jim. Yeah, they're still there. They were refitted for the Buran Energia, and they've been in that configuration since the 1980s. They're still there. There's two of them. Yep. Fueled vertically. Yeah. No liquid rocket that I know of, Apocalypsis, is fueled horizontally, except for a strato-launched one, like the former Virgin Orbit's Launcher 1 rocket. But yeah, the grasshoppers, they're still there. You can see them on Google Earth in Baikonur. If you look at Site 110, they're still there. There's nothing on them. They've been sitting there for like 30 years. Kind of sucks. It kind of sucks to see them like that, but hey, whatever. What are you going to do? They needed 4 locomotives to move this thing. 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the other side. That's how heavy that thing is. Absolute unit right there. Look at that thing. It's pretty cool. I like mobile launchers better, but that's still pretty cool. But that thing is going to be put on something similar in size. I mean, once again, fellas, and just on a side note, Matt Haskell took these pictures. He's a launch photographer that also does work on the Space Coast. I can always tell you how you can always tell anything that rolls down the road on a regular road. You can always tell how heavy it is by the amount of wheels. How many wheels you see here? That's big. That's big and it's heavy. That is an absolute unit right there. How many wheels you want? Yes. Also, a 7-ton truck is pulling it. This thing, for reference, these Oshkosh 7-ton trucks, it's a military vehicle that's designed to tow tanks. Tanks. Yeah, tanks. Okay. Making sense now? The thing's heavy. That's what I'm trying to tell you. 7 tons are sweet, dude. That's a cool truck. Tanks for the info. Ooh. It's towing tanks, all right. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. They definitely are. That is absolutely true. It is towing tanks. I should say tracked vehicles, right? Dude, I want one of those 7 tons. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. They're cool, right? All right, take those lights off there. We don't need those. All right, so how are we going to figure out angle of incidence here? It's living its best life. Yeah. Did someone say tanks and tracked vehicles? Damien's like, hey. We were talking about the 7-ton truck that's pulling the New Glenn testing article around. That thing is designed to tow tracked vehicles, but also tanks around. I want one. I want one of those. I don't have any need for it, but I want one. Actually, I'd be like totally cool with like a 1.5 or a 5-ton. 7-ton is just, yeah. What would you do with it? Move things? Like, do you think they have a special operator for that thing? Yeah, probably. Move, yeah, you could tow the entire garage around. Use it for plowing. For plowing snow. That's such overkill, dude. Any house is a mobile home if you have a big enough truck. Actually, I always said, you know, if money was no object, I want an M88. M88s are my favorite. That's my favorite tank. You know why M88s are my favorite tank? Because why have a gun on your tank when you could have a crane? I like cranes, and I like tanks. This combines the two. If money was no object, I'd be daily driving one of those around. Alright? Dude, screw putting a turret on the top. They're not going to be they're going to expect that. They're not going to expect you showing up with a crane on top of your tank. Just saying. You show up to the fight with this, the enemy's just going to get confused. And then they're going to get so confused, they're going to be like, and then you don't have to fight. And then you can just pick things up and put them down. Oh no. What? Why are you showing me this? Why are you showing me this, man? You want an 1150. We're never going to get anything done. No, I'm going back to build this now. Go away. Go away. I can't look at that. What's wrong with you? No. Ad time? Oh, here. More distractions. Lovely. You know I love those. Alright, Snibbles. It's D20 you in chat. You rolled a 12. Alright, what about me? Loser! Rolled 18. No ads for you. Alright, so... Okay, so for my stabilizers here, I have them on a robotic piece, but I'm concerned that this robotic piece will cause a lot of flutter. So I'm trying to think what would be a good solution for that. We could hybrid tech this thing, but even hybrid tech might not cause it to work correctly. I'd have to really see how much load is being put on these wings.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You know what? I got an idea. I can see that information. We should be able to see it. Hey, Costi, 3-month resub. Thanks, man. Hybrid tech sounds like the best option you have. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's get the 990 out. And let's see how much load gets put on these things. Let's take a look. I don't think we're even going to have to, Jim. I should be able to figure this one out. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. I'm designing it in my head right now. Forgive me if I'm being a little dramatic, but yes, this is what I do. Just... Yeah, okay, that might work. I think I got a way to figure this out. So, if we take a look here, we can get a lift number here, right? If we click on the wing. I'm going to automate the control points systems on the later version. We have enough power, okay. Too much evil. Too much evil. Too much evil. Okay, let's take a look. When we're pitching up and pitching down, what's the maximum load that we're going to see with this thing? 30. I saw 30 there. All right, now let's do this. Ready? 50. I think I saw a higher number than that. I saw negative 39 there. So the lift, the amount of lift that this wing is generating here is showing me the amount of force that's getting applied to it, right? That's the amount of force that... So whatever I make needs to be strong enough to be able to withstand a force of, well, on the minus side of things, I saw 40 kilonewtons. So 40 kilonewtons down, and I'm seeing up to 60 up. See, I saw it go up to 60 there. So we need something... We need to build a mechanism that's able to withstand... I mean, I never want this damn thing to break, so I'm going to say be able to withstand 100 kilonewtons of force being applied over the H-stabs. $707 roll? What are you doing? Selling airplanes. I saw up to 80 there. Pretty nice flying, Fox. I'm hit! Slippy is useless, alright? I'm just gonna go outright and say it. Slippy is useless. Do a barrel roll. To barrel roll, press Z or R twice. Do a barrel roll. Hey, Einstein, I'm on your side. To barrel roll, press Z or R twice. Use the boost to get through. Yeah, that's right, J-Speed, for sure. In this episode of Wings Wednesday, how not to land an airplane. Woo-hoo-hoo! That's sketchy. I'm gonna do the opposite of what you should do and force her down. Yep, we're running out of runway. Okay, yep. Now let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. That was a bad idea. That was a really bad idea. A really bad idea. We got a number for you to call. Alright, let's do this right. Let's get the plane back down. We gotta finish building the other airplane. Landing gear, check. 160 knot touchdown speed, check. You should add ground spoilers to an action group. I'm gonna do that on the plane, the 1000 version of this. This is the 990. We'll make the Curb Vare 1000 and we'll add all those systems in. Right now I'm trying to figure out a mechanism for the angle of incidence, so I can have AOI adjustment, Bear. What I'm doing here is with the 990, I'm looking at wing load. The highest thing I saw was 80 kilonewtons. So I'd say if I rate something for about 100 kilonewtons of force, we should be able to, I should be able to, give me 1 second. Yeah, we didn't need that. I should be able to make something as long as it can take 100 kilonewtons with, like, I'm worried because the robotics are a weak part that you could get flutter on the rear wings if I don't put some kind of mechanical detent in there to prevent it from, like, bouncing back and forth too much. A damper or something. And that gave me an idea. Did anyone die? Just my engine. It's alright, we got 3 more, it's fine. It's at tops, right? The twin engine operating parameters, you know, we still have 2 engines, so we're still compliant. Just saying. Right? Yeah, that engine was due for maintenance or something. Yeah, it was a fake engine. It's just there to look nice. Yeah, it's like one of those fake engines. Engines turn or passengers swim. Take the 990 and turn it into an air launch vehicle? No, I'm good. Yeah, the bolt. We had bolt failure or something. Valves. Oh boy. Alright, so let's think about this. How are we going to do this? So let me turn this fairing on. Oh, here, let's move this. How far back can this thing be without it being an issue? That's where the wing basically needs to mount. Yeah, Doom. Oh, so that was the test engine from yesterday's flight. Yeah. We were just testing. I was just testing you. In the airplane. Is this plane going to have ejecting side doors? That's door plugs. And no. No, I don't think that's a good idea. Alright, so that's basically where I want this to be. So now take this piece and put it down here. Let's design something, and then we gotta test it. Let me think. I need a carrier piece here. Let's use this. Let's use that the regular octag. We'll use it as a physicsless piece. Right? And then take this piece, move it down here like this, and then take my wings. Take the wings. Put them in symmetry. Get them at the angle, the wing sweep, the sweep angle that I want, and put them right there. Like that. And now I think my wings also, I had them tilted up a little bit like this. So now I take this piece, move this back into there like that, and then take the whole mechanism and move it up into position. Right? That does have a little bit of clipping on it. And then I do believe I did something like that with the rear wings. Cool. Now we have AOI. Or at least something like it. Let's see if we can move that forward. Now, let's go in here and select this piece, right? Let's check off allow full rotation and give me maybe a 5-degree limit on either side. Any pilots out there? Can you guys tell me what, what's the range on angle of incidence adjustments here? 5 degrees? Positive, negative? Like, I'm not sure. I'm taking a guess. Right? So now what I should be able to do is that. We should be able to adjust it. But see, now I gotta be careful because everything is connected on one robotic part. 15 to 30 meet? Oh, okay. Let's do 15 then. What does 15 look like? Oh. Let's try minus 10. Let's try that. $10 degrees up down does look to be about right, but there's some parts that are clipping. So I gotta go in here like this. Make sure we're selecting just the robotic piece. We just gotta move that forward a little ways, and then we gotta move these wings outward a little ways. Like that. Does EJ Air have any good in-flight movies? We only show Flight of the Navigator. Sorry. It's the only movie. Compliance. That's good. G14 classified. That's good. Now, tilting it this way, that's fine. We get slight clipping from the robotic part there. Now, let's see. What does that do to my center of lift? Yeah, see? That's what angle of incidence does. It really... It's used so you can move your center of lift around a little bit. Keep in mind, this is different than a trim tab. Trim tabs would be on this thing already. Huh. Somehow I don't think that's what I want this to do in terms of shuffling that COM around. But it's hard to say. Because this is trying to take into account aerodynamics with those wings down there from this piece. But then again, I already copied these pieces over, so we don't need them anymore, so get rid of them. That will get me a more accurate representation of COL movement. I'm gonna set this to a 5-degree increment for KSP. I think that's really what we need. See, that shifts it back and forth. I don't want it going forward through the range of motion. I want it moving the COL forward and back, not forward then back then forward again. Right? See what I'm saying? Judging by what I'm looking at here, there's really no difference in lifting force applied to vehicle here between that and that. I'll just leave it at 5 and we'll go from there. Yeah, I mean, Jonathan, we'd have to see how it works with body lift and everything figured in. Body lift from the fairings. So we'll work it in, and let's take a look at the robotic part. This robotic piece, how many... It's 200 kilonewtons of force. So that, believe it or not, might be okay. We might not need anything else to hold this thing in position. Yeah. Cool. We'll just leave it, and we'll see. I'll work the controller in for this later. All right, so let's just leave that and see how this ends up. Like I said, I'm not sure how good I am with attaching my stabilizers to a robotic piece, but we'll see. We'll need to flight test. Center of lift will change with trim, obviously, but I'm not sure if the VAB is really true indicating behavior. It's hard to say, Rocket Guy, because, once again, my plane is in pieces, right? So, I'm not sure. Hey, Rob, what's going on, buddy? But yeah, we'll see if that AOI does something. It might. It's possible. I'm just going to tuck these in a little bit so they look a little bit nicer. Yeah, I don't want it to look like I just attached control surfaces randomly to a wing. Yeah, make it look like all one integrated piece. I know this may seem like a bit of a silly question. I love watching your streams and I admire it, but Kerbal is super involved. How do you keep motivated to keep going and building stuff on such a regular basis? I mean, McBro, I'm not going to sit here and tell you, like, you know, I don't, like, sometimes I don't feel like playing Kerbal. And sometimes we just go play cities or something else, dude. Like, in terms of how do I sit here and do this? I don't know, dude. It's just something I do. Like, I love figuring this stuff out. It's brain candy for me. Like, I don't know. I don't even know. Like when you have a good meal, right? It's the satisfaction of getting it right and building exactly what you want. Because in Kerbal, it's difficult to make what you want, right? It's hard to do. It's hard to get that right. So, yeah, I mean, I guess I get a lot of satisfaction out of that. Out of making this exactly what I need, you know? Yeah, there's like thousands of different planes to understand and learn about, so yeah, I'm always going to have something that I want to get into. Like, dude, if you told me at the beginning of the week that I would start working on the Kerbal 990 again, I would have been like, what? Wait, what? Why? But, you know, we were playing, like, we were talking about airplanes with the 737 because the door plug came off, and I'm just like, you know what? I feel like messing with jet planes, and it's Wings Wednesday, so let's get it done. I'm going to work on Vulcan a little bit later tonight. But yeah, there's always inspiration, dude. Like, I always have something cool to build. Like Vulcan. If you asked me, like, oh, I don't know, like a week ago, before the Vulcan mission, you want to make Vulcan in KSP? I would have been like, no, not really. But I saw it fly, and it's like, oh, that's awesome. I love that thing. That's cool. And now, you know, now we're building one. Like, every time we see a new innovation in the aerospace industry, that something that we could potentially replicate in Kerbal, it makes me want to play. And the aerospace industry is always innovating. Always. It's just like when we're playing cities. There's billions of miles of road out there. There's always going to be something new or a different style of road or interchange to learn. Just one more lane, bro. Please, just one more lane. It'll fix it, bro. Will you play Flight Sim again? I wanted to play Flight Sim this week, but every time I go to try and install it, something happens. Like there's something else that I need to do. Or like today, I wanted to get Flight Sim installed today and I want to fly around in Flight Sim with you guys. My roof started leaking from a catastrophic storm last night. So I had to, you know, go clean that up. That was fun. That's why it was late to the garage. A lot of people in the industry do, Nova, yeah. We had 60-mile-an-hour winds and torrential rain at the same time. It was raining sideways. It's raining sideways. So, yeah, the wind forced some of the water into some parts of the house. I don't know anyone in the industry that plays KSP. Yeah, that's a game for kids, right, Rocket? It's gonna rain! Thanks, Ollie. Roof leak, brother. Yeah. Yeah, not too keen on that one. Literally all my friends are children, apparently. Right? There's always something to learn. There's always something to do. But yeah, see, Rocket, you tell me. I went and flew the 990, the old version of this plane, without that component in there, and I didn't see wing lift load. So I would assume that the lift being exerted on this thing is somewhere near the load that's being exerted on the wing. I didn't see anything over 80, 90 kilonewtons. But I'm not necessarily sure if that translates to the rotational torque here. This thing has 200 kilonewtons of torque. I mean, basic math, you know, like, I didn't see anything above 100. This thing has 200. We should be good. But once again, that's rotational torque, not just linear torque, right? So it's not just a linear force. So I'm not 100% sure if this is exactly going to work. What I was thinking about doing is taking a hydraulic piece and having this work like a damper. Basically putting this here. I can't really fit the thing, but take this, extend it, turn the damping force to max, right? And then attaching the end of this to the tip of the wing that's in here. So if the wing starts to flutter, we have a damping mechanism to make sure that it doesn't move. But I don't know. Yeah, okay, Rocket. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Wait, you have a check mark. Are you partnered? Like that would not be bending the part, not rotating, and yes, sir. When did this happen? Congratulations, dude. On my birthday last year. November. Okay. You said last year and I went... But November wasn't that long ago. I was like, how did I not notice that before? I was talking to you all yesterday. But that's cool, man. Welcome to the club. And the fruit paste is delicious. Anyway. All right. Guys, this plane has a problem. Currently, the front fell off. We need to rectify this. Well, the front fell off. All right, so what parts of this do we not need anymore? We don't need that part. We don't need that part. Gosh. So how the heck am I going to make this thing work? Let's see. Check for loose bolts. Well, I warn you that doors falling off the plane is not very typical. They're not really designed for that. That one was, though. You know how I could tell? Well, the door fell off. It's not very typical, though. I just want to make that very clear. Alright, so how are we going to fix this up here? So what I did was it looks like I radially attached two nose cones. And then the two cockpits are... yeah, okay. Oh yeah, the other thing we want is spoilers up here on the wings. I'm wondering, can we do that? And more importantly, will this do what I think it's going to do? think we could do that with a deploy direction. A deploy direction on a Cal controller, that probably could do it. Okay. Oh, jeez. I'm fairly confident Kerbal will understand that. Alright, so... what else? Trim tabs, but we'll work with the variable angle of incidence before we get into doing trim tabs. How the heck am I going to make that nose cone not look stupid? Hey, buddy, you just blowing from stupid town? I'm trying to picture the shape here. How are we going to do that? How are we going to do that? Yeah, that doesn't look bad, except for that bottom part. I see why I did this way. Yeah. Actually, that looks a lot cleaner than what I had before. It'd be cool to be able to get the whole flight deck, though, so we can get the bottom of the windows in. I'm just not entirely sure we're going to be able to fit all that. Are those tubes the passenger seats?
Discovery,
Yeah. Pigeon, there's no fuselage. There's no crew tank, is what they're called in Kerbal, that comes in this size, dude. There is one, but it's more a space station module. I don't want to make a plane out of what looks like a bunch of space station modules all bolted together. I don't want to do that. It would look weird. It would look like that. Yeah, no, hard pass. So I use the smaller fuselage diameter, and I just stack them next to each other, and that gives you basically what you're looking for. Hey, Chief, 63 months, Wings Wednesday. I have so many memories of staying up all night watching. Right on, man. Yeah, I redid the back of the curb there. It looks pretty good. I mean, it doesn't look too far off from what we had before, but... Actually, there's other ways that we can make these pieces look good. But I'll get to doing that in a moment. I want to get the whole fuselage figured out, and then we'll start shifting components around to get the center of lift and center of mass and everything all lined up. So that's made out of a backward-facing fairing, the tank, and then a forward-facing fairing. Okay. That's a weird way to do that. Let me see if I can... What is like the ideal position that I would want these windows to be in? Oh, they're tilted inwards? Yeah. Ooh, okay. Yeah, might not want to do it exactly like that. with the noses converging, that looks like a good flight deck. That looks like cockpit windows, the type that we're kind of looking for. But I guess, let's say, what happens if we just angled this a little bit like that, right? That doesn't look too bad. Yeah, okay. That's not the worst. I could probably make a fairing go around that. Like here, let's just play around with this one. Could I get this one to make that shape? Let's do something like this. Strato Fortress vibes? Yeah, I guess. That's actually not bad. Shaw, what I think I want to do is get rid of that fuel tank adapter. I don't like it. Hey, Stellar, what's going on? I want to get rid of it. There's got to be a way that we can make this with just fairings. Yeah, because it looks weird, man. It looks like I shoehorned a bunch of parts together, and it looks like the nose is broken. Worked at 5 a.m., so I just got home having a beer. Right on, man. Yeah, Dutch got flags could do it, yeah. That would be nice. But I don't think we can get that shape right. Nah, I don't want to do that. That's exactly how it looks. Right? Okay. So let's go up here like this. And let me think about this. This is what I mean about getting back into the swing of things. Having a small little problem like figuring out a nose cone. That's gonna, when we, if I go to build like Vulcan out and stuff, right? That's gonna help me a lot. Actually, you know what? What I can do is let me select that fairing and copy it. It didn't like it. Yeah, a little bit, Stuart. To an extent. What's the docking port in the front of the plane for? Control point 7. You can set your nav ball to be from the point of view of the docking port. And since the cockpits that I'm using, I tilted them down to blend them into the nose cone, I need a docking port to set my control point so my control point is straight instead of pointed down into the ground. And I told him to go merge craft file with himself. Okay, get rid of that. All right, get rid of this for a moment. And the passenger decks. Alright, get rid of the cubic octag there. Get rid of the, take the engine plate, subassembly, move it like that. Take the fairing, edit the fairing, set fairing snap, and make it an open fairing like that. Cool. That should rid us the need of that engine plate up there. We shouldn't need it. Because what I can do is I can use this fairing to make part of the nose cone, and then we could just back it in like that. And then if I take that fairing and set it to a 4 side, and then set it, like that, see? It's really... fairings are different sizes. All right. That fairing that I use to continue the fuselage is a different diameter than that fairing. See what I mean? That may have made some aerodynamic wonkiness up at the front of this thing that we probably don't want that. Yeah, that's probably not a good idea. So what I'm going to do is take the Curved Bear 1000, this exact craft file, and I'm pulling the fuselage parts off of this thing. Get rid of the wing box and take that craft file that part by itself, just put it there, get rid of the rest of it. Now I have the fuselage here, and if I take this fairing, blend it, and move it in here, will it blend? It's the exact same size, and it's a seamless transition. So take this fairing, edit the fairing, obviously. Oh, well, that's useless. I deleted too much of it. Do the same thing again. Is it possible to make an extra long airplane? Pigeon, you can make anything you want in this. If you can think it, if your computer specs can handle it and you can think it up, it pretty much can be made. Oh, that's the old craft file. I don't want that. I merged the same crap. There we go. I just want a plain copy. Yeah. Yeah. See, now you get a seamless transition. But what do we want this to look like? I don't know. Here, what we'll do, take this fairing, move it out here for a second, and then edit the fairing, build the flat part, and then edit it again. So build that piece, and then just build a nose cone piece, right? That's probably not what it's going to look like, but... I'm thinking. I know a way of doing this. Quick modeling question. I'm making a Pew Pew model for a class in Maya, and I want to make the slide hollow. What would be the best way to go about doing this? What modeling method are you using? Make the cube I have half and extrude the faces? What extrusion method are you using, Nuclear? You're talking about extruding faces. Do you want to extrude? I would do... Give me 1 second. Autodesk updated their terms of service. Thank you. Subs can post links, right? Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can, but give me 1 second. All right, so here, make a primitive, right? Select the edge, 2-edge ring and split. Right? So now we have half of a cube, right? But see, here's the thing. You can work with this, sure. Here's what I would do. Take these faces, get rid of the bottom face and the 2 side faces, right? We're still in symmetry here, right? Now you want to make a slide. A slide is what? A U shape, right? It's U-shaped because pistol slide moves back and forth. The bullets and the barrel need to move inside of it, right? So I would use edge extrusion for something like this. Go like this, take that edge, right? And then hit Control E to extrude. Hit Control E again, extrude up like this. Hit Control E one more time. And then what I would do is take those vertices, go into our orthographic view like this. Oh, I broke something. Go into the ortho view like this and negative scale it. And then hit W and hold X to snap it to grid. Right? And then take the edges here, select only the front edges, and then extrude. That way, when you go to duplicate it, right, you can duplicate this, and then don't negative scale it, use the duplicate function, but there you go. And then, like, you know, you want to make this look cool, right? Go like this, rotate it 90 degrees like that. Take a primitive cylinder, go in here like this, right? Look at it from the front. Right, and then, you know, you have your barrel in there. And then you select the faces here. Actually, yeah, select the faces. Well, better idea. Get a toroidal shape, a torus. Do the same thing, 90, right? And then scale this to the size that you want, the caliber, whatever it may be. Go into the side view here, side wireframe like this, and then delete the front faces off the torus, and then delete every face but those ones right there. So now, with your toroidal shape, select your edge, go into vertices mode here, right? Go into vertex mode, scale this out to the caliber that you need, right? And now, go in here and do the same thing with edge extrusion that I was talking about before. Go right here, click on that edge, Control right click, 2-edge loop, Shift click the next one, 2-edge loop, right? Control E. Boom. Barrel shape. Go in here, select your edge normals, hold Shift, soften the edge. So now it looks smooth. Now you got a gun barrel. I'm good at this. Very good at this. And then the original part of the torus that we used right here, we don't need it. So go into faces, right? And bye-bye. And now reselect these, negative scale, snap it to grid. like that, and then whoop. Now you have something that kind of looks like a Glock slide here, but there you go. Dalby, you want to see the stuff that I make in 3D? I'll show you real quick. We got to get back to Kerbal, but here, take a look. And then from there, it's just honing the shape. You can do it with subassembly, or not subassemblies. You could do it with subdivisions. Green. Thanks so much. My pleasure. Oh yeah, baby. Where's Ool? Ool, are you here? Yeah, look. You know how much of a pain in the butt it was to make that? To make the freaking alternator vanes? That sucked. But we made them. How's that? How long did that take? 2 to 3 months working on it every day. This was well before I streamed. Here, this is something I modeled for fun easily over a decade ago. This is like from 2009 or something. I did this to test out learning how to do chamfered vertexes. So if you look at the gas block on this AK, I called it the blowback tube because I had no idea what it was called. So if you look at the gas block, I have the vent holes on the gas block modeled. I was testing, I used this to mess around and learn subdivisions. Yeah. Any reason why you don't use bool functions? I forget how to use them. Yeah, and then, you know, take this, right? And then, yeah, there we go. And wait for it. Hey, Swifty, what's going on, buddy? Just taking a trip down 3D modeling lane here. Like, look at the grip right there around the magazine. See that? This also doesn't have all the correct studs in it, but hey, whatever. There's only studs for the fire control group. But yep. I also use this to test out sub-assemblies and whatnot, like this, like the reticle, the rear sight on a K. Anyway, yeah, man. I don't know. Maybe there might be one more around here. Boats? Oh, yeah. I did this for fun. Watch this. Here, ready? I wanted to mess with a boat hull, so I modeled a Montana-class boat hull and tried to make what a Montana-class battleship would look like if we had made it today. So I blocked the superstructure out to look like a Zumwalt. Yeah, it's got VLSs. It's got 4 VLSs on either side. I mean, that would be a cool ship. Pretty useless, though. Should make the Catalina wine mixer. Catalina wine mixer. And then, last thing. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? one last thing. You guys like Centaur stages? But can it gimbal? No. You're making it easy for me, huh? How's that, huh? Pretty good, right? Look at the thrust vector controllers. Yeah. Yeah. We'll get back to playing KSP in a second, guys. There's also Shuttle 42. Here we go. Things all day. 9-month resub. Is it hard to rig in Maya? Yeah, it's not too bad. Ready? Watch. I should get back to doing this. I should get back to doing it, man. Yeah, here, ready? This is missing some pieces. Now that I'm looking at it, there's no crossbar support here on that. Interesting. Sick downcomer, bro. Thank you. So fix it. So this project was something I just wanted to do in Kerbal, or not in Kerbal, just model basically something. Just you know, because I hadn't modeled anything in a little while. So I wanted to just model the shuttle, just because. And then chat was like, no, make it into a pack for KSP. And yeah. You did the internal cabin geometry? Yep. Yeah, Cheech, maybe. Yeah, that's the last one, though, dudes. Let's get back to Kerbal. Can you export your 3D object to print it on a 3D printer? Sure. I would download them. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Fellas, I'm going to take a leak real quick. I'll be back in a second, alright? You wouldn't download a shuttle, right? Just going to go take a leak and stretch for a second. I will be back in a moment. I have to put my shoes on. Yeah, we'll get the nose done for this thing. I think I have a good method figured out for how you should do this. Yeah, I think I have a good method for this. I mean, yeah, I could make anything in 3D, and then I think Maya can export as STL. I think you can. Shoes, 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 shoes. Let's get some shoes. That's like proto-meme, Dread. Jeez. All right, I'll be right back. 1 second. Let me just make sure the music is good here. Yeah, I mean, I decided to make it into a model pack, and then, yeah. There's a lot more to it. There's getting into the Unity dev tools, and then there's exporting it to KSP, and then there's testing it. It's, yeah. Anyway, I'll be right back. It is still windy out there, man. I was trying to pee in that. That sucked. I mean, hi. Wait, did you hear that? Oh. Whatever. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You know, Confucius said, never piss into the wind. Should have listened to him. What's that? I don't see a source for this info. That was from a university study, Iger. That's not something that SpaceX actually plans on doing. Frankly, I think that's kind of ridiculous. That would be like the aerospace equivalent of like landing a plane at an airport and then turning it into a house. I mean, don't get me wrong. The analogy doesn't really hold because people do that, but you get what I mean. That's like taking your only airplane and doing that, you know? I see, said the blind man, pissing into the wind. It's all coming back to me. Yep. Yeah, that's, yeah. Yeah, okay, cool. Excellent. All right, moving on. Hey, all right. Will there be Vulcan tonight? Yep. After I finish this jet and we start flying it around, I wanted to do some Wings Wednesday today. Excuse me. Well, it makes sense if it's not crewed. It's got all the equipment you need, plus a bunch of extra volume for expansion. Tank crane. How are you going to anchor those into the ground? What are you going to do? Anchor them into the lunar regolith? Okay. I mean, those things are going to need to be super freaking heavy to do something like that. I'm not saying it can't be done. I mean, in this HLS design, you still have the above descent engines. You want my honest opinion? Make a one-time separation device for the tankage for Starship. Jettison it and then just land the crew hab section. Then just bury that. All of this is avoided completely. And maybe you can salvage some of those landing legs or whatever. Or just put your mom on there to hold the lines. But, Saris, your mom would only have 1/6 the weight, you know, so that'd be difficult, you know what I'm saying? Because science and whatnot. That's almost right. That's really annoying. I'm trying to see if I can kind of picture the shape that I need. I know the method for how I want to do this. I used it for making the cockpit for Star Raker. Yeah, also, I still got to figure out a way to ingress and egress. Like, how are we going to get into this thing? Maybe, hang on. What happens if we take these and we set them on absolute, we snap them to being straightforward? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. That's why I did that. But wait, there's more. What happens if we do that? Ah, cool. Nice. You can get kind of fancy here with this, can't you? So fancy. I wonder, could you just use the RCS considering it's near empty? The mass is mostly at the bottom, and it's only 1/6 the gravity. Dude, buy one, get one free for $1. Big Mac and 10 nuggets. You're eating like a fatty tonight. Jeez. Nice. What if you just use RCS since it's nearly empty? I don't know, man. Yeah, I mean, I suppose. Suppose you could. We need to waste 50,000 channel points redeem. I was starting to think, like, make the channel noises play sounds and stuff. Like, the channel point redeems. Are you waiting for bug fixes to play KSP 2 again? Skip, it's not... No. Long story short, no, I'm not. What I am doing is kind of waiting a little bit because you... I mean, I don't know. Maybe we'll play KSP 2 soon. I can't really build. The editor controls just jar my freaking brain, dude. I don't like them. They're not very intuitive. I really hope that that Intercept's gonna upgrade them in the future. The Kerbal 1 SPH, this is how the controls need to be. At the very least. I've tried to get used to them. Dude. I played KSP 2 pretty much straight from February, or March 2023, all the way to June 2023. Or basically, not February. It was basically February. So basically February 23 to June. And I couldn't do it, man. I did 4 months of trying to build everything in that. Like, I did all the daily challenges. The editor just jarred. Like, it's so frustrating. You can't really build anything too crazy in it. Like, take this build that I'm trying to do right now. I wouldn't be able to make this in KSP 2. You need to really be precise with how you place this stuff, and I wouldn't be able to build, like, even this jetliner. This is not a complicated Kerbal build, you know? The big thing is that I need the Kerbal camera to be able to change focus point like this. I really, really need this. And then I really need absolute snap so we can set increments. Absolute snap basically moves everything on a 10 centimeter step. So, like, if you have local, it'll move it in 10 centimeters in any direction that the part is placed. But I need, like, world orientation, right? So, like, see how the widget is, like, facing down, right? It's pointed down because the cockpit here is pointed down a little bit. If I hit F and I go to, and I snap, right? We can snap to world view. See, did you see it snap into place? And now I can move this. This is really, really useful for doing precise building because if I wanted another piece attached to this and I wanted these pieces to kind of coincide with each other, I would just set both of them to absolute, snap them to a point, and then you're good to go. Can't do that in KSP 2. That makes building, that with the camera controls makes building exceedingly hard. It's really difficult. Yeah, it's tough, dude. It's tough. I've talked to the devs about this. I've been earworming them pretty hard, so hopefully we get something like that. But to be to be perfectly straight, Kerbal 2 is great. It's really good. It's a good game. I like the gameplay loop with how they implemented exploration mode. It's really fun. It's pretty solid. Like, I you know, going to mission control, taking the mission, and then, you know, going to the R&D station and unlocking stuff. It's a really streamlined version of how they did it in Kerbal 1, and I like that. I really, really appreciate it. It's not that Kerbal 2 is too buggy to play. My big thing is with the UI right now. UI and controls. I'm not... It's hard for me, dude. It's hard. It's difficult to play. For me. Not for an average player. If you just want to throw a couple rockets together and do the missions and grind them out, dude, Kerbal 2 is fine for that right now. I'm saying that I'm the problem at this point, not the game. Just add the flyout editor into KSP 2. Hello there from France. Are you making a 747? Bonjour. Bonjour, monsieur. No. This is a Convair 990. Yeah, Demon. This is what I'm making. Or, you know, something like it. For simpler builds, the middle mouse part of focus is really useful. I agree, Datao. I need... Guys, it's tough for me to play Kerbal. It's tough for me to play Kerbal 2, and I'll be 100% honest with you. It's hard to play, and it kind of pushes my buttons a little bit. And once again, this isn't a reflection of Kerbal 2. It's not a bad game. It's great. It's fun. I enjoy it. It's really, really, it's a really good time. It's just, if I want to start getting into complicated builds are kind of my brand for the stream. So what am I supposed to do? That, and I don't really have fun just stacking the same parts over and over on top of each other. It's like Kerbal 1 right now with the controls and the editor is like playing with Lego Technic, right? Kerbal 2 is playing with Duplos. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can do a lot more with Lego Technic. What I do like about the Kerbal 2 editor, Rocket Guy, yeah, it should really just do both. Click a part, recenter to that part, hold and drag. With that being said, dude, that's a good point. What I really like about the Kerbal editor is if you click middle mouse button on a part, it'll center the camera on that part. I like that. I really like that. That's a really good feature. I wish Kerbal 1 had that feature. The other thing is orthographic views. The orthographic views. If I had orthos and that middle mouse focus feature in KSP 1, it would be the Chad tier editor. It would be, yeah, it'd be the best. Yeah, Dato, exactly. Yeah, I agree. The middle mouse button click on a part and have the camera focus on it, that would be useful here. Have you tried Juno New Origins? You can make whatever you want. Yeah, I know about that game. Yeah, I know about it. It's pretty cool. Can it be patched in with a mod? Well, yeah, of course it could, Major. Sure, absolutely. But I don't want it to be patched in with a mod. That's why I'm earworming the heck out of the developers. They've probably gotten sick of me at this point. You know? I can go be like, hey, maybe we should do this. And they'll be like, yeah, okay, EJ, we'll put that right up on the refrigerator. Gold star for you. This guy's nuts, you know? But, you know, as long as the game is in development, why would we want the modding community to do that? I don't want that. All right, let's think about this. How do we want this to work? I think this is how I had this before. I had it basically like that. So the nose has come to a point. But if we could make it do that, that would be awesome. Oh, Demon, by the way, here. Give me 1 second. Here. There you go. How's that? I'm sitting here looking at this going, I can make that a lot better. We should probably not. The APU on the back. Yep. This plane that I'm building right now has an APU as well. Yep. I incorporated it into the design. I just need to figure out how to make a good nose, like what I want to do with a good nose cone. That was the old design that I had, which is made out of fairings and fuel tanks. I'm thinking we might not even need the fuel tank. I might just be able to make the whole thing out of a fairing. But I'm not 100% sure how we're going to go about making it exactly. Let's go down here. Move these back into position. Can I put these in a place where it doesn't look weird? Yeah. Wait, how can you have those two sub-assemblies? It's all connected, Datao. This new one is just an I-beam that's attached to the root part that I just gizmoed up and out of the way. That's so I could pick parts off of the old design that I wanted to keep and put it on the new design. Understand? Trade secrets, my son. See how that thing got made. All right, cool. Place that there. Yeah, it looks like the new KSP2 feature where you could actually build multiple things. Yep. Might be where they got the idea. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's possible. Like, the funny thing is, we could just take this and... We just take this and put it in, just attach them right there. There you go. Done. That would look really nice if it didn't suck. That would look really good if it didn't suck.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, all systems, what's up, man? And now Nick Saban is retiring. What's going on? They're done. They're done, Bandit. They're done. They're done. That's what's going on, man. Over it. It happens. Just like I'm over what NASA, the bullcrap that NASA tried to peddle yesterday. I'm freaking over it, dude. I'm so tired of this. Freaking go away, you freaks. You know, like, I'm so over it, dude. No, he's been doing it for a long time. Are we expecting the passenger side to pull out exit? How many times do you think that question's been asked today? And don't get me wrong, it's been asked a lot, and it's still funny. So screwed up, dude. Fall's unsustainable, okay? Dread. Dude, I'm telling you, man. I hit a tipping point yesterday. I'm so over it, dude. Like, so freaking over it, man. Like, I really don't. Yeah, like, I just said what I thought yesterday. I said my opinion on it, dude, and I probably shouldn't have, but what are the rumors about Belichick going somewhere else? You think he should just retire? Nah, that guy can still coach defense, dude. I think dude, Denny, we could go 0-16, and I'd be like, yep, I'm going down with you, coach. Let's go. I'll go down swinging with you. I do not care. He could sit here. If I was Kraft, he could be here. We could have 16 losing seasons. Don't care. The guy won 6 freaking Super Bowls, man. In 20 years, 6 Super Bowls, 8 Super Bowl appearances. That means from like 2001 to 2021, there was almost a 50% chance of a Belichick coach team being in the frigging Super Bowl. Bro, he can lose every game he wants to. I don't care. He could keep doing this till he's like 90. Don't care. Coach, we're good. We're good. That's finally feeling what it's like to be a Falcons fan. Hey, man, I've been a Patriots fan for a long time. I was a Patriots fan before they were good in the 90s, and they sucked then. And then they were really good for 20 years, and they suck now. I don't care. I'll go down with the ship, man. Whatever. You can't look, man. Being a fan of your favorite sports team is being there for the lows and the highs, right? Like Lions fans right now. You know, how many people are just Lions fans because they want to? Oh man, the Lions have sucked, and they. How many people are Lions fans here that have suffered over the past 20 years, or 30? Let's be real, right? Differences. We are not the same. Like, we have a couple of bad seasons, and I'm supposed to be like, fire him. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're not doing that. What are you kidding? Yeah, we're not doing that. This is supposed to be something like a Convair 990 Coronado, Demon. Kind of. Like, some builds don't translate like 1-to-1 into KSPs, so I have to take some creative liberties here and there. Like with the cockpit. Obviously, I can't make that. We don't have a piece like that. And I like to play with the stock game, so we don't have a piece like that, but yeah, maybe we can get reference somewhere else. What about like a 707? Which, I mean, a 707 cockpit and fuselage shape is basically a 727 and a 737. E190, that's too small for what I'm trying to make, Dutch guy. I'm a Raiders fan. I know about being loyal to your team. Bingo, Sonatech. You know. You know. Maybe you could model it. Yeah. It takes too long. Damn, that's a nice looking plane. You guys know what the funny thing is? A 737 is a shortened 707 with 2 engines instead of 4. You know what the weird part is? Boeing ended up making so many 737s over the years, all the way up to now, right? So if you look at like the first 737, it is a shortened 707 with 2 engines. That's how Boeing knew they could take the 737 and they could keep stretching it and 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 keep stretching it. And now that you're all the way back up to the Dash 9, right? You're all the way back up to here. It's the same size. It's just that with 2 engines instead of 4. It's interesting to me because that technically is like Genesis for a 737. This was the first 707, right? And then they made the 737, well, 727 to be clear, but they stretched the 737 fuselage so it's basically the size of the original 707, but with 2 engines instead of 4. That's weird. They stretched it until the doors fell off. Oh, boy. Yeah, see? Put a smaller nose, lower in the fuselage, and a 1.3 capsule to make the cockpit part. Yeah. It makes very poor visibility. I want to be able to fly it in first person view. Oh, Pan Am, man. Pan Am. Bigger engine equals more efficient than smaller engine is in diameter? No, not necessarily. The 707 has started with turbojets on it, JT3s. And then they switched to a JT4 low bypass turbofan. And 737s had that too. And then the 737-200 switched to CFM 56s on a later variant. So you see how the engines, even the engines look like 707 engines. Look, and then the 300, they switched to, yeah, they're CFM 56s, if I'm remembering right. But the 737 has had tons of different variants over the years. Yeah, see? That's cool, man. It's a Dash 200, but check out the front landing gear. This 737 can land on dirt. It's got the off-road package. Yeah, the Boeing unpaved strip kit or gravel kit. Yeah, that thing can land in grass, dirt, whatever. Doesn't matter. Yeah, they made a brush kit for a 737 for the Dash 200, which is cool. Yeah, see, they started with the JT8. JT8, CFM 56s. And then a Leap 1B or whatever the hell that's called. Natch, oh dude, we flew with an ex-Pan Am flight attendant. She was going to Cancun on vacation. The chat we had on the cruise was awesome. That's sick, man. Oh yeah, scimitar wings, dude. Cool. Very cool. Sure. Yeah, see, 737 cargos. BBJ, Boeing business jet. That's a variant of Boeing makes a BBJ version of pretty much every plane. The BBJ is, yeah, that's cool. If I get rich, I'm buying a 747 BBJ. Actually, probably a 747 SP. We need an SP. Painted in Pan Am livery. Because I have exquisite tastes, okay? I have exquisite tastes, fellas. The GOAT. I don't know if Boeing ever made a 747 SP BBJ. I don't think they did. Oh, yeah. The Janet. Yeah, that thing. Call me a rich kid drummer? Oh. A320 and a 7.3. Nice. See? The extended 737s are just 707s with 2 engines, man. They look exactly the same. I must admit, the Southwest livery does slap pretty hard. That looks pretty good. It's a pretty cool looking plane. If rich of them, maybe you can poke them and have them make you one. Hey, that's the Museum of Flight. Cool. Yep. Wet wings. See, the wing is a fuel tank. All the fuel is stored in the ball wings. The cables are antennas. Fun fact. Yeah. Cables that go there, those are the antennas. They're not a... People think there's some kind of structure or whatever. You should do more IRL streams. Dude. You guys got to understand. Boeing back, I mean, I don't know about nowadays. Can't speak to nowadays, clearly. Boeing back in the day was like SpaceX, man. They were SpaceX. The 747 was the Starship project of its time. The test pilot, when the first 707 flew, that thing, the 367-80, was its prototype number. This is before they even called it the 707. On its test flight, frickin' the guy did a frickin' loop with the plane. He did a barrel roll. Tex Johnson was that guy's name. The 367-80. And it produced some of the most righteous pictures ever. Like that. You just don't get stuff like that nowadays. You know what I'm saying? You just don't get stuff like that. You just don't get stuff like that, man. That's just not a thing. People don't do that. And to prove it wasn't a fluke, he came back and did it again. I wouldn't fly on this plane again? Yeah, okay, pal. What are you doing? Selling airplanes, baby. I love it. I love it. Yeah. Homeboy did that in a 707. Not only a 707, the 707 prototype. That plane, 367-80, is in the Smithsonian. It's sitting next to a Concorde. Yeah. Fun fact. That's a cool aircraft, man. Yeah, watch this. Look at how weird this actually looks. Oh, jeez. That's awesome. That's awesome. Oh, that's so cool. What's that do? Let me see. The Air Canada. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, that's very aesthetic. Nice livery. Yeah, man. See, Boeing was like SpaceX, dude. That's what they did. They did just bananas stuff. Just absolutely crazy. Oh, yeah. The 367-80 served as the test bed for the KC-135 program, by the way. That's a 707 refueling a B-52. You're welcome. Because, yeah, you know. You didn't think you needed a picture like this in your day, but you got one. We have to build more aircraft like the 707. Fun fact, this plane is loosely related to that thing. Seriously. Look at it. Just passing glance. You can tell these were made by the same company. Just look at how the engines are mounted. Look at the wing shapes. Fuselage shapes. See what I'm talking about? Not a coincidence. This boss told him to not do that again. Yeah. Is that a T-33 back there? That looks like an F-80, Chief. Could be a T-33, though. Yeah, just... if you want to see how crazy far ahead of the time these planes were, look at what a fighter jet looked like. I'm pretty sure that's an F-80. The difference is the B-52 still flies. You were saying? So does the 707. Oh yeah. Not with people on it though. You know what the funny thing is, fellas? You know how I just said that they upgraded the 737-400s, right? The Dash 400s ended up, they ended up being outfitted with CFM56s. Look at these KC-135s obviously don't have the original engines on there. Guess what they upgraded them with? Same thing, because they're the same plane. One has 2 engines, one has 4. They're pretty much the same thing. 4 engines, 737 for the most part there. Isn't that weird? It's not. It's not. I get it. It's different. But also, it's not. I think he still does, Demon. Yeah. Andy Saint, hey, 79 month resub. Yeah, see? 135s, man. Those are still useful. Yeah, that's a great picture. Lunprod. I don't hate that. Yeah, these all started life as just 707s on the assembly line, and then they refitted them to tankers. These are 707s. They were built around the same time. They still fly. That and the B-52. Can you imagine? Both those planes are still in service. That's weird. Oh, boy. It looks weird and awesome at the same time. I mean, Natch, look at it, dude. The tail is a little different from a 737, right? But just look at it at a glance. At a glance, it's a 4-engine 737. Because the 737 is derived from the 707. They're similar. They're very similar. See? 4-engine 737. That's weird looking, man. The flight deck is basically the same. KC-135s fly over your house every now and then. Nice. Tigris, your dad was ground crew for the 135 back in the 70s. That's cool, man. Yeah, see? It's a freaking 737, dude. Like I said, this is the same size as a 737 MAX at this point. It's a pretty looking airplane. It still is a looker. Even after all these years, she's still a looker. It's a nice looking plane. Right, Vash? Yeah, dude, I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, damn, that thing is pretty. It looks great. Good looking, but worn out. Yeah, it's... for B-52 stuff, see you last. B-52 just got new engines and radar systems. Yeah, I know somebody that works on that program, believe it or not, Spiffy. Would you believe me if I told you that? Anyway, Nuglins. The E3 AWACS is a 707 as well. Yep. The E4 isn't, though. The buff just ain't gonna stop. I regret to inform you that Blue Origin is using Aerial on their hardware. I'm not mad, just disappointed. Nice, Creeper. That's funny. I think so, Dutch guy, yeah. Yeah, I think so. For the buffs, yeah. The buff will stay in service long after I'm gone. Hey, man, they broke the mold when they made that design. Where is that fairing in there? Hold on. What if we did something like this? Okay, alright. Move this up a smidge. Nuglins. NASCAR Drive to Survive is here on Netflix. What? The race to the finish is just the beginning. NASCAR Full Speed, a Netflix sports series. Hey Adam, what's going on, buddy? Have you seen Mustard's video on the oblique wing? Oh, the AD1. Yeah. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Yeah, the oblique wing. I hate it. I hate it a lot. Yep. Did you see that IROC is organizing an event? No, that's cool. You hate it because he's right? Oh, no, no, no. It's genius. That's really, really smart. I hate it. I don't like it. I really don't like it. I really don't like it. No, it's genius. That's so smart. Yeah, it's really freaking smart. Yeah, I hate it. Here's the thing, it works really, really well. No, I know that. I know it. I know that. I am saying from a purely aesthetic point of view, I hate it. I hate it. I really don't like it. It's awesome. And don't get me wrong, an oblique wing is really smart. That's like, talk about thinking out of the box. I hate it. Yeah, I hate it. It's like the Beluga, you hate it because it's better. The Beluga looks like you put half of the plane over an open flame and it melted half of it. Nobody can tell me that that plane looks nice. It does not look nice. It looks ridiculous. Drool, you wanted ad time? You got it. Roll. You rolled a... Oh, You suck. I really don't like it. I know, I've read about oblique wings. They're pretty cool. Really smart idea. So the wing actually pivots. It can pivot to like 45 degrees. If you think about it, right, fellas, you don't need... So think about it like this. When you're up in the air, you don't need as much wing to keep going forward. You don't need much lift. You're already going that way. You're going fast. Your wings generate... I don't want to say it like this because this isn't right, but they generate too much lift. You don't need all that wing when you're all the way up there. So what the oblique wing does is it starts kind of like the plane's going this way, and it starts like this, and then the oblique wing can actually turn. It turns. It still generates perfectly fine amounts of lift. You're not switching your center of lift forward or back. Your center of lift still stays over the wing. But you turn it so you only expose as like some of the wing gets, you know, I guess the right way to say it is that some of the wing is getting like over the fuselage now, right? So the idea is that you make a lot less drag and you make as much wing as you need, right? You've rotated it rotate it to be in a spot for as much as you need. The idea is that you can significantly reduce drag and you can go a lot faster because you don't have to lug that wing all the way up there with you. There are other planes that don't use an oblique wing that take advantage of this. One of them you absolutely know. Same idea. It's the same idea as a Tomcat with much less moving parts. So when the Tomcat's low to the ground, when you're coming in for a landing, the wings move forward. But when you reach a certain speed, the wings sweep back so you can go faster. For the anime people, the F-14 Naruto runs at high speed. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, you're never getting that out of your head. Good luck. The oblique wing is the same idea. It's just one pivot instead of two. Damn it, beat me to it. Ruined! Hey, somebody ruined it for me, all right? So I'm paying it forward, or back, or swept back. I don't know. Do you know about the S-72? Yeah? Demon, I'm a plane nutcase. Plane and space nutcase, dude. Most spacecraft and aircraft I either know of or know something about. Some of them more than others. This thing, I hate it. I hate that. It's ridiculous looking. But it's a good idea. I'm not going to sit here and hate it, you know, on looks and say, no, we should never do something like this. Like, I think that's pretty cool. That's the test pilot for it. Yeah. The wing actually, like, if the plane's going this way, the wing actually turns. Make an oblique wing in KSP? Imagine an oblique Naruto. What are you talking about, Aqualex? How would you do that? Ew, what is this? It's the AD-1. I hate it. I hate it so much. The fuselage looks really cool. The fuselage looks awesome. The rest of the plane, I hate. I really don't like that. I really, really don't like it. Oh, it's cool, but I hate it. It's cool, but I hate it. No. Actually, the renders that Mustard did of like the oblique supersonic transports here. The renders that he did were fantastic. That's actually this thing. So this is the thumbnail for his YouTube video about oblique wings. I kind of dig that. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Mustard's a beast, dude. Yeah, that guy's a monster. Dude, I love the renders, really. And Yeah. Hang on. He did, he did a CL1201 render in this video, actually. He did a render of the 1201, which is... You're looking at it, you see it, and you're like, oh, that's kind of cool. But the more you look at it, you go, wait, what the hell is this? Look at the windows. The 1201 video is on Nebula, not on YouTube. That's right. The 1201 was a real concept. It was a real concept. Roll, I'm playing Wings Wednesday in Kerbal. The 1201 is a flying aircraft carrier. Yep, it's a flying aircraft carrier. And you see the fighter jets hanging under the wings like missiles. Hey, Adam, like, the way I see it, dude, if you can dock two planes together in flight to refuel, you could just dock two planes together. I don't think that concept is particularly far-fetched. Seems right to me. Like, that seems okay. Like, I don't see why it's feasible. You could do it. I don't know why, but you could do it. I don't know if this is from Mustard's video, but this was the idea. It carries an entire squadron of F4s. And in the center, there's a hangar. And if you dock it in, you could lift it up into the fuselage, dude. It's so nuts. Think like a bomb bay, right? For an airplane, but you don't drop bombs out of it. A plane, like, there's a robotic arm that sticks out the bottom like a refueling boom. And it grabs the plane and pulls it up and in. So you could work on the planes in flight. Oh, and it's nuclear powered, by the way. Yeah, that's not some fan fiction. Lockheed actually thought about making that. It never got off the drawing board. But they were considering it. It was enough to warrant like some drawings and some technical analysis. Technically it's doable. Yeah, here, look at it next to a 747. I mean, the thing would have been a monster. But since it's nuclear electric, if I'm remembering right. So it's got EDFs, electric ducted fans. So it could just fly forever. It's really not a problem. Right? Freaking nuts, dude. The X-59 will see it, Hibbit, sure. Imagine the runway this would need.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah. Are you planning on streaming the X-59 rollout ceremony? I had planned on streaming it, Monastery. I don't know what time it's at. But yeah, we're definitely going to check that out. Question becomes, where would they put the reactor? It's probably right there, if I had to guess. 4 p.m.? Absolutely. They had to basically remodel most of the international airports and runways to accommodate the A380. Imagine the amount of work this would take. Yeah. No, okay, Adam, I got a solution. The solution is find the widest runway. So, like, find one that's 250, right? 250 feet wide, all right? Look at the 747. The landing gear is about 747 wingspan. There's a runway that's wide enough. And then you find a runway with two taxiways on either side. And those gear out there are on the taxiways when you go down the run. That's a really stupid idea. That's a really stupid idea. It would work, but that's a stupid idea. But it would work. You know, like that's not maybe. It could work. You would definitely need a specialized runway. And, dudes, I don't even want to know how long the runway would have to be. It only needs to take off once. Yeah, that's right. Probably would just use the one at Groom Lake. Edwards has some pretty long runways. Yeah, dry lake bed would work. Don't have to worry about FOD in the engines. There's a wing in the way. So, have this thing take off with no planes in it, like how an aircraft carrier leaves port with no aircraft on it, right? Same idea. Have this thing loiter out off the coast and just had all the planes in it. You're good. Dude, this could... I mean, like, it's not that far-fetched, to be honest with you. It's, like, it's not that stupid of an idea. It's a little, like, I mean... The thing about this is that what happens if a missile hits this thing? Like, what are its defenses? I mean, obviously the planes, right? But yeah. Have to go. Got invited for a Star Citizen. Have a great stream. All right, see you, buddy. Did the U2 have removable landing gear that just fell off after takeoff? Yep. Wings Wednesday. Disappointed. Expected Wings Tony. Shut up. Love Wings. You reckon it's easier to dock in space or in flight? There's more in-flight dockings that happen for refueling than in-space dockings, Doom, so I'm going to go ahead and guess that it's probably the flight one, but... Jokes that date you for 500. One missile and you lose the squadron. Well, Hibbit, the same argument could be made for an aircraft carrier. One missile in the one missile in the right spot, carrier sinks, you lose an entire squadron, right? Like, it's awesome. They should have made that. Not because it's particularly useful. They should have made it to send a message. But yeah, this transcontinental AD1 thingamajigger, that's actually pretty cool. Think the scale of damage one missile would actually do, though. It might not even notice. Can you imagine if it just tanked it? It just tanks the missile. It hits it. It's just like, okay. I mean, yeah, it's true. Pretty easy target to hit, though, you know. But yeah, Nukelands. Aircraft carrier doesn't fall out of the ocean, but it sinks, though. I mean, a carrier is harder to sink than that. A B-52 can be taken down by some 20mm cannon rounds. Fair. Yeah. Sink is bad. Okay, you shouldn't sink. Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. See, I get what you guys are saying. An aircraft carrier just sinks. But if this thing gets shot out of the sky, it's most likely going to be over an ocean. So it'll fall out of the sky, crash into the water, and then sink. Yeah, you're right. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, it'll sink twice. Yeah, we don't want that. That wouldn't be beneficial at all. Now he gets it. Yeah, yeah. I got it. I'm hip. I'm in the groove. Bendito. When you were talking about drones, do you remember this? Yeah, that freaking thing. That thing is very strange, dude. My question for that thing is why? Yeah, there's really not a good reason for that, especially since aircraft carriers, you know, exist. But also, that would have been really freaking cool to see. Yeah, Dutch guy, that thing looks like something you see at a Terminator. It's like, it does what? Oh, fully reusable munition. Okay. Oh, okay. What do you want? I want that Nimrod aesthetic. Give me that Nimrod aesthetic. Give me that Nimrod aesthetic. Give me the Nimrod aesthetic. I'm not entirely sure what they were thinking with this one. And you don't like the Beluga? No. I hate it. And I also think this plane looks awful. It looks like they tried to glue two plane fuselages together. It looks terrible. Like, terrible. They took the aesthetics of a de Havilland Comet and ruined it. Ruined it. Look, the Comet is just... Look at that. Bro. They don't make planes that look like that no more. I mean, they kind of do, but that dude... What about the Super Guppy? Do you hate it? It is pretty ugly. Come on. That dude. I love it. I love it. Ugly cute. The Super Guppy is ugly cute. The Beluga is just ugly ugly. No, you're not changing my mind. I will not be taking questions on the matter. That plane looks awesome. At least it has circular windows. Yeah, right. That one does, yeah. It looks nice. I love the metal work up in here. It's beautiful. Actually, another plane that, I mean, it's really kind of a piece of junk, but another plane I think that just looks, on looks alone. Gup fans in shambles. See, I think that plane looks nice, but the Tu-104 was a piece of trash. That thing sucked. It was a death trap. But it does look nice. It looks amazing. Really, really beautiful. Pretty looking plane. Like, I'm sorry, there's just something about in-wing engines that just really speak to me. It looks great. Like, dude, that's a pretty looking plane. Time they loaded it wrong with all the admirals aboard. Yeah, they like doing stuff like that. What is this? Boeing going for looks over safety? Oh. Yeah. Oops. It looks nice, though. Actually, there's another Soviet plane that I think, it's also a Tupolev plane that I think looks amazing. It is probably one of the worst flying planes of all time, but it looks cool. That, I mean, dude, the Tupolev 22 is a piece of junk. That thing sucked. Yeah, Gibbons, that's right, the vodka burner, you know. They had an HVAC system in this plane that ran off pure alcohol. And the pilots ended up drinking all of it. True story. Yeah, exactly. Boston, yeah, you got it. Yep. It's a cool looking plane, but I mean, dude, look at that thing. That thing looks sharp. It's a nice looking aircraft, but jeepers creepers. What a terrible design. This thing is like the Lamborghini Countach of planes. Countaches are objectively a terrible automobile, but it's a Lamborghini. It looks cool, okay? It looks cool, but objectively it's a piece of junk. Yes, I just said that about the Countach. It looks ridiculous. That's the point. That wing on the back of a Countach doesn't do anything. It causes drag. But it is a sharp looking plane. It looks fast, but it flies like butthole. But, dude, look at this thing. That is a cool looking plane, man. Cool looking aircraft. Very sharp. Flies like dog poop. Oh, it's abandoned? Oh, is that what you call this? Abandoned? Yeah. Sure. See? It looks amazing. Flies like poo-poo. Like, dude, even the renders, look at that thing. Cool. Cool. And they made the 22M variant, which is just one of the ugliest freaking planes ever designed. Just, no. I know about the YC-14 Gen. Those things are cool. Just, what? How is that a variant of this? This looks amazing. The other one looks like poo-poo. You like the 22M? It looks terrible. Bro, it's not that. That looks amazing. Look at that. That's sleek. How about Warbirds? Got any favorites? I classify favorite aircraft by era. If we're talking about Cold War stuff, so 1945 to 1991, and we're talking specifically fighters, it's beautiful. Beautiful airplane. Beautiful. Also flies like poo-poo. I'm noticing a pattern here. Just, the Phantom is my favorite Cold War fighter plane. Yeah, it maneuvers like poo-poo, but it goes fast. That's why I like it. Tornado's a nice looking plane, Adam. Not my pick, not my favorite, but it's a nice looking airplane. It's a brick with humongous edge. It goes fast. It's awesome. Like, what's your favorite World War II plane, and why is it the P-51? P-51, bro. No. Favorite World War II plane is that guy right there. It's not even close. MiG-29's a nice plane, Bing Bong. Yep. P-51s are cool. The Merlin engine is cool. Supercharging a Merlin engine and putting it in the P-51 chassis, also cool. It has nothing on Allison 1710 turbo supercharged V12s. It has nothing on it. That plane. The designer was pretty good, JW. Yep. The Victor, if you like engines and wings. The Handley Page. Dude, the Victor is... I can't decide whether this airplane looks really, really cool or really, really stupid. I can't decide. From some angles, that plane looks amazing. From other angles, it looks like it's pregnant. Not that that's a bad thing, but... Backpedal. Yeah. But here's the thing. Dude, that looks ridiculous. That looks like a greenhouse that's trying to fly. Okay? It's weird. But the Victor, if you look at the Victor from like 3/4 view from the back, that looks awesome. Look at the N2 Lightnings, by the way. Look at the back of that thing. That's beautiful. Very, very, very aesthetically pleasing. It's just the front that I can't stand. Yeah, 2 Lightnings. Those are cool planes. Lightnings are sick. How fast do you want to go? Yep. Oh, mate, how fast do you want to go, mate? Pip, pip. That's how fast I would like to go, please. All right. Nice, Boston. That's cool. My house was lined up with one of the runways at Hanscom in Bedford. Boston, I'm from Newton originally, dude. I know exactly where that is. Oh, yeah. What Mach speed do you want to go? Chicken. I want to go Mach chicken. All right. There's always been something so fascinating about the F-117. Maybe because of a video game you had on floppy disks. F-117s are nuts, dude. That plane's just like on a different classification, man. Yeah, see, I hate the nose. I hate the nose of the Victor, but the back of the Victor looks amazing. It's a really beautiful plane. But yeah, from the front, it just... strange. It's just weird looking. Yeah, F-117s don't fly very well. The F-117 happens when you try to take an airplane and Tetris and combine them into one thing. Yeah, the V-bombers. The Vulcan's the best V-bomber. Sorry. It's the best looking. Like, it's not close. The Valiant looks okay. But the Vulcan, This makes me feel feelings about things. The best looking Soviet plane is the Tu-95. Yeah. That's a nice plane. Yeah, very, very nice. Just. So you think about the Falkland missions? Yeah. Hey, Max, what's going on? Vulcan should be escorted by the Draken. Yeah. Feelings about things in places. You know, Steve, you got it, man. You got it. Vulcans howl, man. They howl. I've never heard one. No, never heard one of these things. MiG-28 is the best fighter. Oh, dude, look at that. That is just a beautiful airplane. Didn't use the same engines as the Concorde. That's correct. The Vulcan and the Concorde use Olympus engines. Rolls-Royce Olympus engines. The difference between the Concorde engines and the Vulcan engines is that on Concorde, the Olympus engines have a Snecma afterburner attached to the back because British and French. And that makes them go fast. The Olympus is already a powerful engine. With an afterburner, it's quick, to say the least. Whoa, 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 wait a minute, 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 shut up. Nice. 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 There's a lot of things I like in this picture. Yep, there's a lot of things that I'm particularly fond of here. Predominant last, what's up, dude? What's up, man? Oh. The red van. Oh, dude. An Econoline. Sweet. It's in Flight Simulator. Yeah. Cool. It's a third-party add-on. Oh, yeah, I got you. Sorry, I was looking at that thing. Meteor. Meteor's a pretty cool looking plane. I don't mind it. It looks nice. What's the plane in the top left? Over there? It's a C-130. Yeah, C-130. 4-engine propeller with a weird pointy nose. C-130. Might be the best plane ever. I might be biased, though. The Harrier. Yeah, maybe. You guys are talking about best-looking Soviet planes? I'm sorry, it doesn't get prettier than the Su-27. You can think other planes look better, you'd be wrong. Su-27s are... I want to go to an air show now. Yeah. Haven't been to one in decades. We all love the X-32, right? No. Mozzie, you never been to an air show? Air shows are cool. Oh, nice, Bill. Hey, guys! No. See? Look at that. That is... See that? That's a beautiful airplane. It's a flying urinal. Guys, I'm gonna land vertically. Watch. Yeah, that's the It was a JSF entry. Yeah, the YF-23 is better than the 22. You know what Sukhoi means in English? Target. Why is the tail section sticking out of the back? You're talking about that thing? Yeah, dude, this is a very... It's a very strange plane, dude. No, on the Su-27. Oh. That? Parachute. It's a parachute, and it's flares in a parachute. I mean, I don't hate it. This is really amazing. I don't love it either. my thing with the X-32, like, okay, fellas, there are some planes. It's like the Handley Page. It's like the Victor. Some planes look awesome from certain angles. That looks cool, man. That's a really cool looking plane from this angle. From the front, though,
Discovery,
it's
go and throttle up.
95, 4 years of Convince me all the JSFs are not trash. I like the F-35, man. I think the F-35 is very beautiful. Just saying. They restored this. The Museum of the USAF actually restored the X-32. They put it on display the other day. This was actually super recent. The Grumman X-29. Yeah. That's, reverse swept wings. I can't believe you just ignored the frog foot. There's a lot of planes being linked, you boner. Give me a break, you butt dumpling. Yeah, Dutch guy. There's a reason why they were sinking almost $1 trillion into that program. That's what happens when you want to make 1,000 of a fighter plane. Like, hello? Everybody's like, the F-35 is too expensive. It's too expensive. I saw $1 trillion. If I had $1 trillion, I wouldn't make the F-35. I heard somebody make that argument one time, by the way. Yeah, just... The whole reason was for scale, so they could make a lot of them. And there's 3 variants of it. Yeah, there's that. There's the A, B, and C. Yep. If I had $1 trillion, I'd just buy more F-16s. Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay, you do that. You go do that in War Thunder or something. Yeah, Wisp. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. The B is the VTOL variant. So the C is the Navy variant, B is the Marine Corps, A is the Air Force. Yeah. The 22 is pretty much the best fighter jet ever developed. Ever. Like, ever. Oh, nice, Jen. There you go. Battle simulations of the F-35 are scary. Dude, I wasn't sold on the F-35 until I saw an F-35B fly around at the Miramar Air Show, and my jaw dropped. I was like, how is that doing that? So this thing is flying around. Dude, the best way I can describe it is like Mosquito. Like, just... land. That's the best way to describe it. It was impressive. F-15 is better than the F-22. I mean, I guess someone's got to be wrong, Luizo. Jeez. I'm not sold on the F-35 because it appears to be doing what the shuttle wanted to do by force. Be a jack of all trades, so get rid of all of their specialized aircraft roles. A is a runway, Princess. B is I take off anywhere. C is hold my beer, we're landing. The fact that the pilot can see through the plane, with or with anyone, yeah. Dude, it's the tech that makes the F-35 really cool. And then there's the whole, you know, this thing. I wouldn't use an F-35 in a close air support role. The A-10 does that just fine, and it does it for a lot cheaper. What I would use the F-35 to do is command a bunch of these things, and have those things go and do it for you. That's the plan, Rocket Guy. That's what they're doing. Rocket Guy, you ever played StarCraft? You ever play StarCraft? carrier has arrived. Negative. Oh. Swarm of XQ-58s. Yeah. Yeah. So the F-35 is basically the carrier, not physically, but basically the brains, and supposedly it can take this thing and command a squadron of those things to go do every other role. But also the F-35 can do all those roles too if it needs to. Yeah, these things. Crazy. Kratos is unmanned. There's nobody on board. It's a drone. And the F-35, you can take control of this thing from an F-35 and go fly it while your plane's just loitering. Yeah. Yeah, that's scary. I'm not sure how to feel about that. Also, Jado. Nightmare for air defense. Yeah, exactly. Because, yeah, you shoot, great, you shot down one. Here comes 5 more. Have fun with that. I don't want to be on the receiving end of that. And isn't it connected to Starlink? Hired, we don't know that for sure, but with the Starshield project, yeah, I mean, maybe. You're going to need something high bandwidth to be able to communicate. You can do that with Gremlins too. Yeah, but I don't know if that works with the F-35 though. Over a public network. No. Not over a private network. No. No, not that. No. Also, Nooglins! You guys like Nooglins? Yeah, Jib, sure. The last time the Department of Defense needed a private network, they called it the internet. I mean, Bill, I'm not going to sit here and... I mean, forgive me, I might be drawing too many conclusions here, but, you notice how, like, Starlink launches are just a thing that happens, you know, like how they just magically got the green light across the board to just launch Starlinks almost every day. And that seemed to happen right around the time, right around, actually this is October 2nd, but that contract was awarded a little ways back. Yeah. Yeah, they just let them fly all that. You know how people were like, "No, my telescopes," and that problem just kind of went away. And then other people are like, "No, my Kessler syndrome," and that problem also went away really quickly. That's weird. That's weird. I like it a lot more when I see and hear 7B4s light up. Well, what about 2? Best I can do is 2. Right now, at least. Best I can do is 2. Two was a good start. Yep. Some people's suits showed up to talk to some other people. Yeah, Green. I mean, you notice how just like FAA certification with Vulcan, just with all those Starlink missions, just is like, yeah, they're like, yeah, go ahead, launch it again. It's like, okay. All right, Antares, have a good night, buddy. That actually doesn't look too bad. Pretty much Aqualux, yeah. Alright. Yeah. I don't like how I just basically took the other one and just crudely pasted it on here. It doesn't look too bad, but I don't know structurally how, or aerodynamically, is this thing is going to fare. It does look pretty nice though. It has beautiful double vision. Fryman, fill your eyes with double vision. They started to stream on X. Dutch guy, that's not a deal breaker for me. I know you're not the biggest Elon fan around, but that's not the reason for me. The reason is that Starlink missions go off in the middle of the night. The reason why is because they're working on Pad 40 during the day. So they work on it during the day, and then they tee up a launch at night and launch it at like 2 to 3 in the morning. It's like, please help me, you know. Yeah, they're figuring it out, dude. There's no way they won't come up with something, you know, like. But yeah. Oh well. I hate it. I don't like this. We can do better than this. I'm just struggling to figure out like how we could put that all together. Where did at least our center of lift pop out? Okay, that's not the worst. I wonder when we'll see the Verse VC6. But you fixed the aerodynamics. I'm not going to rant about that here. I'll do that on the former Twitter where it belongs. You don't need to. I know what's good, man. There's no need to talk about that here, but I appreciate it, right? Like, yeah. Thank you. Don't make my chat like X, please. For the love of God, don't do that. If anything, for my mod's sake, man, right? Like, sorry, it's funny to me, dude. I find some really ratchet stuff on that website, dude. Look what I posted in media and memes. Alright, cool. What's up? What's on your mind? The Nooglins. Predominant, are you here? so screwed up, dude. It's so messed up. What are you doing? What are you doing? Ugh. You guys remember how I said yesterday? You guys remember how I said yesterday how we're trading on institutional knowledge we don't have? You remember that? You remember that? You remember that? Do you understand the analogy? I think you'll like this. Yeah. Do you understand? Do you understand the analogy? You can't even tighten a frigging bolt down. Is this a new Wayne Hale blog post, Phil? I can't believe that. You know what? You know what pisses me off, bro? Like, Boeing is kind of like, what are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? But you know what bothers me the most? They trashed the reputation of the 737. Statistically, the 737 is one of the safest aircraft ever devised by man. But yet here we are. It's relevant to yesterday? Oh, all right. I think that would be a good time to pivot over off of Wings Wednesday and then go to the Vulcan build. Let's switch over to the Vulcan rocket build. We'll switch to that. I can't figure out the nose. We'll mess more with the nose of that plane tomorrow, and we'll get that thing dialed in. All right. Yeah, most profitable. Yeah, they trashed it. They trashed the reputation of the 737, and that's really annoying because that is a really, really nice plane. They're really good aircraft, except when the door plug flies off, you know, like, what are we going to do? All right, cool. So this is Wayne Hale. Wayne Hale was a flight director with NASA and in the shuttle program for a long time, and he has these really nice blog posts about rockets and stuff. This is relevant to yesterday. Okay, cool. What's Wayne Hale saying? I have a good friend who flew helicopters in combat for the U.S. Army. His number one role is don't do stupid. Fair. I think this is a good rule to remember. Agreed? Yeah, sea levels. Middlemen, Deadbringer. Middlemen and finance bros will be the end of us. We have too much at stake in space exploration, among other fields, to allow people to do stupid. Yep. Maybe leaving critical bolts out of an aircraft fuselage. That would be stupid. Maybe ignoring foam coming off on a rocket launch. That would also be stupid. Maybe not checking your flight software in an integrated test. That would be stupid. Running out of propellant because your spacecraft control system fired the engine so many times they began to leak. That would be really stupid. Fly a crew around the moon when the spacecraft heat shelled is suspect. That would be stupid. Hey, the list is a long one. And I've been on the bus trip to Abilene along with other well-meaning but totally foolish people. I've actually done stupid. Trust me, it does not turn out well. In the field of rocketry and spaceflight, the energies are too large and the craft are necessarily frail that careful attention is required at every step. So when listening to the various NASA officials in the press conference recently say over and over again that safety is number one, you may be surprised to find that I was totally irritated by that repetition. God damn, that feels good. Oh, you feel that, chat? That's vindication, baby. Oh, God. Oh, it feels so good. Oh, yeah. All right. You see, I was schooled by experts in risk. One of them, James Cameron, gave us a lesson that I will never forget. He said, "It's absolutely necessary to use all of our accumulated knowledge to be as safe as possible, but safety is not the most important thing." I know that sounds like heresy, but it's a truth that must be embraced in order to do exploration. The most important thing is to actually go. If you want to pretend to be safe, you don't go exploring. I don't think we should be that safe. But also don't do stupid. Oh, God. Yeah, that's really smart. Wow. That guy was a shuttle flight director for 30 years. Huh. Oh, that's weird. Oh, man. Oh, man, that's almost like that's exactly what I said yesterday. Like, almost verbatim. That's kind of strange. Whose work? That's Wayne Hale. Wayne Hale has a blog that with insight into his view of what the space program is doing right now. His blog post from today is all, like, it's actually kind of weird. It's almost verbatim what I said yesterday. Now, guys, in the past, if you know me, whenever NASA has a delay or whenever something goes wrong, I'm usually quick to say, hey, wait a minute. This is just them going along with their engineering plan. It's just going to take some time. I've said that in the past. What I heard yesterday raised some hard red flags in my kind of opinion on engineering and safety, etc., etc. And apparently I wasn't the only one. I was pissed. I was really not happy. You should go watch yesterday's VOD. My voice is going away because I freaking got so... I talk too much. Ah, shoot. Here we go again. Hokey, what happened? They delayed Artemis 2 by a year, on top of being 12 months out from its original date. Artemis 2 is now net September 2025. They delayed Artemis 3 also by a year. That's net September 2026. And they delayed Artemis 4 by 2 years. That's now net 2028. Then again, are we surprised? Actually, Hokey, yeah, I kind of am. Yeah. I'm actually pretty pissed off. And Hokey, with your resume, if you heard that press conference that I heard yesterday, you'd be livid. You'd be pissed. The major delay, amongst other things, to these missions was that motor control valves in the life support systems for Orion did not pass acceptance testing for Artemis 3. But those exact same motor control valves passed acceptance testing for Artemis 2. Think about that for a second. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't know, Bandit. What does that mean? Okay, so Mayor, so either A2 has laxer requirements or A3 or the part supplier screwed up. Hokey, my guess, nobody asked that question. My guess is that there's laxer requirements on A2 opposed to A3. That's why they didn't pass. I don't want to rant about it too much, dude, but long story short, the question is this. Why don't you have a baseline for the Orion capsule? The next mission has people going on it. You're telling me we don't have a baseline here. I mean, we know they don't have a baseline for life support systems. A2 is the once around with crew. Artemis 3 is the landing. Yeah, I understand the different requirements needed for life support systems, but I can't say that I agree with this iterative acceptance testing. I'm not. I've never, frankly, been sold on that. And I don't really understand why you'd literally want to manufacture a different Orion capsule every time. Are the mission requirements that stringent that it would warrant a different capsule in a different configuration, especially of the life support systems on Orion, on a mission-to-mission basis? I can understand baselining it first and then tailoring your life support systems dependent on where the mission is and where it's going. But not in iterative waterfall-style testing. That makes no sense. It was really supposed to be reusable. Yeah, that makes no sense. They should have baselined the Orion capsule on Artemis 1. Artemis 1 should have been... The Artemis 1 capsule should have been a full-spec, fully working Orion capsule. All the systems installed to do an integrated systems test. Right? And it should have been... The acceptance testing should have been Artemis 3. The reason why is because if the acceptance testing is Artemis 3, a mission that arguably is a lot longer than Artemis 2, right? Then you know that your integrated systems test is going to work for Artemis 2. You know that. It's a given. And Hokie, the other thing is that I understand that testing criteria is subjective to the stakeholders, right? Like, I get it. Whoever designed the vehicle is going to come up with the tests. And they're going to test it to a certain construct, right? Like, they make a construct of a testing regime, and you test according to that, right? I get it. Every testing is different. There's no standardization for any aerospace capsule testing, right? Like, Dragon's tests are different than Starliner. Orion's tests are different than all of them, right? Dream Chaser's tests are different. I get it. However, the whole reason for doing that iterative style testing, testing Artemis 1 with no life support systems, doing all the tests on the ground, etc., is to avoid this exact problem. That's the whole reason to do that. That's the whole reason to test that way. So you get it right the first time. And yet, we're here with Artemis 1 having some pretty glaring engineering problems. 2 failure modes were introduced during Artemis 1 that were unexpected. Okay. The heat shield delaminated. Parts of the heat shield came off during the skip. Yeah, delaminated, removed. And it was so out of family to their analytical model that it warranted further analysis. Okay, I can understand that. We haven't done a lunar and trans-Earth injection into Earth's atmosphere in a little while. I understand that. I mean, and NASA stressed that if there were people on the Artemis 1 capsule, they would have been fine. Okay. That's fair. The other failure mode that was that they found based off of the Artemis 1 analysis is that there is a edge case for the batteries not being able to survive the shock longitudinal load of the launch abort system going off. What does that mean? Basically, when the launch abort system activates, the batteries break because they can't take being like shocked like that. They basically squish themselves. It's an edge case, an extreme scenario, worst case conditions. I get it. That's not a big deal. The life support systems, though. You guys, look, man, look. I get it, requirements change. And I get it, they basically pulled the plug on the Orion capsule in 2011 and redesigned the entire thing. It went from the CEV to the MPCV. I get it. They changed it. They changed it 15 years ago. Look, man, I understand this stuff takes time, but you're going to run into acceptance testing when you've entered your operations and testing phase. Are you kidding me right now? Man, look. You know, I at least have a good understanding of this. I like better than most. I understand this stuff takes time. I understand you're going to run into unexpected stuff. I get it. But also at the same time, you should not be running into those problems right now. No. Acceptance testing on life control, on life support, environmental control valves. Nothing should be failing acceptance testing at this point. Nothing should. I'm sorry. Like, the next mission has people going on it. And clearly it was a big enough problem to warrant a 12-month push at the very least. That's a huge red flag for me. Huge red flag. Like, on multiple levels. Like, okay, I don't need to tell you, you know. It's a huge red flag. And that's all I'm going to say. And it pissed me off. Like, it really, like, I hit a tipping point yesterday. Like, and what Wayne said in his blog is, this is the part that I said verbatim. I see it, Creeper. NASA officials in a press conference recently say over and over again that safety is number one. You may be surprised to find that I was totally irritated by that repetition. Dude, the whole press conference yesterday was NASA basically saying, hey, we have problems with the heat shield. Safety is our number one priority, but we have problems with the heat shield, but safety is our number one priority. We're going to launch when we're ready. Okay, on to the next person. Okay, the batteries, hey, safety is our one priority. Okay, the batteries can have problems in certain edge cases for abort scenario. Hey, safety is our number one priority. Did you know that? Yeah, we'll get that edge case figured out because safety is our priority. And, we're going to launch when we're ready because safety is our priority. Okay, on to the next person. Yeah, our life support system, safety is our priority, aren't working very well because safety is our priority. So we have to actually, they failed acceptance tests because safety is our priority. It was that annoying. You think I'm exaggerating? That was the entire press conference yesterday. It makes me think that the Artemis 1 was a PR stunt during budget season more than an actual test. Yeah, I don't know. Well, guys, and this is why I don't ask questions in these press conferences, even though I probably could, because I need some time to kind of noodle on it. My question would be this: if safety was your priority, why are you running into life support problems before a mission critical flight with crew involved? If safety was your priority, this wouldn't be a problem right now. And it's the reason why this is funny is because Wayne Hale, dude, this is verbatim what I said yesterday. And that makes me feel really good because Wayne Hale's usually spot on with this. So it tells me that, I wasn't actually sure if this is a big deal or not until, we talked about it and I thought about it yesterday. And then I noodled on it even more last night. Like, this whole thing kept me up. Like, did I overreact? Now, to be fair, I did get some stuff wrong yesterday. I did say that there was a power consumption problem during aborts. That's wrong. The batteries literally can't take the shock of the ejector system going off. Great. Maybe you would have found that problem if you did an actual in-flight abort with the Orion capsule attached. Their in-flight abort system had a dud attached to it. Okay. Sure. So, Ori's watching. I would be very humbled and honored if he even knew who I was, to be honest with you. I learned a lot from his blogs. But yeah, dude, basically gigantic red flag yesterday. I thought initially I was overreacting, and then I thought about it more. A year delay because you didn't get the life support systems figured out in time. Safety is my priority. Oh yeah, safety is my priority. Yeah. Incompetence. It comes down to incompetence. Hellfish? I don't think so. Hear me out. I know you're going to be like, it's easy to say, oh, these people are just incompetent. You know what I think it is? I don't think it's incompetency at all. I think this has a lot more to do with what Destin said in that Smarter Everyday video about mission architecture. I don't think this is incompetence. I think this is inexperience. How many people working for NASA were here when we last went to the moon? I think this is an experience. And what does a person in a field unexperienced in said field, what do? They overestimate their ability. Overconfidence? Overconfidence is a textbook example of inexperience, not incompetence, necessarily. Could be. I think it's inexperience. I think we're trading on a reputation we think we have, but we don't. And this shows. It very much shows. It's the same thing with Starliner, right? Everybody thought Boeing was just going to be able to crap out. Nice, Creeper, I saw the meme. Everybody thought Boeing was just going to be able to crap out a capsule, a human-rated capsule. That's the safe bet comparatively to SpaceX, etc., etc. Nobody ever bothered to go and look to see that Boeing has never built a spacecraft before. Ever. Ever. They operated spacecraft. Differences. Just because you can drive a car doesn't mean you can build one. Right? The Starliner program doesn't reek of incompetence, it reeks of inexperience. Because Boeing's never made a capsule before. We're overestimating our capability. It's inexperience, not incompetence. That's a rookie. Hellfish, you said testing things under the conditions they're flying in seems like a basic screw-up. Rookie mistake, am I right? Rookie mistake. That's exactly what I'm talking about. In my honest opinion, all the subsystems on Orion need to fly up to the ISS and get tested in their operational environment if they're not going to slate the next SLS launch for an actual test flight. Yeah, but Aqualux, doing something like that screws up your entire production pipeline. It basically screws over the entire Artemis industrial base doing something like that. I did suggest this yesterday, and I agree with you. But I don't think they have the balls to do something like that. All that would do would further delay, it would delay the mission even more. And you know what, man? I'm kind of okay with that. If safety was your priority, that's something that you would do. Make sure that do a bench test of the capsule. Guys, not even Apollo was tested the way they're testing the Artemis equipment. They wanted to put people on the second flight. Not even the Apollo program did that. And the Apollo program still had casualties. You know, it is what it be, dude. It is what it be. I don't want to talk about it anymore, dudes. For all the updates, it is the Orion battery issues that piss me off the most. One of the first analysis you do for any space flight system when designing, especially in the preparing system for V&V, is a loads analysis. Shocks, vibes, acceleration, load analysis, that's fundamental. It was an edge case rocket, guys, similar to the Centaur stage. And they did find it before somebody went on the damn flight, and I do appreciate that. But also, this is not something you find right. I don't think this is something that should be found now. This is something you should have found 5 years ago, before you started manufacturing the damn capsules. Like I said, it's not incompetence. It's inexperience. We're trading on a resume we don't have anymore. Yeah, we've gone to the moon 50 freaking years ago. To be fair, at that point, neither SpaceX also hasn't built a human capsule, so it should have been a level playing field. But somehow SpaceX, a 10-year-old agency at that point, managed to build it, and Boeing, that had to do with human space-rated vehicles before, couldn't. I agree with you, but there's more to it than my opinion. I was wondering if somebody was going to bring this up, Salyut. I agree, there's more to it. When did the Dragon capsule, in any way, shape, or form, come on the books for SpaceX? When did it? Think about it for a second. 2008. Commercial Orbital Transport Services, dude. That's when Dragon came on the books for SpaceX. SpaceX started designing and testing components with the Commercial Resupply Program. Commercial Crew came out in 2014. SpaceX already had 6 years of capsule experience and a number of flights to the ISS. At that point, they started working on Dragon 2, which is the logical progression of the Dragon capsule. SpaceX commercial crew came out in 2014. SpaceX flew in 2020. That's 12 years for full capsule development to go from nothing for SpaceX to go from nothing to a crew-rated mission to the ISS. 12 years. Commercial crew came around in 2014. What's 2014 plus 12? Just saying. Just putting it out there. I could tend to say that Starliner is actually going quite fast for a clean sheet design circa 2014, considering it took SpaceX 12 years at SpaceX's crazy rate of iteration. Think about it, dude. How far are we out? We're 10 years out from the commercial crew contract being awarded. 2014, it's 2024, dude. And we're looking like Starliner is going to hit operational status maybe by the end of this year. 11 years. There you go. Boeing actually, if you look at the whole thing, the macro scale of things, Boeing actually did it faster than SpaceX. Or, well, is in line to do it faster than SpaceX, let me say. Weird, huh? It's interesting perspective that I don't think gets considered. No, it has, Badger, what I had said yesterday about the power consumption is wrong. The batteries physically get smushed when the launch escape system activates in edge case abort scenarios. We're talking worst case scenario, abort at max Q with maximum windage allowance for the stack, like maximum upper level winds for SLS. It's an edge case where the load that gets exerted with high wind shear during maximum dynamic pressure with the launch vehicle, the capsule trying to escape, it can smush the batteries. It's an edge case, Rocket Guy. Like, once again, similar to... it's an edge case similar to, what's it called? Like ULA with the Centaur. ULA found that in high energy insertion scenarios for the Centaur, under maximum load, that it can cause leaks in the tank. They have remedied that problem, so their performance envelope matches their mechanical their actual hardware. Sorry, I just got here. Hey, don't worry about it. How long did the Apollo capsule take to get made and flown successfully? But also in retrospective, no Starliner or Dragon has ever toasted their passengers. How long did Apollo take? The Apollo capsule came on the books in 1964. It first flew successfully in... What was Apollo 7? 1968? That was with 3 casualties. So 4-year development cycle with paying the price in blood with a blank check from Uncle Sam. 4 years. Yeah, really starts to put this stuff in perspective. Orion came on the books in 2004. Under the Vision for Space Exploration, the Constellation program. That's when Orion started to come around. Now, in 2010, they basically pulled the plug on it and said, redesign everything. Redesign everything. Go from making basically a solar-powered Apollo capsule to making a capsule that can loiter on orbit for long periods of time. They changed the stakeholder expectations of the capsule 6 years into development. They basically stopped working on it in 2011 and then redesigned the entire thing and started working on it again in 2014. That was 10 years ago. Total Orion development cycle is almost 20 years. And they can't get the life support systems working. That's what I mean about having these types of problems at this phase in your testing. Big red flag. Here are some of my notes regarding AI and T. Granted, it's for satellite systems and not something as complicated as Orion, but that should give you an idea of the methodical analysis and tests that happen just for small sats, let alone what should happen with within human systems. Edge cases should be found way sooner, in my opinion. And if that edge case is within the flight envelope, then you got problems. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Rocket. Yeah, I agree with you in that regard. I think that finding... you should not be finding these problems now. These guys have been sitting there doing analysis for almost a decade. And you're still finding edge cases in the design. That's gross. It's gross. I don't like that. Jeez, man. Look at the flow here. Oh, jeez. Wow. Yeah, that's for a small set. Unbelievable. Notice line 4 is shocks and vibrations. Yeah, that tells me that their initial analysis wasn't good. Their analytical models were not comprehensive enough. If they're finding this many edge cases with thermal protection systems, with power systems, with life support systems, big red flag. Big red flag. That's not good. That's like, dude, I've usually erred on the side of caution in the past because I don't really know this stuff too well, right? Or at least, I'd say I'm a student of it. I'm still learning. But this I can say with pretty good confidence that should not be happening this way. Yeah. Why now? What did they find and when? Obviously not during the pad abort, during Artemis 1. I'm not really sure, Rocket Guy, where they did this, why they were doing this analysis now. I can only assume it's from the flight data. It must be from the data from Artemis 1. It must be from the telemetry. Right? It has to be. Where else would they get new data, right? I'm puzzled. You play KSP and love spaceflight, I guess, but you seem to believe you know better than NASA. Bionic, I want to say that this is very much my opinion, dude. What do I know? Like you said, I just play Kerbal. But also, when a space shuttle flight engineer or space shuttle flight director for 3 decades comes out and says the exact same thing that I'm saying, I might be onto something. That's where I'm at, dude. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Like, I might be, I don't know. Am I onto something? Maybe not. Maybe I am. I don't know. Adoken, how similar was the Apollo CSM to Gemini and Mercury? Clean sheet design. Clean sheet design. It was... Mercury and Gemini had basic transistor algorithms in them, Adoken. They weren't digital. They were kind of digital. Kind of. Apollo had a digital processor, a computer, a flight computer. A flight computer in how we would kind of picture it in a modern standard. Yeah, it was light years ahead. Think like, comparing like if Starship was fully operational, comparing that to SLS. It's like, okay. A1 data must not have matched what Orion was expecting. Yep. If they found just one of those problems as an edge case, then okay, I could see that. Not everyone can catch everything, but with the amount of things that they found, it really makes you wonder. Yeah, Tessa, I can't help but raise concern. But yeah, I mean, who said that? Banana, yeah, you're right. I mean, like, I don't know better, but I know enough about rocket testing. Not some stuff. Don't get me wrong. This isn't just from playing Kerbal. I I read a lot about NASA systems engineering, dude. There are rules and standards for how you run a space program in this book. Okay, I reference it a lot on stream, and I use this NASA systems engineering to make space programs in Kerbal. I don't just build a rocket and send it somewhere. We build a space program, and I use systems engineering to come up with my integrated architecture. Right? I learned a lot from this book. From what I heard from the press conference yesterday, NASA isn't even following their own systems engineering rules. Like, dude, like I said, there's a shuttle flight director, a guy that has spent three decades in the shuttle program, that said the exact same thing. I don't know what to tell you. Do I know better? Probably not. But also, I know enough to know that when you're into your testing phase and you have to delay the project by a year because you're running into all these problems, that means your testing wasn't good enough. Could I do it better myself? Maybe in Kerbal. In real life? No. Absolutely not. The reason why I bring all this up is because I think we have a big problem in the program, the space program. I think we have a big problem. I'm going to work on Vulcan while I talk. The problem, and I've said this many times, dude, but the problem that we have is that, well, we haven't gone to the moon in a long time, but we think we still know how to. How many people are working at NASA right now that were there during the Apollo program? It's not a big number. Just because we have the knowledge on how to do it doesn't mean we can. At some point, you're going to have to go figure it out. At some point, you can't just sit there and think, oh, we went to the moon before, so it'll be fine. Yeah, you don't have to know how to build a car to recognize a lemon. Yeah. Found the gold standard for NASA. Something else to pursue. Notice slide 14. But yeah, man, what do I know? I don't know, dude. I know it kind of sounds like it, but dude, I've been listening to these press conferences. I've been listening to what NASA does in their space program for the better part of a decade. I listen to every press conference almost without fail. And then I sit here and we analyze what they said on stream. I'm confident enough to be able to to speak up and say that this isn't right. It's not right. It's not right. A system's end-to-end testing. Rules. A system end-to-end testing shall be performed in the final flight configuration, hardware and software. Bingo. Right there. Right there. Artemis 1 violated this rule on multiple levels. Not the right upper stage for the launch vehicle. Not the baseline capsule that you're going to put people inside. Dud launch escape system. I can think of 3 right off the bat. End-to-end testing shall be from instrument sensor input through the spacecraft to command and a telemetry ground system. And once again, this is right from NASA's own standards, dude. This is the Goddard Space Flight Center technical standards for rules for design, development, verification, operation of flight systems. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You know, you ask, do you think I know? Do I think I know better than NASA? No, I think NASA knows better than NASA. I'm just saying what they're saying. If you really want to know, I just play KSP. That's fair and reasonable. However, you do know how a car works, and should work to recognize the lemon. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, for sure, man, for sure. I don't think Orion is a lemon, per se. I think Orion's a great piece of engineering. My problem is with their testing regime. If they had adhered to these rules, Artemis 2 would still be on schedule. Like, they had components missing from the Orion capsule on the Artemis 1 mission last year. It had no life support. It had no life support on board, right? That's a huge red flag. And I thought, no, it'd be okay because life support systems you can test sufficiently on the ground. It's not a big deal. Well, apparently you can't. Apparently you can't, you know? The lemon was just an analogy of the lemon is the testing regime. Yeah, exactly. But hey, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Anyway, let's restart and let's work on Vulcan. Oh, but before we do that, we got a picture from S-Master. I like what's going on here. Would A2 still be on schedule? Adding in all these testing and parts work into A1 would have delayed that mission as well as A2. That's fair. I guess, Novus, the question that I'm trying to ask, dude, is which way would you rather have it? Yeah, I'll take that Chevy. That's fine, Arplex, right? Yeah, I don't know, dude. I'm kind of done talking about it, man, you know? Like, I don't think A1 was useless by any means. It proved the launch vehicle wasn't the bottleneck. That still makes me laugh, dude. I don't mean to laugh, but damn, that's funny. That Ford being talked about, yeah, that looks about right. Nice. Let's just put those there as a marker. Hold on, let me, so we're gonna work on Vulcan here. I want to try to get the engine section right. Okay, there's our hold points. The question is, was Artemis 1 just a publicity stunt driven by politics? No, absolutely not. Guys, if you really want my honest opinion, saying anything that NASA does is for publicity or politics is frankly like the most Bush League argument I've ever heard. You know why? What the hell was the Apollo program but a political stunt? You can't make that argument. You can't say this is, you know, when it's bad, it's a political stunt, and when it's good, it's not. Like, you know, like that's Bush League. You know, that's very not cool. Isn't Artemis 1 exactly what people have been asking for? Actually launching something? That's what I was asking for. But Novus, I think, once again, I mean, we talked about this the other day. I think it would have been better if we had a baselined Orion capsule. I've always said, that Orion should be tested in Leo. That was mostly copium because I really wanted Ares 1 to fly, but also it kind of shows that that probably would have been a prudent thing to do. That they wouldn't have adjusted the testing because of who was in charge. No, the testing regime wouldn't have changed, guys. The testing regime has basically been the same since 2014. It's just the timelines for the testing regime have changed. So. All right, let me take a look at Vulcan's engine section. Hey, baby. Shoot, how the heck are we gonna make that shape? This was a big problem that I was thinking about. How are we gonna make that? That's why I keep asking the same question. How NASA managed to land on the moon 60 years ago, and they keep struggling by now, really can't understand the point. There's a lot of things that contribute to that, Bastardo. Yeah, flags will probably do us right, Xerax. Yeah. I think that's where a little artistic license comes in. Russia landed uncrewed probes on the moon. Yeah.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
That band? Hang on. I gotta get my updates. Gotta get the updates, dog. All it has was a picture, was a link, and that's what the link was. To Bastardo's point, do you think funding is part of the reason? Dick. No, I don't think money's the problem, man. To be honest with you, I don't think money is the issue. I think the problem has much more to do with what's the right way to say it? So, hey Dave, thanks for the raid, dude. Dave Good Day, excuse me. Thanks for the raid, buddy. How can I say this right? Oh, the thrust transform is applied there. Oh, that's going to be an issue. Dave, thanks for the raid, buddy. I appreciate it. What's the right way to say this? Yeah, Fluffs, that's right. Just landed on Gilly with 32 meters a second left over out of a total of 4K. So happy to cool off here. Right on, man. Congratulations, Gilly. That low grab, though. How's that low grab treating you? I don't know, fellas. I think I've talked too much about it. My brain's kind of paced when it comes to this, dude. That and I want to get some more work done on our Vulcan build. I don't think money's the issue. I think the money is there. Any lunar program that we have right now is not going to cost nearly as much as the Apollo program. It's not. That's just the reality of the situation. Now, I know what you might be asking. Why? Why won't it cost as much? It's not going to cost as much because the Apollo program had to shoulder the cost of building launch pads, integration buildings, all the factories, all the infrastructure, Complex 39, all those facilities, the VAB, the Launch Control Center. We don't have to shoulder that cost with this program. We're just developing a rocket. Most of the systems, ground side, have already been invented. We don't need to redesign much. Like, we don't need another VAB. The VAB that NASA built 50 years ago works just fine. There's no need for that. We don't need another one, right? So, because of this, right, like, the program is never going to cost nearly as much. It's not going to cost as much as the Apollo program. No way. It's just not. So, do I think the money is there? Yes. I think it has much more to do with the overall mission architecture. This is where my problem has lied with the Artemis program for a long time. It's not Constellation. That's the problem. Like, if I'm going to be very candid, it's not. It's not Constellation. Might be able to get away with that, but it's fuel tanks. Funding is definitely a part of the issue. There's only a fixed amount of money. There's only a fixed amount of money for a fixed amount of things. Not every test proposed can be executed. It comes down to what tests you need to validate and verify your requirements. Every dollar that wasn't allocated early on in heavy development will get spent later in the schedule delays. Yeah. Novus, let me revise what I said, if you will. I think the money is there, but I mean, we've talked about this before. That's a good point. We're not. The way we're spending it is wrong. Okay, so it's the whole bell curve funding, guys. So you want to spend a lot of money on your rocket or spacecraft or whatever. You want to spend a lot of money on it in the beginning of the program, when you're doing development, when you're doing this analysis, when you're doing all this other stuff, right? Basically, when you're drawing up the plans to the spacecraft. And your funding should theoretically peak right around your first test flight. After your first test flight, you start moving over into operations. Operations are one of the cheapest things. That's when the system is validated, you're good to go, and that's where you're not spending a lot of money, right? You're not spending much, right? So theoretically, your funding should go up to your first test flight, and then it should go down, right? If we're talking about, let's talk about this in a 10-year cycle. Let's say, 2014 to 2024, right? Let's talk about that. So funding for this project should have peaked in like 2017, 2018, which, if you recall, that's when Artemis 1 was supposed to fly, right? And then it should be down to operations up until now. The problem is that the amount of cash we've spent on this program over 10 years is the right amount. SLS's budget, instead of going up like this and back down, is literally a straight line. It's a straight line that just increases with inflation. They flat funded a lunar rocket. That's why SLS had gotten delayed a lot. Novus, that's what I mean when I say I think the money's there. I think it's there. But as we get further away from where our peak funding point is going to be, right, we're still running into these problems. Well, that's because you know good and well they skimped in 2016 or 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018. They should have been spending $6, $7, $8 billion on SLS a year, and they were spending $2 billion. But they've been spending $2 billion, $3 billion on SLS every year for the past 10. So the money is there. The amount of money getting spent is right. It's just not being spent at the right times. That's what I mean by that. I think it's fine, JDG. Yuki, I don't know if you remember me. Of course I do. Asking you yesterday if it's worthwhile to send... Yeah. To send 2 dock command pods, tin can and tuna can to rescue a standard Kerbal. I did it finally, but I resorted to a simple guidance unit. Empty tin can lander and setup instead. Docking is too hard for me at this time. Hey, if you know, we're talking about defining missions. If you deem that as technically infeasible with your skill set, you find another solution. That's what you're supposed to do. But Novus, does that make sense with I should have clarified my statement. Sorry, man. Your Boston accent slipped out. My voice is not doing very well. I've done a lot of talking over the past 2 days, man. My voice is starting to go. Right. All those tests that money should have been there for would be delayed. Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah, we've talked about that, dude. I guess my frustration with that, it just boiled to a head yesterday. I'm so sick of the half measures, man. Right? And like I said, this isn't a knock on the people that engineer this stuff. This isn't a knock on the hardware. It's so frustrating because we have the pocket change to do this, and it is pocket change to the taxpayer or to the government, right? It's pocket change. We have the money to do this. We have the infrastructure to do this. Yet we sit here and twiddle our freaking thumbs. It's really annoying. It's frustrating, dude. That's all. What are you gonna do? Like, NASA should have been back to the moon 5 years ago. If SLS was funded properly, we'd be at the moon now. Simple. If we'd been doing the Constellation if we did the Constellation program and just said frick it and just kept doing the Constellation program, even with crappy funding, we'd have a base on the moon right now. The good news is Starship in February. Yeah, that's right. That's good. That is indeed good news. Because of Rule 8, we're 60 years behind. Hellfish, that's a Bush League argument, and you know it. It's Bush League, man. You can't say that when the government is the reason why the Apollo program, why we have flags on the moon there in the first place. Like, I don't think that's right. I think that's a very weird and strange way of looking at things. Yeah, Yuki, but here's the thing. I love our space program and everything, but I don't think dictatorship would be the solution to getting our space program right, unless we want our space program to be like China's. I don't. Hard pass on that one, brother. Okay. There are ones that have continuously cut funding. There are ones that have killed Apollo. We need Jim back. We need a lot more than that right now, RJ. Yeah. What would Neil Armstrong say about the delay of Artemis? I mean, 7, what he said about canceling Constellation probably would be about on par. Look up his congressional testimony from, what was it, 2012, I think? Quiet speed build. Hired even after all this nonsense, I'm still sick. How else can you explain this? What the hell is this about? I must have gotten like the flu light or something. I'm freaking, yeah. I just, I get to 7-8 hours into the stream and I feel like trash. Come on. You might have what I have, getting old-itis. I've been sick for 3 weeks with the same type of sickness. It just won't go away. Yeah, everybody's been saying there's a respiratory illness going around, and I was referring more to giving your voice a break. Yeah, I got you. You watched it last night, Lunprod. Yeah. Cool. So, guys, yeah, the problem that I was having here with this is the skipper engines, what I wanted to use, when the plumbing is exposed, right? I won't be able to make the bow tail right, but also the thrust transform is. So, where the thrust transform is right here, the center of thrust, that's where thrust is applied, right here. And if I wanted to mimic how the BE4s kind of sit in their bow tail, we would just need the nozzle sticking out. But can you see a problem here? The thrust transform. Whatever I clip it into, when I go to fire these engines, it's going to blow up because it's going to be shooting into it. So the skipper is probably not the best idea for what we need. Hey, Oki, gifted a sub to Lunprod. Thank you. May have been RSV. It looks like a regular cold, but takes longer to recover from. Oglex RSV? I don't know what that is. Is a common respiratory virus that usually causes mild cold-like symptoms. Most people recover in a week or two, but RSV can be serious. Infants and older adults are more likely to develop serious issues. Okay. What's the symptoms on this mother trucker? Respiratory syncytial virus. Yeah. Yeah. You can be asymptomatic, but if present, symptoms are generally isolated to the upper respiratory tract. Runny nose, sore throat, fever, and malaise. Malaise is a medical term for a feeling of general discomfort, uneasiness, lack of well-being, and often the first sign of, first sign of an infection. Oh God, you could get bronchitis from this. That's not good. Why not like China? China in the last years has landed several landers and rovers on the moon and Mars, developed a complete lineup of rockets from human-rated, heavy, medium, and light lift rockets, not to mention a super aesthetic space station built in record time. There's a lot lacking, like the unfortunate position of their launch pads and debatable politics, but you can't deny that they are doing it right in spaceflight apart from the boosters. No, I can deny that they're not doing it right. If you criticize leadership in China, you get thrown in jail. That's actually specifically what I was referring to. Throwing away rights for a better space program is lunacy. And you'd be absolutely insane to do something like that. So no, that's exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, that's what I was talking about to a T, actually. Yeah, they're doing great things. Great. Good. Okay, tip my cap. Good for you guys. I'll be over here where I can say whatever I want. Good, great, grand, wonderful. No yelling on the bus. All right, let's see. What else? What other engines do we have? What other engines do we have at our disposal? What about these boys? Yeah, that nozzle doesn't really look right. That's the debatable part I was talking about. Yeah, but you missed the... You missed that was the whole point of what I was trying to say, dude. Yeah, I'm not... No. That's absolutely ridiculous. Vectors? Vectors are what I've used in the past on other Vulcan builds, dude. I don't know if we need vectors, though, Nova. Do we? And T-Man? Yeah. I mean, that would definitely... They're definitely right. And I would say that the KS-25 is probably the closest thing we have to the BE-4. It's either that, or if we took another engine and overclocked it. If all else fails, vectors, yep. Yep. Guys, I'll be honest, this is why I haven't made much progress on these things, because I just feel like dog crap. Felt like dog crap for freaking weeks, dude. It sucks. Overclock J2? I was thinking about it, Xerax. Yeah, where's the thrust transform on these things? Yeah, it's down at the nozzle. Yeah, if we could get rid of their engine plate, right, and do something like this, right here, let's take a look. I need to make a bow tail that basically looks like this. Like, this is just me mocking up stuff. I think, so two of these conic adapters kind of next to each other is almost the exact shape that we're looking for. Now, if we put these, so the nozzles are just facing out, and then just bear with me here. Say we did something like this. Yeah, weeks. The Dino sign. It's, well, about 2 weeks, actually, if I had to say. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. It doesn't look exactly like it, though, because, yeah, the shape. Oh. Go see a doctor. Yeah. See, that looks right from the side, but I don't think it looks correct because what happens with the bow tail here is this edge ends up being curved and matches that. Oh, frick. I don't know how we're going to do this. I could just make a straight cone adapter. This is me just kind of trying something, you know? Like if we did something like this, and then we went down like that, right? And then we took this piece right here, and we set it like that. And then get me those skiffs out again. And then these need to be out here. And then I just need something on the side here to kind of... I need something that goes in that shape. Maybe those... Maybe those tank pieces. Ooh, dudes, that's pretty close. Yeah, all right. That's actually not bad at all. Hold on a second. That's pretty damn close to the shape. I mean, I'd need to screw with some things real quick. But that's... Yeah, it's not exact. It's actually a little bit wider than that. Like, yeah, you got a big ellipsis here. So, maybe... This is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them. No. 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 Static fire it first. What? Oh. I mean, okay. That's definitely getting more in the ballpark, dudes. Absolutely. If you have the fairing more closed off at the end, maybe? Yeah. This is not bad. This is just a blockout, guys. This is not going to be the final design. I don't like using fuel tanks as adapters. Just because when you go to launch the vehicle, your fuel readings aren't going to show up, right? So these pieces I could make out of fairings. That's not that big of a deal. And with the fairings, we'll have a little bit more freedom with the design. Take this and edit the fairing and make it like that. There we go. Now take these and put them back up here. Like we could use 3 fairings. Because yeah, I don't really have a methodology for building something like this. I've never made something like this before. And on top of that, we got to remember that this whole thing jettisons. We have to design the systems in to make this thing pop off the back. Can you give her a quick test? Yeah, sure, if you want. I don't have any of the structure installed on this booster. There's nothing holding it together. It's gonna be noodly as hell. To be honest with you. But yeah, I suppose if you want. Marvin. We need Marvin. There you go. The bicoupler. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Let's see what this looks like. Ready? Activate the engine. I think we have a winner. If I just clean this up, fairings and whatnot, I think we have a winner. That looks pretty freaking good, dude. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. I have Waterfall, Panderific. Hey, Max, 74-month resub. Yeah. Yeah. But see, watch. Watch when I throttle down. See it? See the whole thing compress? See it moving? That's what I mean about just messing with it. That's not gonna fly. I mean, it'll fly, it just won't fly very well. Watch what happens when I go to fire it in gimbal. You see the thing moving around? See it moving? That's no good. But it does look freaking sick, though.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh, feel the heat. That's what struts are for. Yeah, you're right. Tier 374, stop being sick, Jedi mind trick or something. Tier 374 from Sawyer. Thanks, man. You can edit the plumes. I think you can edit the plumes on certain engines. I don't think you can do them on the skiffs, though. Unless it's in the SPH. Looks good? Thanks, man. Wiggle Tech. It's Wiggle Tech, dude. Wiggly, 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 wah. Wiggly, 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 wah. Oh, variant. Here we go. Oh, yeah. No, that's not right. Yeah. I know you could do it with the shuttle motors. Yeah, plume. Methalox. The Stratton Blitz. Yeah. He's probably talking about the waterfall editor. Okay. Yeah. No, I don't want to do that. If that's all right. Is there a good plume mod for KSP2? Yeah, Doom. It's waterfall is what I'm using. It's pretty good. Dude, this is nuts. Come on. Stop. This is what happened the other day, and I'm like, oh, I'm sick. I'll sleep it off. Sounded like you need some honey tea. Dude, yeah, I don't know, man. This is wrong. This is not good. You ranted too much. I did talk too much. Tiny Victory is going to bed now. Please be more boring. Okay. Is Mike Vrabel coming home? I don't know, Warhead, maybe. I don't think Bill is going anywhere, if you want my honest opinion. If Kraft does him dirty, I'm going to be a little upset. What's up, Adam? Try those white toroidal tanks. The toroidal tanks? White toroidals? Yeah, bit. Where? Oh, these guys? Yeah, that's not the right size, dude. Good idea though. If I had a bigger version of that, it'd be perfect. 415 redeemed ad time. You have had a hand gesture. You have had a hand in getting her to sleep. You're welcome. I've had this sickness for a week. Today seems to finally be wearing off. Cough, dripping nose, every muscle aches. Oh, you too. Oh, thank God, dude. I was starting to get worried. My ribs, like all up in here, aches like crazy. And like deltoids. All right, cool. Ad, please. You rolled, what did you roll? 13? All right. Rolling for ads. Damn it. Damn it. My friend has the same thing. He says everything hurts and it's been a week. That's about how long it's been for me, Doom. Like, the first week of January, I was just shot. Yeah, you use your freaking ads. Little pissant. The donut-shaped tanks to make the white skirt just before the nozzle. Oh. Yeah, my guy. Because, yeah, we can change the color of those, can't we? Let's see. Does it work? Dude. Adam, I like you. Adam, I like you. Yeah, you're all right. You're all right. You're all right, brother. You're all right, man. Yeah, if we make these fairings and stuff. Bro, that looks just like it. I just got to make sure the tanks are locked out so we're going to get weird fuel readings, but that's okay. I think that's worth it because it looks exactly the same. That's a good call, man. Good call. What do you think, dudes? Think we're in the ballpark? I think we're in the ballpark. Nooglins. Conveyor. Astrobotic. Oh yeah, that's right. There was an Astrobotic update. Hang on. Is there a way to not see the cone adapter clip through the nozzle? Doom, that's why I said to make those... that's why I said to make those fuel tanks out of fairings instead, so they'd be hollow. And then I just got to figure out a way to put a backing plate on this thing. I could probably get away with flags here, but yeah, we might need to take some creative liberties with it. But that does look right, dudes. That looks correct. That's perfect. Honey, wake up. The new Astrobotics update just dropped. Our flight dynamics team has confirmed that the curve silver in this image taken on our first day of operations is in fact Earth. This image comes from our spacecraft's This image from our spacecraft simulator shows the camera's view of Earth at the time the photo was taken. Peregrines remain stable and fully charged. The spacecraft continues to transmit valuable data. We are now 200,000 miles away from Earth, which is about 84% of the way to the lunar distance. Starting around 7 p.m. Eastern Time, we will enter an unexpected 9-hour period of loss of signal, our longest period without communication yet. We expect to reestablish communication with the spacecraft again around 4 a.m. Eastern Time. We estimate that the spacecraft has about 36 hours of propellant remaining, another improvement since this morning. Dude, they might hard land this on the moon, dude. This is this, guys, this is going to get near the moon. It's going to get near it. Think about it. So this launched on Monday. What's today? Wednesday? So it's been 48 hours. Well, actually, it's been closer to 72.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's going to be close. It's cutting it close. Real close. It's going to get near the moon, which is pretty bananas for a propellant loss. That's really cool. They've been able to figure out ways to mitigate propellant loss, which is neat. It's going to get near it, which is pretty damn impressive. Yep. There. Yeah, see that? That's Earth over there. Damn, dude, that's a long way. Dude, they're gonna do, like, they aren't gonna land, but it's gonna be close. Is a crash landing desirable? I don't know, Sally. Would you rather I'd rather impact it with the moon rather than just leave it stranded in a high orbit that's going to intersect the moon eventually. I mean, it'll eventually, if it runs out of power in the orbit that it's in now, it will crash into the moon eventually. If it doesn't happen on the next orbit, it's going to happen eventually. The moon will pull it in and it'll hit it. Either that or it's going to miss and the moon will eject it into solar orbit. It'll slingshot off the moon. It depends on their injection angle to the lunar grav well. That's really what it depends on. Weather guy, 45 months. Thanks, man. I'm sorry, guys. I can't freaking talk. I just don't. My voice just doesn't have the duration that it usually does. This is good though. This is really good. I really like this. Doctor, nah. We'll wait a couple days, see if it goes away. Fresh poots. I mean, this happened to me last week. I stopped and I'm like, yeah, I'll be fine in the morning. And then I was okay. And then it's just been kind of lingering, dude. I felt like Dookie for like.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I felt like Dookie for like the past week, almost a week and a half, right? Basically since the new year. I feel terrible. Like you have no energy. I can't. This is why my streams have been so short lately. I can't, like, I get to a certain point in the day and I'm just like, ugh, you know. I lost my voice too for a few days. Yeah, well, that tells me that, yeah, I mean, it does actually sell you, to be honest with you. Hey, Rapip, thanks for the 42, man. 42 is the meaning of everything. Have you tried meth? No, I don't want that. At this point, whatever. If they can manage, it's worth it. Try and land it. Yeah, they don't have enough prop to land it. Biff, if it was me, I would consider an impact on the surface a pretty damn good, considering you had a major failure. That's pretty good. If it was me, did you take a COVID test? I did a little while ago, KU. Not in the last week and a half, you know, since I started getting sick. Smoking Drano will not help your voice. Might give me the energy that I need, though. No, don't. Hard drugs, not a good idea. Drugs are not a good idea. You probably shouldn't do that. Like, ever. You probably shouldn't do that. Did you take more than one? And were they up to date or they expired? They were up to date, dude. I live in Massachusetts. Of course they were up to date. Yeah, no, and just... Yeah. It's not COVID, dude. It's just whatever the respiratory infection is that's going around. But we need to cook. Yes, we do. Anyone who take vitamin D? Yeah. You do drugs bad, okay? You shouldn't do drugs. Drugs bad. Yeah. I had COVID during the pandemic. Knocked me out. Dude, that was bad. I got it coming back from Spaceport America last year. It was bad. Real bad. Like, bad. I just had to sit and lie in bed, and that's it. And I felt cold and warm at the same time, and I felt like I was going to puke, but you dry heave. It was bad. It was terrible. This isn't that. I feel okay. Like, I feel fine right now, dude. I feel fine, except I have no energy. Like, I've been trying to power my way through it, and the Artemis thing yesterday kind of definitely helped. But yeah. And, you know, like, just on a side note, back to the rocket. We could probably get away with making a Centaur 5 by doing something like that. That actually is pretty close to right. Cool. Newlands. Check the suggestion. You can improve the shape of that even more by using the 125 to 625 adapter. Yeah, Adam, that's not really what the bottom looks like, but yeah, I see what you're saying. I never wanted to use the fuel tanks, dude. The fuel tanks were just so I could block out shape, but yeah, I see what you're saying. The flat one in structural? Oh, the FLA 5, yeah. Well, Adam, I don't want to do that. Trust me. What I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to make these. We'll probably do this tomorrow. I'm going to try to take these, right? And I want to make that shape out of 2 fairings, right? And then I'll put these in the back there, so the back end of this is nice and hollow. But I'll keep these here, and because those are toroidal tanks, you won't see the tank clipping into the inside of the nozzle, right? And then that leaves basically this aggregate area right here to figure out a way to like plug with flags or adapters or fuel tanks. That's what I want to do. All right, guys, yeah. I like the part where Heisenberg said, it's Heisenberg time, and then Heisenberged all over the place. I'm the one who Heisenbergs. When was your last water break? I just took a sip a second ago, dude. Artyom, this is not a water thing. Like, yeah, this is just here. I'll just give us a kind of just so it looks like we made some progress today. Newlands. That basically is how this thing's going to end up looking. Something like that. Not bad. I'm not sure what we'll use for our propulsion up there. We need something like an RL-10, and there's just really not something like an RL-10 in this. Maybe 2 poodles or something? But that's not the thrust that we need either. I don't know. Just put those there to mount it. That's not bad. I'm gonna have to do more work up here, but this is more or less what we're trying to do. You know, you couple that with some kickbacks on the sides, right? My upper stage length isn't right. It's close, but it's not right. We need the Centaur 5 is bigger than this. This needs to be up here somewhere. Kind of like right there, maybe. That looks right. The proportions are correct there. So we need to extend Centaur 5. I haven't taken any measurements of it. This was an eyeball thing just to make it kind of look like we did something. That's actually not bad, dudes. Pretty good. Pretty good. I like it. Yeah, we can make this work. I mean, wait, hold on. Let me check something real quick. Dude, the real one's gonna have something like this. It's gonna be crazy. Wow. How much thrust is that off the bat, to be honest? Like, what are we talking about here? And dude, we haven't even tweaked the skiff engines. We haven't even tweaked them. Like, we haven't even messed with them just yet. Like, here, what happens if I go in here like this and come on. Go in here like this. Shut that off so it's not thinking that it's delta V. Shut that off. Okay. Liftoff thrust is 4 meganewtons. 4 meganewtons is pretty damn. That's a lot of thrust for a That's a lot of thrust for a vehicle this size in KSP. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. Your tanks are empty. Yeah, that's true. Thank you. make it. I'm doing a stupid. Wayne Hale says don't do stupid. Okay, that's much more in line. Thank you. 1.09. Yeah, these things need to make more power. We can fix that problem. That's no big deal. I just wanted to see how it looked. Not bad. What happened? How much TWR we have with just those two? Yeah, see, that's we're gonna need a bigger boat. Yeah, we need to get these skiffs up to B4 spec, you know. Cool. All right, good progress, dudes. All right, guys, it's kind of alarming how bad this got really quickly. Anyway, cool. Let's just work on this tomorrow. 1.09 is kind of low. I have to look at Vulcan's payload capacity and go from there, but we can do that tomorrow. I'm sick. This is really annoying. I'm sick of this happening every day, but you gotta rest it out, dude. That's apparently what happens. You gotta rest it out. So that's what we're gonna do. I hope you feel better. Nader, this sucks, man. I hate being sick. I hate not showing up for work. It makes me feel worthless. Like, I really, really don't like it. I understand that you're sick. You got to get rest. It doesn't mean I have to like it.
Discovery.
You know?
Go
I mean, but then
up.
again, who does? I just don't like not being here, and I don't like not contributing. It's really a pet peeve of mine. So that's why I usually try my hardest to not get sick. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? And my buddy Haas is playing No Pixel. We haven't rated him in a long time. Let's go see what Haas is up to. T-Money. Streamer streams a full 8 hours a day and apologizes for cutting things short. It's not how I roll, Italics. I take it seriously. I mean, the other reason is that if I ever tell myself that it's okay to work 40 hours a week in this business, well, then later down the road, I'll tell myself it's okay to work 30 hours a week and then 20 hours a week. I don't do that, man. That's not how I roll. But anyway, yeah. Go see what Haas is up to. He's a good dude. He's playing No Pixel. He's a good guy. Looks like he's doing something with a truck. I'm gonna go over there. Go over and post some panels in his chat. Be good Raiders. Let's go see what he's up to, and I'll see you guys tomorrow, noon time. We'll see what happens, but I don't know what's going on with this, man. It sucks. It sucks because I can't get anything done. Anyway, go see what Haas is up to, boys and girls, and I'll talk to you guys then. I just hate having no energy. It sucks. It's really annoying. But don't worry, we'll get over this and we'll be back. Yeah, all systems. It's because I grew up in relatively close proximity to the border with Canada. It's your fault. You guys did this. You did this. You did this. This is your fault there, bud. All right. You played too much Hearts of Iron as a Canadian, eh, bud? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, guy. Yeah, you could say that. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Have a good night.